If a person was driving and lost control of their car, and at the same time, if there was also another person standing absent-mindedly right in front of the car, a terrible tragedy would have unfolded. The man with a cold expression and holding a sword suddenly felt as though his lower back was hit by something, after which, he flew and got propelled forward. Huh? What happened? The man with a cold expression snapped out of his thoughts and calmly turned his head around. Thereafter, he saw a young man with a bitter smile on his face and his body entwined with light from the escaping technique. His head was leaning against his lower back. As they were flying, his head continued to push against it while spinning continuously. The cold and indifferent man was a fifth-stage golden core spiritual emperor. The strength and toughness of his body were beyond imagination. Even with the young man spinning and pushing against his back, he could only feel a little limp and numb. Even though it wasn't painful, having a full-grown man pushing against his lower back with his head made his whole body feel uneasy. This easily triggered a memory of more than 100 years old, a dark history that he could never forget. Hence, the cold and indifferent man's mouth twitched and asked, "Young man, what are you doing?" "Boo-hoo!" Song Shuhang cried out in misery. He wanted to reply but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. He didn't want to continue spinning either, but the 10,000-mile flying escape technique made him act like a prick, and when flying at great speed and hitting upon another object, it forced his body to become like a drill bit, drilling frenziedly as though it wanted his body to drill through the object obstructing his way. He had already been rotated till he was completely dizzy and unable to speak coherently. At this time, branch leader Jing Mo's figure behind him caught up at maximum speed, while at the same time yelling, "Little rascal, where are you escaping to? Take a blow from my sword." The sword light beneath his feet flashed, the black sword transformed into lightning rays, swinging toward Song Shuhang, who incidentally dragged the cold and indifferent man into the whole affair. The cold and indifferent man was rendered speechless. Was it because he did not tell his own fortune today? Why was he having so much bad luck today? He raised the sword in his hand slightly without unsheathing it, similar to the act of chasing away a housefly. Crack! That lightning ray got shattered, returning to the form of a black sword and sent right back to branch leader Jing Mo, beneath his body. "Young man, before you swing your sword, you have to aim for your target properly. Didn't your elders teach you before? Aim properly the next time. If you drag me into your conflict once again, don't blame me for taking action." The cold and indifferent man said coldly while glaring at branch leader Jing Mo. His words carried a domineering air of an expert, that is if you ignore Song Shuhang who was continuously spinning while pushing against his lower back, causing him to fly forward. Branch leader Jing Mo snorted coldly, silently accumulating true yuan. From the words of the cold and indifferent man, he could tell that this man and that rascal, stressed by a mountain of books, were not comrades. But for some reason unknown to him, the cold and indifferent man was stuck together with stressed by a mountain of books. But it didn't matter, as long as that cold and indifferent man wasn't stressed by a mountain of books reinforcements, he just gotta wait for the escape technique to end, and after he has parted from that cold and indifferent man, he would use his sword to kill him. As he was thinking, the escape technique's light rays on Song Shuhang's body got weaker and weaker, its speed got slower as well. "Your escape technique is finally ending?" Branch leader Jing Mo sneered. "Finally arriving at Senior White's?" Song Shuhang thought to himself in his dizzy state. His sight got blocked by the cold and indifferent man, so he could not locate Senior White's position. The cold and indifferent man's face was full of shock. He saw a figure of someone who, in the ordinary course of events, would never exist on Earth, but only in the figment of his imagination. In the forbidden area of the Five Fingers Mountain Sealing Technique. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Venerable White, and penniless thief Sex Little Candy stood in a corner of the forbidden area. They wouldn't be seen by Daoist Cloudy Mist in this place. The three of them were silently waiting and observing to see when Daoist Cloudy Mist would break the seal and emerge from inside. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was very curious as for how Daoist Cloudy Mist would take revenge on him after he came out. Daoist Cloudy Mist was working very hard to break his 5 Fingers Mountain sealing technique, but in the past 200 years, Yellow Mountain's accomplishments with regards to sealing techniques increased steadily. His 5 Fingers Mountain sealing technique had evolved and arrived at the 017 edition. If Daoist Cloudy Mist still harbored the thoughts of stealing his things, True Monarch Yellow Mountain would certainly not mind sealing him for another 10 or 20 years. Meanwhile, Senior White was having a shut-eye while waiting for Cold Flaming Sword of the Penniless Thief sect, who took his meteor sword away, to arrive in order for him to retrieve his possession. As for Penniless Thief sect's Little Candy next to Senior White, she was acting a little weird. She grabbed the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands while secretly looking at Venerable White from time to time. Just earlier, when Senior White was demonstrating how he could control his own charm to True Monarch Yellow Mountain, it greatly attracted her attention. Very, very dazzling. Little Candy mumbled. She almost seemed in love. When Penniless Thief sect's female disciple made a mistake in her mission, she was caught and held captive by a dashing senior. But as time went by, sparks started flying between the female disciple of the Penniless Thief sect and this dashing but overbearing senior. Such a love story had already been popular amongst the female disciples in Penniless Thief sect a few hundred years ago, and its popularity still had not dwindled. Little Candy felt that at this moment, she was living out the story of the Penniless Thief sect's female disciple and the overbearing and handsome senior. Suddenly, Venerable White opened his eyes and gazed towards the sky. In the next moment, True Monarch Yellow Mountain had the same feeling and stared at the sky. The fog engulfing the forbidden area of the 5 Fingers Mountain sealing technique could not block the vision of those two. In reality, the fog would only block vision of cultivators of the 4th stage and lower. It would have no effect on a cultivator who had already condensed their golden core. There are 3 figures approaching this area. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, and at the same time secretly furrowed his brows. This was the crucial moment of Daoist Cloudy Mist breaking the seal. He sure did not want other people coming to disturb and ruin his fun. It's little friend Shuhang, Senior White said, laughing. He pointed his index finger at what was behind the body of the cold and indifferent man in the air, the flying figure pressing against the lower back of the cold and indifferent man. Oh, that's little friend Shuhang. Likewise, True Monarch Yellow Mountain looked at the spinning young man. Song Shuhang and him have been friends in spirit, without meeting in person, for a long time. He always felt that little friend Shuhang has been living while being in hot water, facing danger every day. He had to care for Venerable White, as well as take care of Daodu on his behalf. The gift he had already intended to give Song Shuhang got bigger and bigger. His current state seems a bit off. True Mountain Yellow Mountain asked. Could it be that he saw wrong, or was little friend Song indeed foaming at the mouth? His face seemed to look as though he was in misery and pain. Yeah, previously I left him a 10,000-mile flying escape technique so that he can use it to flee to my side when his life was threatened. From the looks of it, he must be in danger. Venerable White's gaze shifted to the last of the 3 figures in the sky. His face was full of malevolence, and his hair was white. He had lightning in his eyes, which remained fixed on Song Shuhang. His killing intent was sky-high. But from the looks of it, little friend Shuhang seems to have knocked into someone while using the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. Let's save him first, then continue talking. Venerable White said peacefully while smiling slightly. In the sky, the cold and indifferent man who was being pushed by Song Shuhang was of a 5th-stage spiritual emperor realm. The person chasing behind was even more inferior, merely in a 4th-stage realm. They could easily be destroyed by Venerable White. Venerable White reached out his hand and beckoned, and the 10,000-mile flying escape technique on Song Shuhang's body was lifted. Because he had been spinning for a long time, Song Shuhang was very dizzy, to the extent that he wanted to puke. When he finally stopped spinning, he was being pulled over via Venerable White's power, and slowly descended in his direction. At the same time, that cold and indifferent man who flew all the way here thanks to Song Shuhang also got grabbed along via Venerable White's power. Venerable White smiled at the two of them, and at last, his eyes stopped at the treasured sword that still remained in the hands of the cold and indifferent man. It was his meteor sword. That is to say, this cold and indifferent man was penniless thief Sek's cold flame sword Lu Tianzong. He actually got sent right before his eyes by little friend Shuhang. Yeah, my luck is pretty good, Venerable White nodded his head discreetly. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's hair stood on end for a moment, and he scrutinized his surroundings. Every time Venerable White got lucky, wouldn't the people around him become unlucky? But for now, it seemed like nothing unlucky was gonna happen. Just as True Monarch Yellow Mountain was deep in thought, branch leader Jing Mo was already nearing the forbidden area of Five Fingers Mountain Sealing Technique. Based on his cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to see through the dense fog over the forbidden area. Hence, it was natural for him to be unable to see both Venerable White and True Monarch Yellow Mountain within the dense fog. Little rascal, do you think escaping into this dense fog will allow you to slip through my fingers? Branch leader Jing Mo bellowed in anger, yet he did not enter the fog. Who knew what kind of things lay within the dense fog? It was better to play it safe. Hence, he raised his flying sword towards the sky and chanted a magic spell. Thereafter, the flying sword swung hard, 9-night lightning attracting technique. Boom boom boom. In the sky, a lightning dragon was drawn over by the flying sword, and descended. The lightning dragon bore its fangs and brandished its claws. It was very realistic. It landed heavily in the direction of the fog, with the desire to destroy everything within it. TSK, Limitless Demon Sex Thunder Attracting Technique? True Monarch Yellow Mountain snorted. Thereafter, without seeing him made any movement, he suddenly appeared underneath the lightning dragon. Ho! True Monarch Yellow Mountain blew a mouthful of air towards the lightning dragon. That domineering and threatening lightning dragon got blown and vanished into thin air just like that. Upon seeing this, branch leader Jing Mo got a huge scare. Walking on air without using any magical treasure could only be done by a 5th-stage Golden Core spiritual emperor. But to easily destroy his 9-night thunder lightning attracting technique by lightly blowing, only a true monarch could do it. 6th stage True Monarch. I am Limitless Demon Sex Branch Leader Jing Mo. May I know how you are related to stressed by a mountain of books? Branch leader Jing Mo secretly held the talisman treasure of the blood evasion technique tightly as his confidence level secretly rose a little. With this treasure, even a 6th stage True Monarch wouldn't be able to touch him. Yeah, we are friends. True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied. F***CK, Jing Mo activated the blood evasion technique without hesitation. His entire body split apart, transforming into a cloud of blood mist, scattered in all directions. There was more than meets the eye to this blood evasion technique. The blood fog was split into many sections, scattering in all directions to escape. However, ultimately, they would reunite in one location and fuse to form a living Jing Mo. If some of the blood fog got destroyed along the way, it would only give him minor injuries. He just had to rest for a few days to entirely recover from such injuries. If lucky, even the valuable treasures on one's body would be shrouded in the blood mist and brought along. If the blood evasion technique was cultivated to the utmost limit, as long as one small piece of the blood mist managed to get away, it would be possible to restore one's strength, and most of the injuries would recover within a few years. It was exactly for these properties that the blood evasion technique could elude true monarchs while being a technique of the 5th stage. However, if a part of the blood mist was destroyed while the technique was active, the user would permanently lose something. It might be lifespan, potential, strength, and so on. But as long as you could get away with your life, the sacrifice would be worth it. Nevertheless, branch leader Jing Mo was using a talisman to display the technique. Hence, the blood evasion technique would lose some of its power and flexibility. Oh. A blood evasion technique. Not bad. True Monarch Yellow Mountain smiled. He had already reached the peak of the True Monarch stage, and if he were to go all out, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy the blood evasion technique sealed in this talisman. However, there was no need for him to interfere. Venerable White had already made his move. He stretched out his hand and drew something in the air. The world immediately changed. What was once the sky underwent an earth-shaking transformation and changed into a vast desert. There were no living beings or plants in this desert. There was nothing but a boundless stretch of yellow sand. Branch leader Jing Mo changed into countless threads of blood mist after using the blood evasion technique, scattering in all directions. But no matter where he was fleeing to, he was unable to leave the desert. After some time, the effect of the blood evasion technique vanished. Branch leader Jing Mo returned to his original appearance. His face was pale. Even if the blood evasion technique was sealed into a talisman, it still consumed his true yuan. If we add to that the fact that he had continuously used his true yuan when chasing Song Shuhang, right now he didn't even have 10% of it left. Jing Mo quickly inspected his body. Since he was against a 6th-stage True Monarch, who knew how many threads of blood mist he had lost while using the blood evasion technique. This expedition had been a complete failure. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wasted time to torment that stressed by a mountain of books. He would have directly killed him. Never would he have expected that there was really a 6th-stage True Monarch by that little rascal's side. He felt fear just by recalling that scene. After carefully inspecting his body, branch leader Jing Mo's expression changed into one of delight. Unexpectedly, he didn't lose a single thread of blood mist. Except for the consumption of true yuan, he had received no harm. Even all the treasures he was carrying on his body, such as medicine pills and the flying sword, were all undamaged. Did that True Monarch keep his hand since he already knew that he wouldn't be able to destroy the blood evasion technique completely? I was truly lucky. So even a True Monarch is only a so-so. Branch leader Jing Mo thought to himself. He had made up his mind and was planning to ask his master to teach him the blood evasion technique once he had reached the 5th-stage spiritual emperor and condensed a golden core. After confirming that he had received no harm, branch leader Jing Mo turned his head and looked all around. He wanted to see where had flown to. Did I end up in a desert? Did I fly so far? Branch leader Jing Mo thought to himself. After determining his position, the best course of action would be to head toward the nearest branch of the limitless demon sect. But at this time, he realized that there was something wrong with this situation. This desert, why does it look so familiar? Where did I see it? There is sand as far as the eye can see. There isn't a single plant or animal. Only deathly stillness. Wait. I have already seen this place. A few days ago, he had used a wooden figurine and entered stressed by a mountain of books residence. Afterward, he had found himself in the middle of a vast desert. And there, he had met a sadistic young man with green clothes that had crazily pounded the wooden figurine with a hammer. He hit the figurine till it was almost destroyed and let Jing Mo feel unbearable pain. It was precisely that desert. Why did I appear here? Is it possible that I didn't manage to escape? But how is that possible? Wasn't the blood evasion technique supposed to elude even a True Monarch? Branch leader Jing Mo was getting anxious. But at this time, the desert in front of his eyes started to collapse, slowly disappearing. What's happening? When branch leader Jing Mo regained his senses, he discovered that he was still standing in his original position. It was the same place where he was standing before using the blood evasion technique. Well, if one wanted to be fussy about it, this blood evasion technique, which can let the user travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, allowed him to move for about 2 centimeters? Branch leader Jing Mo's complexion was now deathly pale. Sorry, but I couldn't let you escape. At this time, a pleasant voice echoed. Soon after, a handsome man with fluttering black hair came out of the fog. He was wearing casual modern clothes and a smile was plastered on his face. The handsome man was dragging Shuhang along, and both were floating in the air. In the end, Jing Mo was still a disciple of a big sect like the Limitless Demon Sect. So, he immediately guessed what had happened. This was a real illusion. A 7th stage spiritual venerable. Branch leader Jing Mo felt like crying at this moment. You have good eyes. Venerable White smiled. After the opposite party confirmed his guess, branch leader Jing Mo died a little inside. Shuhang, what do you want to do with him? Venerable White asked. Shuhang had recovered with great difficulty from nausea. He looked at Jing Mo and said, Were you sent here by young Master Hai? Humph. You think someone like young Master Hai has the authority to give me orders? Branch leader Jing Mo unconsciously howled. Even in front of a true monarch or a venerable, his temperament was still awful. Oh. Just as I expected, the style was too different from young Master Hai's. It seems you came here to rob the blood god crystal of your own volition. Shuhang slightly nodded. Then, he said to Venerable White, Senior, can you take him into custody? Senior White smiled and pointed his finger at branch leader Jing Mo. Immediately after, Jing Mo fell to the ground, unconscious and unable to move. True Monarch Yellow Mountain moved forward and took a rope out of his sleeve, tightly binding Jing Mo with it. How do you want to handle him? Venerable White asked. I think a certain senior from the 9 provinces number 1 group would be very interested in him. Shuhang took out his mobile phone and made a call. Soon, the voice of a vigorous man echoed from the other side, Little friend Shuhang, were you looking for me? Senior 7, I got my hands on a disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect. Are you interested? Shuhang asked with a weary smile. Ha ha ha. A disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect? I'm indeed interested. Keep your mobile phone at hand, I'll rush over to your position. 7 said with a laugh. Shuhang took advantage of the opportunity and asked in a low voice, Senior 7, I wanted to ask, how is 16 dash? He had yet to finish his sentence when 7 hung up. It seems that Senior 7 is really impatient. Forget it. I can ask him about 16 once he's here. At this time, True Monarch Yellow Mountain arrived beside Shuhang and asked in a teasing tone, Little friend Shuhang, did you take a liking to 7's younger generation? Su Clan 16 is a good lass. If you get a little stronger, you might have the chance to become Dao companions with her. There is no such thing. After all, I've only seen 16 a few times. Shuhang continued, I know that she suffered a severe wound, and since we're friends, I wanted to know if her injury had recovered or not. Don't worry. 7 is a member of the Spirit River Su clan. That clan is stronger than what you think. There shouldn't be too many problems with 16's injury. True Monarch Yellow Mountain tried to comfort him. After getting out of the fog, True Monarch Yellow Mountain threw the fainted Jing Mo to a side and asked, Little friend Shuhang, how were things with Daoda these days? Everything is fine. He seemed to be in a great mood lately, said Shuhang after pondering for a moment. He was about to say that he even made a human girlfriend. However, it was better not to mention this matter to True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Hence, he shut his mouth. He must have caused a lot of trouble, right? True Monarch Yellow Mountain heaved a sigh. He was an outstanding and talented handsome man with a scholarly temperament. How did he exactly raise a silly pekingese like Daodu? When he chose to give him the name Daodu, maybe he should have actually opted for Dubi instead? Not at all. Daodu helped me quite a bit, Shuhang hastily waved his hand. He was telling the truth. True Monarch Yellow Mountain patted his shoulder and said, "No need to be polite. How can I not know about Daoist's personality? Don't worry. Once this matter is settled, I'll give you a big gift. In these days, you should think of something that you would like to have." "Thank you, Senior." What could Song Shuhang even do besides thanking him? "Right. Recently, I told you to look at the pictures of the fairy maidens in the group. Did you look at them?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked in a low voice. At the same time, he created a soundproof barrier around Song Shuhang and him. "Oh, I've seen one of Fairy Lychee's selfies," Song Shuhang replied after thinking a bit. "Only one?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain was surprised. Then, he quietly asked, "What do you think of Venerable White?" "Senior White is a very nice person. Just like the people in the group were saying, he's someone that cares very much about the younger generation," Song Shuhang replied after pondering a bit. True Monarch Yellow Mountain paused for a moment. "I wasn't speaking of this." Soon after, he clenched his teeth and directly asked, "Do you find Venerable White attractive?" "Yes, very attractive," Song Shuhang said without hesitation. At the same time, he couldn't help but remember that time when he courted death. The entire world had changed black and white, and only Venerable White had retained his colors. Therefore, he added, "There was a moment when I thought that Senior White was the most attractive man in the world." True Monarch Yellow Mountain looked Song Shuhang's in the eyes and removed the soundproof barrier. Then, he departed from Song Shuhang's side and kept a distance of at least 3 meters between them. He remembered that when he'd added, stressed by a mountain of books to the group by mistake, he'd calculated 3 trigrams. At the time, he thought that those trigrams were bullshit. But now, he got the feeling that little friend Song Shuhang's way of thinking was indeed dangerous. Should he keep a certain distance between them for the time being? 1 TL/N equals bean equals silly. Song Shuhang looked at Senior Yellow Mountain silently as the latter suddenly ran to a position 3 meters away from him. Frustrated and angry, he asked, "Senior Yellow Mountain, why are you suddenly standing so far away from me?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain was speechless. Song Shuhang continued, "Senior Yellow Mountain, are you thinking of something disrespectful right now?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain forced a laugh and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I accidentally farted, so I feel that keeping a distance would be better." "Senior, who are you trying to lie to? Your power is already at such a realm, how can you be unable to control something like farts? And even though I have not opened my nose aperture, my sense of smell is several times better than that of ordinary human beings. If you accidentally farted, would have smelled it a long time ago. The warped understanding Senior has towards me must be changed." Song Shuhang was preparing to have a good chat with True Monarch Yellow Mountain meanwhile. Venerable White went in front of Cold Flame Sword Lu Tianzong. At this time, Lu Tianzong had not recollected his thoughts. He was in a daze, staring like a fool. It was as though his thoughts reached a dead end, causing his brain to cease functioning completely. Suddenly, he shook his head really hard and said, "This is impossible, what I saw that time was clearly just an illusion." That year, when he chanced upon that cultivator's immortal cave, he moved the statue out, thinking it was a treasure. But halfway through the journey, the statue emitted boundless charm, and during the whole time he was carrying it, whenever he opened or closed his eyes, he would always see the image of a handsome man. He got really frightened. Hence, he decided to bury it back in the ground. Even then, the image of that handsome man was impossible to get rid of. It bugged him for an entire year before he was free of it. It was a traumatic and nightmare of an experience. He initially thought that there was a curse placed on the statue. After all, he had stolen from several immortal caves and even graves, and had experienced a fair share of curses. But what was actually happening now? The image that haunted him for so long actually came to life, and was currently standing right in front of him. "Hello. Venerable White waved his hand at Cold Flame Sword. "Hello, Senior." Cold Flame Sword pulled himself together and gathered all his spirit, but every pore on his entire body was tense. You don't have to be so serious. I have no intention to harm you. What I wanted to say was that the meteor sword in your hand belongs to me. When I was in seclusion, you took it away from me. Now, after it took me much difficulty to come out of secluded meditation, it's time I take it back." Venerable White said softly. "When you were in seclusion?" Cold Flame Sword stiffened as he repeated after Venerable White, and then had an epiphany. "Yeah, from the looks of it, you've already guessed it. Indeed, because of a secret technique, I transformed into a statue. And then, I still remember you taking me out of my immortal cave and burying me into the ground," said Venerable White calmly. But Cold Flame Sword, on the other hand, was breaking out in cold sweat like a waterfall, unable to stop. A moment later, Cold Flame Sword clenched his teeth and raised the meteor sword in his hand, giving it to Venerable White slowly. Whether this meteor sword actually belonged to the senior cultivator in front of him or not, Cold Flame Sword knew that he had to obediently hand it over because the opposite party was a 7th stage venerable. Furthermore, it seemed like this meteor sword really belonged to the other party. Well, instead of waiting for Lu Tianzong to hand it over, the meteor sword was already making cheerful sword sounds before flying to Venerable White's side, lively and happy just like a fish, dancing in circles around Venerable White. Magic swords had spirits, and this meteor sword had obviously long turned into one such magic sword endowed with sword spirit. Venerable laughed and lightly stroked the meteor sword. It cheerfully shook for a bit before landing on Venerable White's waist. This time, Shuhang suddenly asked, Senior. So this is meteor sword, and not deity keeper sword? His eyes were very sharp. Earlier, he saw meteor sword engraved on it. It has always been meteor sword. Venerable turned and smiled, and then continued, "Shuhang, I have already retrieved the sword. Do you still have any business to take care of? If you don't, let's go back." Shuhang replied, "If you're not in a rush, should we wait for Senior 7 to come here?" "All right." Venerable White nodded. At the same time, a confused Cold Flame Sword Lu Tianzong suddenly said, "Senior, can I ask you a question?" Even though his face looked confused, both his eyes were resolute. "Ask me." Senior White was puzzled and turned his head around, before nodding and said, "Ask away." "Senior, you're a woman dressing as a man, right?" Cold Flame Sword Lu Tianzong had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. True Monarch Yellow Mountain secretly facebombed. Lu Tianzong was not the first person to ask that question, and he probably wouldn't be the last. "Well, if it makes you feel better to think that way, then I don't mind telling you that I'm a woman dressing as a man." "But, do you believe it?" Venerable White said as he scratched his head. "Sorry for being disrespectful." Cold Flame Sword Lu Tianzong respectfully bowed towards Venerable White. Then he took his leave, laughing like a madman while disappearing on the horizon. As for the junior of the penniless thief sect, Little Candy, she was unfortunately overlooked by Cold Flame Sword, abandoned at one side, where she had been standing all the while. Shuhang blinked and felt as though he was watching a third-rate melodramatic TV series. At this time, True Monarch Yellow Mountain quietly tugged at Shuhang and said via the secret sound transmission, "Did you see it? If you don't want to become like him, you have to think more about Su Clan 16 or Soft Feather and look more at Fairy Lychee's pictures. Also, don't daydream, it's impossible for Senior White to be a woman dressing as a man, you can forget about it." "Senior," Shuhang laughed bitterly. He was unable to send a secret sound transmission, so it was impossible for him to explain and defend himself, but when he said that Senior White was good-looking previously, it was purely out of objective admiration. He had never harbored the thought of Senior White dressing as a woman or anything along those lines. "Try hard." True Monarch Yellow Mountain gave Shuhang a thumbs up. Then, he retreated back to the side, watching the ongoing operation of Daoist Cloudy Mist, who was still being sealed by the 5 fingers mountain sealing technique. In order not to let Daoist Cloudy Mist get affected by the outside world, True Monarch Yellow Mountain previously secretly increased the thick fog around him to create the effect of soundproofing and vision-proofing, making him feel more isolated. Hence, it was like Daoist Cloudy Mist was in a single-player game. He had not the slightest clue what just happened in the outside world. He was only focusing on breaking True Monarch Yellow Mountain's seal. All there was left was to see how he was gonna break the seal. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had been waiting forever to catch such a good show. At this time, Senior White waved at Song Shuhang and asked, "Shuhang, was your trip to J-City a good one? How did you bump into a limitless demon sex disciple?" "If you're talking about it going smoothly, it was pretty successful and smooth." Song Shuhang laughed lightly and started recounting everything that happened. From meeting the resentful ghost and accidentally killing the ghost general to senior brother 3 Realms coming over from afar to lend a helping hand, and chancing upon a pile of medicinal herbs for refining the chi and blood pill in Altar Master's old headquarters. Lastly, he spoke of facing branch leader Jing Mo and Daoist Half-Gourd's assassination attempt. At this point, Song Shuhang couldn't help but look at branch leader Jing Mo. Initially, the only regret he had on his trip to J-City was that he did not manage to retrieve the Limitless Demon Sect branch's information on Cultivator Sunflower from the underlings of Altar Master. But from the looks of it now, with Jing Mo around, who'd be afraid of being unable to get that information? In other words, the blessing written on the ingredients list given to him by Senior White had already ran its course, successfully and perfectly completed. Just thinking about it felt awesome. Ha ha ha, your luck is indeed not bad. You even managed to get hold of the medicinal herbs used for the chi and blood pill. Venerable White laughed. True Monarch Yellow Mountain at the side couldn't help but look at Song Shuhang. Could it be that little friend Shuhang really rubbed off good luck from being by Senior White's side? His trip to J-City was full of weird fortune. It has the same vibe as Venerable White's luck about it. Shuhang, now that you are already opening the nose aperture, although you only need chi and blood pill in order to greatly speed up the process, even at the fastest speed, you'll still need more or less a year. Senior White pinched his chin and said, "Actually, if your luck is even better." Upon listening to his words, Song Shuhang hurriedly jumped in a bid to prevent Senior White from continuing his speech. He had fully comprehended and experienced the huge killing weapon that was Senior White's blessings. The blessings written by him on a slip of paper was enough to help him complete his mission smoothly and easily, but at the same time made him face assassination attempts by 2 fourth-stage cultivators, which almost cost him his life. When Senior White's golden mouth opened and directly spoke words of blessings, what would happen? Unfortunately, when he jumped, the second part of Senior White's speech was already blurted out. "Yeah, I remember that a few hundred years ago, there was a cultivator who got hold of a piece of strange rock. It should be an item from space, it was very mystical. It possessed a sort of an extraordinary power, it was neither spirit power nor one that could be transferred to cultivators to put to use. But instead, its power was that it can exponentially increase the speed of opening apertures for a first-stage cultivator. If I remember correctly, that rock did cause quite a bit of a commotion in the cultivator world at that time. Yeah, I have an impression of it too." True Monarch Yellow Mountain continued. Its name was coined by people in the cultivation world, who referred to it as Enlightenment Stone. One merely has to sit beside the rock to comprehend the wonders of the Great Way. When a first-stage cultivator is hovering near that strange rock, he can easily break through the bottleneck of the apertures within his body without much difficulty. The failure rate is almost 0. But what a pity, its location is currently unknown. Nobody knows which powerful figure got hold of it. Shuhang, if you get that strange rock, for all you know, 4 years would be sufficient for you to continuously open 3 apertures, nose, ear and mouth apertures, and directly jump through the Dragon Gate and promote your cultivation to the 2nd stage realm, said Venerable White. "Impossible, I ain't that lucky." Shuhang kept waving his hands dismissively. That strange rock that Senior White just mentioned didn't seem to be a treasure originating from Mother Earth, but likely came from the mysterious space instead. In other words, that thing was very likely to be something like a meteorite that would fall from the sky? Hopefully, Senior White's blessing hasn't taken effect this time. Otherwise, there would come a time in the future where he would constantly be in fear of being struck and crushed by things like meteorites. And if he were to be careless for a moment, he might be really crushed to death. Just as the three of them were conversing, there was finally a change detectable in Daoist Cloudy Mist's seal. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's 5 fingers mountain sealing technique started trembling. Thereafter, a figure broke the seal and emerged. I finally broke the seal and emerged. The figure raised both hands to the sky and laughed heartily. And after that, he even sang, "Freedom gained from breaking the seal, gonna clean up stupid Yellow Mountain's house." No can do, it doesn't rhyme. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's face darkened and he laughed forcefully. On the screen relaying the image from the surveillance camera, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist seemed to be in the mood for composing poems. Shuhang couldn't help but shoot a look at True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Stupid Yellow Mountain was something that Daodu kept repeating every day. However, Daodu was True Monarch Yellow Mountain's cute little pet. Even if he kept repeating this sentence, True Monarch wouldn't get angry and would only find him silly and lovable. But the Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist in front of their eyes was a middle-aged man and not in the least someone cute. After hearing him repeat "Stupid Yellow Mountain" over and over again, wouldn't True Monarch get the urge to punch him to death? He. It seems I'll need to let him have a taste of my improved 5 fingers mountain sealing technique. This time, I'll seal him till he dies of old age. True Monarch Yellow Mountain got angry and sneered. Shuhang observed 3 seconds of silence for Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist. On the screen, he saw that Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist was frozen in place. He raised his head and looked all around. He seemed anxious and was often looking around. However, since True Monarch Yellow Mountain had increased the amount of fog in the area, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist couldn't actually see through this cloudy mist. He was looking all around, unable to understand where he was. Why do I have a bad premonition after coming out? Did that Yellow Mountain fellow prepare a trap to welcome me? Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist talked to himself. But it doesn't matter anymore. This Daoist has already broken through the seal. From now on, I'm a free man. Sword, come. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist lightly shouted. A sword orb came out of his tattered sleeve, changing into a sword of light. Then, he stepped on the light and flew toward the sky. I wish to ride the wind and return home and travel 1,000 miles with the sword light, taking enemy heads like chicken heads. From this nonsensical poem, one could understand that Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist was fond of ancient poetry and songs but had no talent whatsoever in composing such. In addition, he had been sealed for a long time, and his clothes were in tatters. He didn't resemble a scholarly man at all. Looking at Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist, who was getting further and further away, Shuhang quickly asked, "True Monarch, aren't you planning to catch him to seal him again?" "There is no rush." True Monarch Yellow Mountain smiled evilly and continued, "If I were to catch him right now and seal him, wouldn't I be too merciful? I'm planning to let him free for a few days, letting him have a taste of this beautiful modern world. And once he falls in love with this modern world, I'll catch and seal him. He'll be even more grieved after knowing how beautiful the outside world is." To explain this with an example, let's assume there is a man that has never had contact with the internet. The man has only read novels and watched the TV. He's quite happy with this type of life. But then, he comes in contact with the internet and falls in love with it. If he's deprived of it even for a day, he'll start to feel uncomfortable. But one day, his internet connection or the computer breaks. If it's only for 1 or 2 days, he can cope with it, but if it goes on any longer, he might turn insane. Moreover, I placed a device on Cloudy Mist's body. He won't be able to escape from my grasp. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said confidently. Song Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I better not offend True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Otherwise, I won't end up well. Then, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Venerable White, and Song Shuhang watched as Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist was getting further and further away. However, penniless thief Sex Little Candy was staring at Venerable White. Her head filled with the tales of the love-hate relationship between a disciple of the penniless thief sect and an incredibly handsome senior cultivator. It seemed that Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist's matter had temporarily come to an end. Would Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist finally find happiness? Not long after Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist left, a sword light flashed through the sky and quickly approached. Soon after, Seven's tall and big silhouette descended from the sky. Little friend Shuhang. He looked at Song Shuhang and smiled brightly. But when he saw that True Monarch Yellow Mountain and Venerable White were also there, his face twitched a little. However, he still kept his smiling face and greeted them. Senior 7, you were fast. This is the disciple of the Limitless Demon sect I was talking about. Senior White and Senior Yellow Mountain already took care of him, said Song Shuhang while pointing at branch leader Jing Mo who was lying on a side. This time I really have to thank you, little friend Shuhang. 7 moved forward with large strides and arrived in front of branch leader Jing Mo. Then, he searched his body. He retrieved a few small and big bottles, a jet-black flying sword, and a ball of mist. He pressed against these things with his palm, temporarily sealing them. Next, he threw them at Song Shuhang and said, "Little friend Song Shuhang, take these. After a month or two, once I'm done dealing with this guy and his branch, you'll be able to use them. At the time, they'll change into ownerless items, and you'll be able to use them without worries." Flying swords and other magical treasures usually carried a brand. If the owner of the treasure wasn't dead, you wouldn't be able to use it. Deleting the brand of the original owner was rather troublesome. Therefore, 7 decided to use the simpler method, a seal. After a few days, when he was done dealing with branch leader Jing Mo, the brand would disappear, and Song Shuhang would be able to use them. Little friend Song Shuhang, I'll bid you farewell now. Wait for Immortal Fairy B. Shui's Immortal Feast. I'll come look for you at the time. With that, Su Clan 7 got a hold of branch leader Jing Mo and prepared to leave. After bidding farewell to True Monarch Yellow Mountain and Venerable White, he left with a whiz sound, quickly disappearing at the horizon. Once he was a certain distance away, 7 murmured, "I had forgotten that little friend Shuhang was together with Senior White these days. I almost shat myself. Thank God I managed to escape quickly. Senior Yellow Mountain, we'll go our way then," Song Shuhang said while taking his leave. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said with a smile, "Then, I'll trouble you to look after Daodu for a few more days. Once I catch and seal Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist again, I'll come and take him back." "I understand. I'll relay that to Daodu," said Song Shuhang as he waved his hand. Then, Venerable White used his flying sword and brought him back to Medicine Master's multi-storied building. After a while, True Monarch Yellow Mountain also rode his flying sword, leaving the forbidden area. Where has everyone gone? When penniless thief Sex Little Candy regained her senses, there was no one around. She was the only one left there. Does it mean that I'm free now? But why do I feel so uncomfortable? Little Candy felt uncomfortable for being disregarded like that. Then, she clenched her teeth and fists and looked at the direction where Song Shuhang and Venerable White had flown in, saying, "I'll be back." Song Shuhang was sitting above Venerable White's sword light, but for some reason, he felt that his legs had become soft. Was this the aftermath of that bungee jumping session? This was a bitter lesson. Next time, he would make sure to control his mouth properly and not blabber random nonsense. While he was thinking, his phone rang. Song Shuhang took a look and saw that it was Tubo. It was already late at night. Why did Tubo call him at this hour? Shouldn't he be sleeping? Song Shuhang answered. Shuhang, where are you? I just went to look in your room, but you weren't there. Tubo's anxious voice echoed. Since he couldn't sleep, he went to look for Shuhang. If he wasn't sleeping either, they could chat a bit. But when he went to his room, he didn't find anyone. And since the key of the car was also on the table, he got worried and called him. Cough, I just went out to buy cigarettes. I'm on my way back, no need to worry. Song Shuhang quickly replied. When did you start smoking? Wait. Tubo said in a low voice, you weren't kidnapped, right? Do I need to call the police? Your imagination is sure running wild. There is nothing of the sort. I'll come back soon. Song Shuhang said with a smile. Oh, then come back quickly. I'll wait for you. Tubo replied. Song Shuhang laughed and hung up. Senior White, can you deliver me to J-City first? Sure. Senior White nodded and said, I'll use another flying sword to send you over there. I'll go to Medicine Master's multi-storied building and wait for your return. You'll use another flying sword to send me over there? Song Shuhang was confused. Did that mean that Senior White could send him to a certain place even if he wasn't directly controlling the flying sword? Venerable White said, yeah, it's pretty simple. The concept is similar to when you use the flying sword to deliver a book. When you use the flying sword to deliver a book? But Senior, don't you need another cultivator to coordinate on the other side to lock the position? Song Shuhang asked. When Medicine Master and Great Master Profound Principle used a flying sword to send books, they locked the correct position through a special synchronization technique. Only then did they use the flying sword to send the book over. There is no need for that. Just tell me the address of the place, I'll use the phone and search for the coordinates on the map. I'll lock down the position from there and send you over. I thought of it just recently, but I'm still a 7th stage Venerable, you have to believe in me. Venerable White explained. Cough. Senior White, why don't you come to J-City with me to have some fun? Song Shuhang cautiously asked. He felt that Senior White's method of using Baidu maps was a bit unreliable. If he could convince Senior White to come personally, it would be better. I'm not in the mood right now, Senior White heaved a sigh. Even if I managed to restrain my aura, Su Clan 7 still felt uncomfortable around me and avoided me. He said only a bunch of words and immediately left. This ruined my mood a bit, and I don't feel like accompanying you to J-City. Come, I'll use the flying sword to send you over there. Stop being a scaredy cat. Senior 7? Song Shuhang felt like crying. It's Senior 7's fault. Why am I suffering the consequences? Then, Venerable White took out that blue short sword that belonged to the loose cultivator Li Tiansu and pressed on it with his finger. The sword changed into a layer of light and started floating in the air. Afterward, Senior White moved Song Shuhang onto the layer of light. What's the address? Venerable White asked. J-City, Luo Xin Street Area N Degree 54. Senior White, I won't die, right? Song Shuhang put on a long face and asked. Be at ease. Nothing will happen to you. Senior White messed with the phone a bit and said, good, I found the coordinates. Then, he activated a sword art and said to the sword beneath Song Shuhang, go. The blue short sword dashed forward with a whizzed sound. The speed was extremely fast. What type of fast? The incurable type of fast. It was that type of fast where Song Shuhang would start yelling as soon as the sword dashed forward. Iowa, Song Shuhang only just started calling out in a high-pitched voice, but if a normal person were standing in Venerable White's position, they would already see only a small black dot instead. Song Shuhang had already flown very far. At this time, Song Shuhang was lying flat on the layer of light surrounding the flying sword. He didn't look handsome in the least. The harsh reality had reminded Song Shuhang time and time again of its brutality, continuously destroying his dream of riding a flying sword. If not for the fact that there was a huge gravitational force on the layer of light, keeping Song Shuhang glued to the sword, he would have long ago fallen due to the excessive speed. Senior White, even if this technique is used to deliver books, you could have added a windproof formation. I'm a person, not a book. Song Shuhang was on the verge of tears. Since the sword had become fast to the point of being incurable, Song Shuhang could only rely on his body to resist the wind. If not for the fact that he was a cultivator of the first stage with 2 opened apertures, this speed and the lack of oxygen would have already killed him. Aside from the extreme speed, Song Shuhang couldn't find other merits in this method developed by Senior White. Moreover, Song Shuhang felt that aside from acrophobia, he had started to suffer from tachyphobia 1-2. After an unknown amount of time, not much given the speed, Song Shuhang arrived at the destination. Right now, he had a broom-type hairstyle. Luckily, his hair wasn't as long as that of Medicine Master. Otherwise, he would look as though someone had electrocuted him. The speed of the flying sword started to decrease. It was preparing to land. Thankfully, it wasn't a bungee jumping sword. Otherwise, Song Shuhang's legs would have gone soft once again. Inside Tubo's grandfather's residence. Tubo was holding his phone and playing a game. He seemed quite bored. Where has Shuhang gone? He wasn't kidnapped for real, right? Song Shuhang had never smoked. And now, he went out late at night saying that he had gone to buy cigarettes. Anyone could understand that there was something wrong. If Song Shuhang doesn't come back in the next 10 minutes, should I call the police? Tubo's imagination was running wild. In the small courtyard of the house, 2 petty thieves were hanging around Song Shuhang's Mademoiselle car. They used a flashlight to see what was inside the car, quickly turning it off afterward. There is a big box, and also a big package. This is a car model used by women. Maybe there is something good inside, said Petty Thief A. There was a higher chance of finding good stuff in a woman's car rather than a man's. Petty Thief B quietly waved his hand. Then, he lifted a brick and said, "I'll break the car window. You take that box and package as fast as possible." Sure. Moreover, I looked up this car on the internet. Its alarm system is a little backward. Sometimes, the alarm won't ring even if you break the window. Petty Thief A laughed. Then, Petty Thief B raised the brick and prepared to smash the car window. But at this time, something fell from the sky, coming toward him. And just like this, Petty Thief B was hit and sent flying. His frail body was sent flying for around 5 meters, bumping into the wall of a house. Petty Thief A was staring dumbfounded. His mouth remained wide open for quite a while. What the F***ck just happened? Oh, did I safely land? Song Shuhang's voice echoed. He gently lifted the lifeless flying sword with his foot, taking it in his hands. At this time, Petty Thief B suddenly screamed. It felt as though he had been hit by an ox. All the bones in his body were in shambles. Song Shuhang shot a look at them. Oh, are these thieves? Petty Thief A opened his eyes wide. Afterward, he revealed a sinister expression as he took out a knife from his pocket. "Get the hell out here if you don't want to dash." He hadn't finished his speech when he felt the world going black. Someone had punched him in the face. He pitifully screamed and was sent flying. Just like his companion, he also hit against the wall of Tubo grandfather's house. The 2 petty thieves fell on one another, sending out pitiful yells. "You guys came at the right time." Song Shuhang secretly nodded. Tubo was going to ask him where he had run to in the middle of the night. With the appearance of these two thieves, he could uprightly say that he noticed these two suspicious guys hanging around the place and that he went to keep an eye on them. What a stroke of luck! What's happening? Said Tubo while squeezing his head out of the window of the upper floor. Tubo, it's me. I caught two petty thieves. Song Shuhang smiled and waved his hand. What? Thieves? Waha! We haven't encountered petty thieves in Luo Xin Street for a long time, said Tubo excitedly. Then, he shouted, Grandpa, we've caught some thieves. What? Did someone say thieves? Jesus, they caught some thieves. Tubo's grandfather had yet to reply when someone else started to shout. Very soon, Tubo, his grandfather, his grandmother, Li Yangda, and a lot of neighbors rushed over. Petty thieves? Where are they? Tubo's grandfather roared. Many of residents of Luo Xin Street were blood relatives, so when they had to deal with an enemy, they would always come together. Whenever a thief was sighted, the whole village would come out to look for them. Only a very small number of thieves managed to escape after being discovered. Therefore, there hadn't been too many thieves that had come here to steal lately, because not only were they unable to steal in most cases, but they would also end up in a miserable state after being caught. The last time a thief was caught, he shed tears of joy when the police officer came to arrest him. Over there. They are in that corner. Song Shuhang said with a smile. Then, the neighbors went there and started to beat them. Next, someone shouted, Who has a rope? Let's tie them up before giving them to the police. I'm coming. I have a rope. A man suddenly ran over and took out a long rope. He seemed pretty experienced. He quickly tied up both their hands and feet. After pondering for a bit, he decided to bind their bodies as well. Was this man really binding a person? It almost seemed as though he was binding a crab. There is no need to tie their feet. We need to drag them to the police station in a while. And why are you binding their bodies too? You're not going to sell them like your crabs, said someone else. What? He was selling crabs for real? The man with the rope made a hollow laugh. Crap, it's a habit. Once they were done, Tubo's grandfather and the other villagers brought the beaten-up petty thieves to the nearby police station. Luckily for Shuhang, these two petty thieves provided a good excuse for why he had left the house in the middle of the night. After staying in Tubo's grandfather's house for 2 days, Song Shuhang and Li Yangda decided to leave and set out on the road to Jiangnan College Town. On the other hand, Tubo decided to have fun at this grandfather's place for a few more days. The Mademoiselle car set out. In the rear, there were 2 big boxes of strawberries. These were Song Shuhang's spoils of war from the last 2 days. Tubo's grandfather warmly waved his hand while gazing at the departing Song Shuhang and Li Yangda. After Song Shuhang had come over, all those strange events in the village suddenly stopped. Even all the elders that had gotten weak had started to recover their strength. It was truly wonderful. Jiangnan College Town. After bringing Yangda home, Song Shuhang took his car and drove to Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Senior White, Daodu, I have returned. Song Shuhang took the 2 boxes and the large package with him while moving toward the entrance. Once he opened the door, he was temporarily at a loss. He looked at the familiar and at the same time unfamiliar house. Then, he quietly closed the door. There is no mistake about it. It's precisely the 5-story building bought by Medicine Master. But the interior of the house had completely changed. No matter if we were talking about the walls, the ceiling, the lights, the various home appliances, or the digital stuff, everything had changed. Song Shuhang's corners of the mouth twitched. I've been away only for 2 days, right? At this time, Venerable White's form quickly appeared in Song Shuhang's side. Ha ha ha. Shuhang, what do you think of this renovation? Senior White had the face of someone that was both anxious and trying to curry favors. Shuhang blinked. After a while, he nodded and squeezed out 2 words, "Not bad." In regards to decorations alone, if we gave 1 million as a score to the decorations present when Medicine Master bought the house, the actual score would be at least 10 million. It was truly magnificent. Shuhang was taken aback, and he could only say, "Not bad," in the end. But why did Senior White completely renovate the house? Shuhang felt that there was no need to ask this question. From Senior White's anxious plus trying to curry favors expression, he had more or less guessed the reason. Senior White heaved a sigh of relief. Shuhang opened his mouth. He wanted to remind Senior White that this house belonged to Senior Medicine Master. There was no need to please him. However, after seeing Senior White heaving a sigh of relief, he felt that it would be cruel to remind Senior White of this fact. "Right. Senior, I brought these strawberries from the house of my classmate. Do you want to eat them?" Shuhang opened one of the boxes. It was full of strawberries. They looked very tasty. Senior White ate one and narrowed his eyes. "This flavor is quite good." "I know, right? We plucked them personally. It was an interesting experience. Next time, we can go to have fun together. Since it's summer and I don't have to go to school, I can bring Senior all over the country. If we keep staying in the Jiangnan area, we will miss a lot of interesting places." Shuhang said with a smile. "Fine." Senior White's eyes immediately lit up. "Right, in a few days, we have to go and learn how to fly a plane." "No problem." Shuhang had a bright smile on his face. However, he thought to himself, before learning how to fly a plane, should I ask Senior Yellow Mountain to prepare a spacesuit? He feared that Senior White would get too excited and start messing around with their plane, directly sending it into space and start their voyage toward the moon. Therefore, he had to prepare for all eventualities. Just as they were speaking, the pekingese Daodu ran out of the room. He pounced toward Shuhang and asked, "Shuhang, is that true that you met stupid Yellow Mountain a few days ago?" Shuhang caught Daodu midair and replied, "Yes, I've met him." "Did stupid Yellow Mountain say when he's coming over to bring me home?" asked Daodu with an excited look on his face. Whenever he had run away, True Monarch Yellow Mountain would immediately start looking for him and bring him home. But this time, it had already been a month, and True Monarch hadn't come yet. Daodu found it difficult to accept. True Monarch said to wait a few more days. He said he'd come to get you once he catches and seals that Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist from the Penniless Thief sect again. Shuhang truthfully replied. "He'll come after catching that stupid Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist." Daodu clenched his teeth. "Is that stupid Yellow Mountain really planning to ignore me?" Shuhang made a hollow laugh. "Alright. Let's not talk about stupid Yellow Mountain. You weren't online yesterday, right? Something happened in the group." Daodu left Shuhang's embrace and said, "Yes, I was out of battery yesterday. I forgot to bring a charger with me when I went to J-City." Shuhang replied, "Was someone looking for me?" It was quite embarrassing. The seniors in the group even gave him a 10 million RMB phone recharge to allow him to be always online. And yet, he forgot to bring the battery charger and ended up being unreachable again. Seriously. When Medicine Master returns, ask him to teach you the battery charging technique. It's useful at critical moments. If you could learn the lightning palm, you should have no problems learning the battery charging technique. Daodu said. Battery charging technique? There was even such a mysterious technique? It seemed that the seniors in the group tried very hard to solve the problem of having their mobile phones and laptops run out of battery when away from home. While the man and the dog were chatting, Senior White took the big box and started eating the strawberries. He was in a good mood. Song Shuhang went to the hall upstairs and put in a corner the raw medicinal materials, the 3 million RMB, and all the things obtained from branch leader Jing Mo. Then, he used his computer and opened the 9 provinces number 1 group to read the latest news. The new messages dated back to yesterday afternoon. The first one belonged to Soft Feather and was sent around 2 p.m. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, stressed by a mountain of books, Senior Song, are you there? I was finally able to complete the synchronization with the ghost spirit. Have you already decided where you want to go during summer vacation? If not, we can go to that mysterious island. After half a month, she was finally able to complete the synchronization with the ghost spirit. Now, they could share their energies and consciousness. From now on, whenever she was using this add-on, the true chi inside her body would be purified and her cultivation speed would double. The quantity of true chi inside her body would also double. Moreover, since she had fulfilled her part of the agreement with her father, she could finally leave the island and go out to play. Therefore, she remembered about the mysterious island and asked Song Shuhang to go there. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang's phone was out of battery at the time. However, someone inside the group quickly replied to Soft Feather. Northern River's loose cultivator, oh. You have done well, Soft Feather. It's pretty rare to obtain a ghost spirit, and you already managed to synchronize with it. Senior Northern River's loose cultivator hadn't appeared in a long time. Is he finally back from the mysterious island? This man was the always online brave warrior of the 9 provinces number 1 group. He was the first one to reply whenever someone had a question. If this were a forum, he would be that guy that kept refreshing just to write first, under every post. Since the seniors are happily chatting, it seems that they had safely returned from the mysterious island. I wonder what they discovered in that place. Song Shuhang thought to himself. He quickly scrolled through the chat logs with the mouse. Next, he saw another message from Northern River's loose cultivator, Soft Feather. Do you want to go to the mysterious island with us? Thrice Reckless, Ancient Lake Temple, and I are planning to explore it. Do you want to come with us? Song Shuhang froze on the spot. There was something wrong here. Senior, you 3 went to the mysterious island 20 days ago. But now, you are still planning to explore it? Did they lose their memories? Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather sent a row of question marks. Didn't the 3 seniors just get back from the mysterious island? Subsequently, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber sprung out and said happily, Soft Feather, do you want to go with us? You are most welcome to do so. Also, you can tell Venerable Spirit Butterfly that the 3 of us would be there and would certainly take good care of you. You can tell Venerable not to worry at all. Then, the next message was from True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, Soft Feather, if you want to go together, we should decide on a place to meet at. For this trip to the mysterious island, the 3 of us have prepared a lot of things, be it magic techniques, magical treasures, or modern equipment. We will prepare a set of equipment for you, so you don't have to worry about losing your memories after entering the mysterious island. Even if you really lost your memories, as long as the effects of the magic as well as the modern equipment have not been nullified, we would be able to locate some clue to start from. After True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple's words, the remaining seniors in the group started making their appearances. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly said, Thrice Reckless, don't look at the date, tell me what day and month is it today? It's June 17th, the date we all agreed on to set out. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber quickly replied. Upon seeing that, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple hurriedly looked at the timing at the bottom of the computer screen. Crap, isn't it July 8, 2019? At the same time, Northern River's loose cultivator responded, July 8, 2019? Could it be that there's a problem with all 3 of our memories? There's a problem. Dharma King Creation. There's a problem +2. Cave Lord Snow Wolf said, as he was rejoicing in others' misfortune. +3, sent Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Additionally, it is a huge problem. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman appeared, and continued, your memory loss is worse than that of Medicine Master's 2 Daoist friends, at least they could still remember entering the mysterious island, just that they couldn't recall anything that happened in there. When they woke up, they were just clueless about how they got to a deserted beach. As for the 3 of you, your memories got cut off at the period before setting out. Medicine Master added on, furthermore, when you guys came out of the island, you didn't appear on any beaches. Instead, you guys split up and went home? What I want to know is, after you guys lost your memories, did all 3 of you sleepwalk back to your respective immortal caves? One could imagine that after they came out of the mysterious island, they didn't have a single memory of it. And after returning to their immortal caves and switching on their computers, they probably muddle-headedly thought that they had not set out yet. After that, they decided when to meet again to prepare to set out to the mysterious island once again. Hypothetically, if after their return, nobody reminded Northern River's loose Cultivator, thrice reckless Mad Saber, and True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple that they had lost their memories, perhaps the below might happen, Northern River's loose Cultivator, 3 reckless, Daoist Ancient Lake Temple. Let's go on an adventure to the mysterious island, what do you say? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, let's go, let's go. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, let's go, let's go. Let me prepare some equipment. And then, they once again attempt the mysterious island, and lose their memories again. More than 20 days later. The 3 of them return from the mysterious island again and in a confused state of mind, they contact each other once again. Northern River's loose Cultivator, the 3 of us should go on an adventure to the mysterious island, what do you say? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, let's go, let's go. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, let's go together. Let me prepare some equipment. Why does this sound so familiar? Subsequently, the 3 of them attempt exploring the mysterious island, and lose their memories all over again. Just like that, in a loop, repeating again and again? Of course, the chances of such things happening are rather low, unless the 3 of them don't look at date. Spirit Butterfly Island's soft feather was at a loss for words. She secretly touched her big chest, she got a little frightened. Even the 3 powerful and formidable seniors in the group lost their memories when they went to the mysterious island. If she went there, was there a possibility that she might lose all her memories and return to the mental state of a newborn? Father, would it be better for me to continue cooping myself up at home? At this time, Senior Scholar Drunken Moon said calmly, didn't the 3 of you take all kinds of preventive measures against memory loss? You should take out and inspect the magical treasures, and modern equipment and find out what exactly you experienced on the mysterious island. Northern River's loose Cultivator, I am already looking at it, but all kinds of magic we used had lost its effects. Thrice reckless Mad Saber continued, the investigative magical treasures, those that were used for recon purposes, that we carried with us also lost their effectiveness. The images stored within them are gone, all that's left is nothing but a black screen. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said, well, the pinhole camera still has a few images though. Thereafter, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple sent the images that the pinhole camera took to the chat group. Firstly, it was Northern River and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's faces. It should be taken on June 19th, the image taken when the 3 of them found the mysterious island and prepared to enter it. After that, the next few images were fuzzy and indistinct, they were images of the island. There was a lake and a forest, but they were very ordinary images. It wasn't possible to attain any useful information from just those alone. Lastly, it was Northern River's loose Cultivator's dazed face and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's face, which looked as if he had pulled an all-nighter. It should be the image taken when they had left the mysterious island, before going their separate ways back to their respective homes. Those were the only images, and none of them could remember any of those. After the images were sent, Venerable White appeared and commented in the group, interesting. Senior White's interested in the mysterious island? Song Shuhang turned his head and asked. Thereafter, he saw something interesting. At this moment, Senior White stuffed 7 or 8 bayberries into his mouth. Both of his cheeks were bulging. Pew 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 pew. Senior White spat the seeds one by one into the trash can. One by one, they flew like bullets. I am indeed pretty interested in the mysterious island, but I can't find it, Senior White replied. A very, very long time ago, I heard some news regarding the mysterious island, and I had also tried looking for it several times. However, every time I make my way there, I would get lost. No matter what I did, I just couldn't find the mysterious island. I made 3 or 4 attempts. After that, I was too lazy to continue searching. Senior White couldn't find the island. Could it be attributed to the interference of his good luck? For if Senior White finds the small island, he would lose his memories. Hence, his innate good luck prevented him from entering the mysterious island? From the looks of it, the mysterious island is bad news. Song Shuhang thought, in a while, I'll try to convince Soft Feather to forget about the idea of going to the mysterious island. As he was thinking, he continued to turn his head back to the chat log, scrolling to the next page. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, so you don't have any other leads? Northern River's loose cultivator, only have a pinhole camera with fuzzy indistinct images and clips on my side, basically pretty much the same as what Ancient Lake Temple has, except that instead of being shot from his point of view, it was shot from mine. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, same as Northern River, we are F***ked, we didn't even have a single inkling of what happened. Additionally, I personally could not sense anything amiss. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, at Medicine Master, Brother Medicine Master, have you looked into the reason behind the memory loss of your 2 Daoist friends and their juniors? Medicine Master, yeah, I had somewhat looked into it. The 2 Daoist friends and their children took the initiative to sign something like a contract with someone with much superior power. Thereafter, they sealed their own memories. If nothing unexpected happened, the situation for the 3 of you shouldn't be too different. When the 3 of you have the time, come over. I will help inspect it for all of you. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, Brother Medicine Master, do you have any methods to undo the seal on our memories now? I don't have any way to break that contract, you need to fulfill a clause. But nobody knows what kind of contract you guys made with the powerful being on the mysterious island. As for the clause, apart from you guys, nobody else would know what it was. If we forcefully remove the seal, it could possibly destroy your memories, and make you lose your memories forever, Medicine Master replied at a very fast speed. Obviously, it was typed by Rivoli Purple Mist on his behalf. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was silent for a moment and said, as for the memory loss, Medicine Master, could you help us research a little more with regards to any solutions for that? Besides, as for the memory seal made by the contract, it will not have too much of an impact on your cultivation. Right now, the 3 of you should check what harvest you gained from this trip. Exactly, even though they might have lost their memories upon entering the mysterious island, they couldn't possibly have nothing to show for it, right? Northern River's loose cultivator, I have already checked mine long ago, I only found 2 blades of spirit grass. Honestly, couldn't have made a bigger loss. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, still better than me. I only had a few chunks of cold iron with me, and they are those that can be found anywhere. Not only did I lose my memory, I wasted so much time. In the end, all I had gotten were 2 chunks of cold iron. My heart aches. Brother Thrice Reckless, what about you? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thrice Reckless, don't tell me you had nothing at all. Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked out of curiosity. Initially, before you entered the mysterious island, I helped you tell your fortune. That day, I calculated that your luck was not bad, you should have gotten pretty good rewards from this trip. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber stayed silent for a long time before asking, Immortal Master, where are you? In West China, setting up my stall to tell fortune, replied Immortal Master Copper Trigram. I got it. I'm coming to find you immediately. Thrice Reckless replied. Very obviously, from Immortal Master Copper Trigram's calculations, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber did not get a single thing, not even a strand of fur. If he at least had a piece of cold iron, he wouldn't be this mad. Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Ha ha ha, you black trigram fortune teller. Wait for your impending death. Northern River's loose cultivator laughed out loud. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said coldly, "Humph, a month and a half later, after the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City, I hope you can still laugh by then. This is exactly what I want to say to you. This Northern River is the one who gets the last laugh." Northern River's loose cultivator said happily, as if victory was already in his hands. Next, the seniors within the chat group started to update Northern River's loose cultivator, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, and True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple on the major events and news that happened in the past 20 days. After reading till there, Shuhang silently nodded his head and said in a low voice, "I have decided, I definitely will not meddle with the mysterious island." On the other hand, I was hoping you would find the mysterious island. For all you know, you might leave the place with part of your memories intact and tell me what exactly is in the mysterious island. I am very curious. Senior White casually said. Song Shuhang's body stiffened up. This was something Senior White said casually. It shouldn't be considered as Senior White's blessing, right? Even so, he was still uneasy. He subconsciously pulled out the chat log and took a second look at the pictures of the mountains and lakes of the mysterious island sent by Senior Ancient Lake Temple. Northern River's loose cultivator and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber were the best players on the flooding team. And now that they had returned, the 9 provinces number 1 group had started to get lively. Today, early in the morning, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and Northern River's loose cultivator had already flooded the group. The topic of their conversation was obviously the mysterious island. Since their memories had been sealed, the 3 of them weren't planning to leave it at that. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber wrote in the group, Northern River, you should have a company under your name that is helping China develop space probes to investigate Mars, right? Can you get a hold of one of those probes? If we mess with it a bit, we can modify it and make sure that its signal is not stopped by the protective barrier of the mysterious island. Then, after finding that mysterious island again, we can explore it with the probe. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple also approved. It's a good idea. If we go with our main bodies, we'll end up having our memories sealed. But if we use a probe that can be controlled from long range, we might be able to uncover some of the secrets of the mysterious island. I refuse to believe that that powerful being on the island can seal our memories even at such a distance. It's exactly what I was thinking, Northern River's loose cultivator said. My original plan was to develop various probes and send them in the proximity of celestial bodies nearby with my flying sword once I had reached the 6th stage True Monarch realm. I wanted to search for natural resources that would be useful for cultivation. However, building probes capable of exploring Mars isn't an easy feat. It will take time. It's fine. No need to rush. We can wait. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. After seeing these messages, Song Shuhang's heart was in turmoil. The seniors in the group were already investing money in the aviation industry. Were they planning to conquer space? In the following messages, the seniors were discussing how to modify those probes. They all seemed very happy. Afterward, Northern River started to flood the chat with another topic. I've read on the Daily Cultivator that Immortal Fairy Bishue's Immortal Feast has already reached the preparatory stage. Who has an extra invitation? As soon as I thought of the Immortal Feast, my mouth started watering. An extra invitation? You might try to ask 7. Their Spirit River Sioux clan might have a few invitations. True Monarch Yellow Mountain should also have one. I don't know about the others, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple softly said. This year, I got only one invitation. I don't have an extra one. Northern River's loose cultivator said excitedly, at Sioux Clan 7, do you have an extra invitation? I don't. I already gave it to someone else as a gift. 7 appeared and replied. At this very moment, he was tormenting branch leader Jing Mo in the HQ of the Sioux clan. He was hoping to obtain reliable information about the branches of the limitless demon sect. Northern River's loose cultivator was depressed. Then, he said to True Monarch Yellow Mountain, True Monarch, do you have an extra invitation? I don't. This year, my quota was halved. I'll be able to bring only Daodu with me, True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied. I think others don't have extra invitations either. For some unknown reason, Immortal Fairy Bishui reduced the number of invitations this year. If you used to get 2, 3 invitations before, this year you'll get only 1. No. I too want to see Immortal Fairy Bishui. What kind of rare ingredients will she need for this year's immortal feast? In the worst case, I'll go look for those rare ingredients on the list and get the invite that way. Northern River's loose cultivator said depressed. Every year, Immortal Fairy Bishui would hand out a few invitations for the immortal feast to powerful sects and families. In exchange, these powerful sects and families would provide Bishui with a lot of cultivation resources and rare ingredients. The more ingredients and cultivation resources one provided, the larger would be the number of invitations one would get. And, aside from the immortal feast, Bishui would also occasionally hold banquets for these top contributors. However, there would be some ingredients that even powerful families and sects were unable to provide. Therefore, Immortal Fairy Bishui would compile a list of ingredients. If there were anyone that could provide 20 of the ingredients on the list, they would be able to get an invite to the immortal feast. It's too early for the list. Those families and sects have just started to provide ingredients. Once they're done, and if there are still missing ingredients, Immortal Fairy will compile the list. You better prepare carefully, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber also sent a smiling emoji, Northern River, you better prepare carefully. If Immortal Fairy Bishui isn't interested in your ingredients, you can hand them over to me at a low price, scram. Said Northern River's loose cultivator angrily. How can the ingredients demanded by Bishui for her immortal feast be ordinary? Low price your sister. Song Shuhang saw the messages and held his chin, this immortal feast seems really special. Even a senior like Northern River's loose cultivator is doing everything he can to participate. I wonder what type of person this Immortal Fairy Bishui is that she can stir up the entire world of cultivators. The immortal feast isn't half bad. After eating the food there, not only your cultivation, but also your lifespan, body, and latent talent will get a boost. It has a lot of benefits, and it's also very delicious. Venerable White nodded and said. Senior White, are you also participating? Song Shuhang asked. Venerable White shook his head, I participated, but it was 400 years ago. However, after I refused her marriage proposal, Bishui didn't invite me to the immortal feast ever again. Song Shuhang blinked. He suddenly got the feeling that things won't go too smoothly for him at the immortal feast. After he finished reading old chat logs, Song Shuhang wrote in the group. Stressed by a mountain of books, at Spirit Butterfly Island soft feather, I wasn't online yesterday. If you really want to look for a place to explore, can we change it? Everything except the mysterious island is fine. I'm free for 2 months during this summer vacation. However, Soft Feather wasn't online. Therefore, she didn't reply. Next, Song Shuhang wrote, at Sioux Clan 7, Senior 7, how is 16th's injury? Last time, you left so quickly that I didn't even have time to ask. Now that he thought about it, 7 really kept him over last time. Senior White's person delivering technique taught him the true meaning of fast and furious. After that experience, he decided never to try it a second time. The first one to reply was Northern River's loose cultivator, little friend Shuhang. What happened to 16? Northern River's loose cultivator was worried about 16. However, he entered the mysterious island around 20 days ago. Therefore, he knew nothing about the affair between 7, the immortal farming sect, the Moon Saber sect, and Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang had yet to reply when 7 wrote, haha. I'm sorry for letting little friend Shuhang and brother Northern River worry. 16 received some wounds from the heavenly tribulation, but she is much better right now. Can I help in any way? Northern River's loose cultivator said. There is one way. 7 said, if there is someone that has the skeletal dragon's withered vine, please contact me. With this medicinal herb, 16's wounds will recover at a faster pace. Skeletal dragon's withered vine, this thing is pretty rare. Northern River's loose cultivator heaved a sigh. The skeletal dragon's withered vine was a rare spiritual herb growing on the skeleton of dead dragons, and that dead dragon didn't refer to dinosaurs, but real dragons. However, dragons had their own tombs, and very few died in the external world. Moreover, the corpse of a dragon would take millennia to decompose. It was not easy to find one that was already a skeleton. It's not actually this troublesome. The skeletal dragon's withered vine growing on the corpse of a flood dragon will also do. 7 sent a smiling emoji. In that case, there might be a chance of obtaining it. I'll go and ask some of my friends. Maybe they have it in their collection, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Song Shuhang typed on the keyboard, but he didn't send his message. He was only a small cultivator of the first stage. He didn't even know what the skeletal dragon's withered vine looked like, let alone where to search it. At this moment, he realized how insignificant he was. If he were a powerful cultivator like Northern River's loose cultivator, he too would have been able to lend a hand. Don't worry about it. Everyone has to start from zero and will gradually get stronger. Don't enter a dead alley. Otherwise, you'll strengthen your inner demon. At this time, Venerable White suddenly appeared at his side and patted his shoulder. Song Shuhang silently nodded. If you have time, you should take a look at Daoist scriptures. Buddhist ones are also good. If you don't like either of them, you can read Western religious texts. Anyway, these texts have the power to weaken your inner demon and calm your heart and mind, said Venerable White with a laugh. I understand. If I just have to read books, it's not a problem. After all, I like them quite a bit. Song Shuhang chuckled. No matter what type of book it was, as long as it was something he hadn't already read, he would have no problem reading it for a whole afternoon without getting bored. It seemed that he would have to go to freeload books at the store of the pretty shop owner soon. China. In a small temple named Faraway Wandering Temple. This temple was very small, but there were a lot of visitors. Many of them were lighting up incense. Therefore, this temple was shrouded in incense smoke all year long, to the point that one couldn't clearly see what its interior looked like. Concealed under the smoke was a big pagoda. After passing through the entrance of the pagoda, one could see that inside the temple was a real fairyland. Tall mountains, running water, and countless Buddhist relics were the core of the real, faraway wandering temple. The faraway wandering temple was situated in a place that was in the middle of our world in another dimension, concealed and at the same time visible. Inside the temple was a huge empty ground. It was a basketball court. It was at least 10 times bigger than an ordinary basketball court. On the edge of this basketball court were many plates dripping with blood. Using true chi and spiritual energy while playing basketball is a shameful behavior. We only use our bodies. Abbot profound principle. While playing basketball in the faraway wandering temple, using cultivation techniques is a crime worthy of death. Religious discipline courtyard's wondrous principle. Whoever uses magical treasures to cheat while playing basketball will be sentenced to cleaning cooking pots for 10 years. Janitor Courtyard's Oceanic Principle. There were other similar writings, and the characters were all dripping with blood. However, even if chi and blood, true chi, spiritual energy, and cultivation techniques were banned, it seemed as though demons were dancing on the basketball court. At this time, a senior monk on the court jumped. This jump was over 30 meters high. Then, he used an incredible tomahawk dunk to score a point, making the entire court explode with cheers. Then, another senior monk relied on the speed of his powerful body and an exquisite footwork to leave behind several afterimages. After getting past 3 people that were trying to obstruct him, he used a 3-step layup to successfully score a point. The only problem was that these steps were a bit larger. A single step covered a distance of 2 meters. At this time, one of the disciples that were spectating the match said to young monk 3 Realms who was on the court, "Senior brother 3 Realms, that stressed by a mountain of books you told me to pay attention to is now online." "Oh, is he finally online?" Senior brother 3 Realms chuckled. Afterward, he jumped high and did a beautiful 360-degree spin midair before backhandedly scoring a point. After this fantastic dunk, all the fellow disciples in the court exploded in cheers. Substitution F***CK, I almost sprained my waist. I should stop showing off like that. Without true chi, one should do only 180-degree spins. On the other hand, we should tell the master workers to build a more solid basketball court where we can freely use true yuan, spiritual energy, and the like. That would be super cool. Senior brother 3 Realms massaged his sprained waist and laughed, allowing a junior brother to take his place. Then, he took out his phone and sent a message to Shuhang, "Junior brother Shuhang, you're finally online. I called you yesterday, but your phone was off. Senior White must be with you now, right?" Shuhang quickly replied to the message, "Hee. It's truly embarrassing, but my phone was out of battery yesterday. I've just got home, and yes, Senior White is also here. Huh. Then, tell Senior White to determine the coordinates with me. Later, I'll send you the supplementary technique immovable body of the Buddha via flying sword." Senior brother 3 Realms said. He chose to use a flying sword instead of a computer because this information was too important. It absolutely couldn't be disclosed. Even if sending files online was quick and convenient, there was a risk that information would be leaked. Therefore, it was used only to transmit unimportant stuff or small techniques, like the one to control mental energy. For example, Senior brother 3 Realms sent to Shuhang the brand induction technique, spirit brand technique, and temporary sword controlling technique via computer not too long ago. However, real cultivation techniques were physically delivered, and even the USB flash drive containing the information had various layers of protection as to avoid others stealing it. "I see. I'll tell Senior White." Shuhang replied. Then, he also asked, "Senior brother 3 Realms, do you happen to have a phone charging technique too?" Young monk 3 Realms, the phone charging technique? Oh, it seems there is indeed such a technique. However, before learning that technique, you must first convert the energy inside your body into electricity. Wait till you reach the 2nd stage True Master Realm before studying it. Moreover, aren't you part of the 9 provinces number 1 group? That technique was invented by one of the seniors there. You should be able to find it in the group space. Thanks. Shuhang replied. Then, he turned his head and looked at Senior White. Senior White, pew pew pew, it seemed that Senior White was really enjoying eating those bayberries. Senior White, Senior brother 3 Realms wants to send me something with the flying sword. Can you lock coordinates with him? Shuhang asked. 3 Realms? Are you talking about Profound Principles disciple? That boy has already reached the 4th stage and can now control a flying sword, huh? These youngsters are sure growing fast. When I saw him several hundred years ago, he was nothing but a little kid that had just become Profound Principle's disciple. Venerable White nodded as he reminisced about the past. However, Song Shuhang felt that this Venerable White acting as an old man was rather out of place. Was it due to Senior White's young appearance? Senior White went to the veranda and pointed his finger at the sky, standing perfectly still. On the other side, in the faraway wandering temple, Senior Brother Three Realm had a similar posture, with his finger pointing toward the sky. They mutually locked down coordinates. Senior Brother, here is the flying sword to send the documents. A little monk ran over, dripping with sweat. He was holding a sword made of black iron. It was the same sword used by Great Master Profound Principle and Medicine Master to exchange materials back then. It seemed that Song Shuhang and this flying sword were bound by fate. It's worthily the sword used by the abbot to send materials. It's very heavy. The little monk felt that this sword was even heavier than a person. This flying sword is made of a very hard material. Therefore, it's normal for it to be heavy. Senior Brother Three Realms said with a smile. Then, he put various layers of protection on the USB flash drive. If someone tried to forcefully remove them, the USB flash drive would self-destruct. Next, he placed it on the flying sword and performed a hand seal, sword controlling technique, go. Swish. The flying sword made of black iron flew from the hands of the little monk and soared toward the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The nearby disciples looked at Senior Brother Three Realms with admiration. He could control and ride flying swords, and he had reached the 4th stage innate realm at a very young age. Becoming like Three Realms was the goal of many disciples of the faraway wandering temple. Continue playing. In a while, if there is someone who is tired, I can take their place, Senior Brother Three Realms said with a smile and headed toward the crowd at the edge of the basketball court, preparing to sub in at any time. Even if he was Great Master Profound Principle's direct disciple, he wasn't arrogant. He had a very good relationship with the other disciples of the temple. Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Senior White took his finger back and said, done. The flying sword should be here in around 4-5 hours. Thank you, Senior White. Then, Song Shuhang opened the chat of the 9 Provinces #1 group on his computer and entered the group space, starting to scroll through the material shared in the group. Found it. Title: Afraid to find your phone out battery while away from home? Afraid that your electronic equipment would stop working while braving dangers outside? The one and only battery charging technique will relieve you from your worries. Fellow Daoists, how about giving it a try? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Ah! As soon as he saw the title, even without reading the name, Song Shuhang knew that this was Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's work. Since the title was so long, Song Shuhang ignored it every time he scrolled through the documents in the group space. He didn't expect it to contain such a practical and useful technique. Anyway, I didn't expect Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber to be the creator of this technique. It's too different from his usual self. After all, Senior Thrice Reckless main occupation should be to seek death, and it doesn't have any relations with developing new techniques. Song Shuhang opened the file and carefully looked at the principles behind the battery charging technique. After a while, he raised his head, which was about to explode. This battery charging technique should have been only a minor technique, but when describing the technique, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had used many cultivation-related theories. And even when describing its usage, he had used many technical terms. Song Shuhang understood almost nothing. That document about mental energy sent by Scholar Drunken Moon was rather easy to understand. Song Shuhang had comprehended everything after reading it only once. On the other hand, this technique developed by Senior Thrice Reckless wasn't really suitable for beginners. Luckily, Senior White is around. Shuhang turned his head and looked at Senior White. Their eyes met, and then, pew pew pew, Senior White really liked those bayberries. He had already finished a big box of them. Senior, there is this battery charging technique, but I don't understand how to use it. Shuhang pointed at the contents of the battery charging technique on the screen. Let me take a look. Venerable White came closer and used his finger to follow the words on the screen as he read them. After a few seconds, I more or less understood the principle behind it. I'll try it out in a while. Then, I'll teach it to you. Senior White said. Thank you, Senior. Shuhang clenched his fist and made a cool pose. I'm lucky to have Senior White to help me. It's nothing, Venerable White said calmly. Right, I remembered something. That agent hired by Yellow Mountain called yesterday. He said that all the cars booked by Yellow Mountain would be delivered tomorrow or the day after. Once we're free, we should go over and check the merchandise. Sure, no problem. Shuhang nodded. He thought that it was time to visit home after settling this matter. After all, he was in the middle of summer vacation. He too should make a trip back home. Otherwise, Mama Song will start to worry. Moreover, he really wanted to let his parents and close friends try the spirit green tea to improve their health. 2 hours later. Inside the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather got online, and after sending a cute smiling emoji, she replied to Shuhang, stressed by a mountain of books, Senior Song, I'm of the same mind. This mysterious island seems way too dangerous. In addition, I found another good location. Hee. This morning, I discovered a treasure map amongst Father's notes. It seemed rather interesting. Senior Song, let's go treasure hunting together. A treasure map? It seems interesting. It's good for youngsters to go out and gain some experience. Good luck, Soft Feather. Northern River's loose cultivator was the first one to reply. However, he thought to himself, it's not easy to be a father. Venerable Spirit Butterfly must have carefully planned all of this. Since he feared that his daughter would decide to go to the mysterious island on a whim, Venerable Spirit Butterfly quickly prepared a treasure map to keep her occupied. This way, she would be able to satisfy her desire to explore unknown places. He was very careful and didn't let her discover anything unusual. It was likely that even this place where the treasure was buried had been meticulously prepared by Venerable Spirit Butterfly. This was the love of a parent. Stressed by a mountain of books, sure. I'm free for these 2 months. Just send me a message when you want to go. I need to settle some small matters first. Once I'm done dealing with them, I'll pack the necessary equipment for the journey. Said Soft Feather happily. Then, she added, right. Senior Song, the spirit green tea leaves I personally picked have entered the final refining stage. Once they're ready, I'll send them to you. At the time, remember to give me an address. Sure. Thank you, Soft Feather, Shuhang said. Speaking of which, I have received many things from Soft Feather. When I have the chance, I should try to repay the favor. At this time, another ID popped out in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. King Daoist, Yellow Mountain, Yellow Mountain. When are you coming to get me? In the past few days, when Shuhang wasn't home, Daoist had requested to enter the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly replied, soon. I'll give you half a month. If you aren't here by then, I'll bite your Jade Palace heaven-piercing shuttle and fill it with holes. Daoist threatened. True Monarch Yellow Mountain broke out in cold sweat. The Jade Palace heaven-piercing shuttle was his little darling. It was an immortal boat, which could be considered the same as a luxury car for cultivators, and it would let you gain a lot of face whenever you were out with it. Daoist meant what he said. If he said he was going to bite it, then he would bite it. In addition, I want to get a car license. Daoist added. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, stop causing trouble. Why do you even need a car license? King Daoist, do I need a reason? The people around me, Senior Venerable White and Song Shuhang, have already learned driving and even gotten their driver's license. I'm the only one who doesn't have it. Wouldn't it make me seem very out of the loop? I don't care, I just don't care. In any case, you have to make a driver's license for me too. I still want to learn how to drive in the car, I want to drive. Stupid Yellow Mountain, do you hear me? True Monarch Yellow Mountain. System notification: King Daoist was muted by the founder of the group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, for 1 day. Daoist snorted, you think muting me is good enough? He used his paw and proficiently scrolled to the private message page, Stupid Yellow Mountain, Stupid Mountain. Even if I can't chat on the chat group, I still have private message function. And then Daoist continued, I want to drive, can you agree please? I beg you. Quit fooling around, you're a Pekingese, how are you gonna learn how to drive? True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied. How mean, stupid Yellow Mountain, you bully dogs. Daoist, who was mad and resentful, said, so what if I'm a Pekingese? I have paws that can hold onto the steering wheel, I can become bigger and my legs would be able to reach the brake and gas pedals. I have been reading about the theory behind driving for the past few days and I have already memorized all the traffic knowledge, I can do it. Song Shuhang turned his head and stared at Daoist's computer screen. Ever since he had opened his eye aperture, his eyesight became very good. He could see all of Daoist's exchange with True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Upon reading what Daoist said, an image of a Pekingese-like person sitting in the car with both hands on the steering wheel and driving earnestly appeared in his mind. His 2 dog legs could even step on the clutch, gas, and brake pedals. That image was simply way too perfect. Don't talk about the rest, just him driving on the road alone is enough to scare ordinary people to death. Traffic police wouldn't even dare to stop him. Would you dare to risk your life to stop a driving dog? Would you want to throw your life away? What if you get run over and die? Who's gonna compensate you? In any case, no means no. Wait till you have condensed a monster core and are able to transform into human form, then we shall talk about driving lessons. Otherwise, there's no need for further discussion. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said resolutely. Stupid Yellow Mountain. Stupid Yellow Mountain. Stupid Yellow Mountain, X23 Daoist flooded his screen out of discontentment. True Monarch Yellow Mountain sent a and said, stop throwing tantrums or I'll kick you out from the 9 provinces #1 chat group. And ban your user account forever under the group settings. Daoist's scrolling paw paused. After a long time, he lifted his head 45 degrees, his entire dog face was filled with sadness and loneliness. Song Shuhang thought that Daoist admitted defeat. Instead, he saw Daoist sigh and say, stupid Yellow Mountain, you have really forced me into using my big move. Thereafter, Song Shuhang saw that Daoist took a screenshot of his conversation with Monarch Yellow Mountain and proficiently selected a member from his friends list. It was Fairy Lychee, that fairy who was very beautiful and loved taking selfies. And then, Daoist sent a private message to Fairy Lychee, Big Sister Lychee. He even sent a, oh, it's little Daoist. How come you suddenly thought of private messaging me today? Fairy Lychee added a behind, she had to be really fond of Daoist. I'm here to lodge a complaint, True Monarch Yellow Mountain bullied me, I feel wronged. Daoist added a, and sent the screenshot he had taken of their conversation to Fairy Lychee. Daoist's screenshot was as such, King Daoist, I want to drive, can you agree please? I beg you. A pretty mild tone. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, quit fooling around, you're a Pekingese, how are you gonna learn how to drive? King Daoist, so what if I'm a Pekingese? I have paws that can hold on to the steering wheel, I can become bigger and my legs would be able to reach the brake and gas pedals. I have been reading about the theory behind driving for the past few days and I have already memorized all the traffic knowledge, I can do it. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, no means no. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, stop throwing tantrums or I'll kick you out from the 9 provinces #1 chat group. Then, the screenshot ended. Indeed. Daoist deleted the content of his scoldings directed at True Monarch Yellow Mountain, leaving behind only True Monarch Yellow Mountain's cold words and emoticons. Fairy Lychee quickly sent a emoticon. After that, she replied, "How could this True Monarch Yellow Mountain treat you like this, Daoist? Hold on, I will administer justice for you." After speaking, Fairy Lychee went offline. Daoist continued to hold his head 45 degrees towards the sky, his face filled with sadness. However, at the same time, he was also obviously pleased with himself. Sigh, if revenge breeds revenge, will there be an end to it? Why do it in the first place? When Shuhang saw this, he felt as though his eyes really went blind. Daoist had broadened Shuhang's mind once again, establishing a new low for the words, cute pet. In the future, I will never, ever keep monster pets whatsoever. Shuhang swore in his heart. At this time, on the 69th peak of the limitless demon sect, the Maharaga Peak, young Master Hai sat quietly next to the sea of clouds, resting his chin on his hand. Within the sea of clouds, Zhengneng was dripping with sweat. He practiced the basic swordplay over and over again, training his body. The sea of clouds rolled, and Demon Monarch Anji's actual body emerged from within the clouds. "That fella Jing Mo got captured," said Demon Monarch Anji right after he showed himself. Upon hearing this news, young Master Hai's face couldn't help but stiffen. "I do remember Master giving Jing Mo a talisman treasure with the blood evasion technique for this mission. That was a top-notch escaping technique that was known to allow one to elude from 6th stage True Monarch's hands. Branch leader Jing Mo was actually unable to escape. What kind of enemy did he face? An old 6th stage, who had already reached the peak of True Monarch stage? Or a scary and formidable 7th stage spiritual venerable? Zhengneng stopped his sword practice and shook off the sweat on his face. He rode on his sword and approached Demon Monarch Anji saying, "Was it because Jing Mo was too careless and didn't have an opportunity to use the blood evasion technique, talisman treasure? Or was he captured alive by force?" This time, Jing Mo was not careless. He even brought his only friend, Daoist Half-Gourd, along with him for this operation against Stressed by a Mountain of Books. At that time, Stressed by a Mountain of Books was alone. He did not have any senior cultivator following him. It was the best opportunity to deal with him. Demon Monarch Anji sighed with emotion. Daoist Half-Gourd? Is it that famous loose cultivator? He has a bottle gourd in his possession, he's pretty difficult to deal with. Zhengneng furrowed his brows. When he was in the immortal farming sect, he had heard of the name of this Daoist Half-Gourd. His power and capability were mediocre, but because of the bottle gourd, he was able to become one of the top few within 4th stage cultivators. However, that Stressed by a Mountain of Books was able to get rid of Daoist Half-Gourd, who would be a pain even to us if we were to want to get rid of him, by using just a magical treasure to pierce him to death and then send his corpse to somewhere unknown. Upon thinking back on what his clone saw, Demon Monarch Anji still felt the lingering fear. His clone couldn't even tell exactly what magical treasure Stressed by a Mountain of Books used, he could only see a ray of light, which went at an extremely fast speed. Thereafter, Daoist Half-Gourd was dead. Demon Monarch Anji thought, if he were Daoist Half-Gourd, he also wouldn't have much confidence in depending solely on that one magical treasure to defend himself from that magical treasure. Young Master Hai squinted his eyes and guessed, "I think that magical treasure should be usable only once." If not, Jing Mo would have used the blood evasion technique to escape as soon as he could. Yes, after Stressed by a Mountain of Books used the magical treasure, he did not have as much strength to resist. He took 2 consecutive strikes from Jing Mo's sword, and almost got slashed to death. But Jing Mo never expected that stressed by a mountain of books actually had another mystical escaping technique and that its speed would be that fast. Even Jing Mo had to use his maximum strength and speed in order to keep up with that escaping technique. The speed of my clone could not keep up with them, however, and it could only watch them get further and further away. Demon Monarch Anji sighed heavily. Zhengning nodded and said, that stressed by a mountain of books got to know so many senior cultivators, it's not surprising for him to be equipped with 1 or 2 escaping techniques. Jing Mo's brain ultimately was not bright enough, he didn't take any precautions. As for what happened later on, I am not sure. But not long later, I received definite news stating that Su Clan's 7 captured branch leader Jing Mo alive and brought him back to the headquarters of the Spirit River Su Clan. The corner of Demon Monarch Anji's mouth twitched a little. The Spirit River Su Clan was a rather enormous aristocratic family that was not weaker than the Limitless Demon sect. Additionally, they had a lot of strategies and tricks. Once branch leader Jing Mo got brought back there, he might leak out a lot of information pertaining to the Limitless Demon sect. Young Master Hai's fingers lightly tapped on his thigh as he answered, no harm, the things that Jing Mo is aware of ain't much. The Spirit River Su Clan wouldn't be able to get much information from him. Additionally, I will contact the branch members that were originally under Jing Mo and tell them to retreat ASAP to avoid getting taken revenge on by the Spirit River Su Clan. Brother Seven's power and capability can be rated as top-notch amongst 5th stage cultivators. None of the branches would be able to withstand his fury. If you had known earlier, you wouldn't have angered Su Clan 7. Demon Monarch Anji replied as he smiled. No. I am instead lucky that I chose Brother 7 as my target. He is my biggest encouragement and motivation on my path to cultivation. Between the 2 of us, only one can live. With such pressure present, I will grow even faster. Young Master Hai smiled. He got up and leapt into the sea of clouds, going in the direction of the formation used by Limitless Demon sect to contact the outside world. Lunatic. Demon Monarch Anji muttered. Another 2 hours went by. Venerable White, pew 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 pew. Next to him were 3 huge boxes of bayberries. The box that Song Shuhang brought back had been finished a long time ago. After that, Senior White rode the flying sword till the Luo Xin Street area near Jiangnan College Town and brought back 4 boxes of bayberries in one go. Venerable White stood up and said to Song Shuhang, the flying sword is gonna be here soon, come with me to receive it. Okay. Song Shuhang leapt up. Basic Buddhist Fist Technique Supplementary Technique, the immovable body of the Buddha. Just by listening to its name, it seemed like a rather fierce technique. But, this was a supplementary technique that would bring him 1 step closer to strengthening his body and speeding up the process of opening his first stage apertures. It was a technique that he urgently needed. Venerable White pointed at the sky, there was a faint, white light flickering in the distance. Very soon, a black sword appeared in the sky, speeding towards Venerable White. Faintly, Song Shuhang heard a scream. This frequency of the scream, he was all too familiar with it. These screams, every 2 screams, an intermittent pause, that was exactly like that time when he was being sent to Tubo's grandfather's house in J-City by Senior White's person delivering flying sword when Venerable White was in a foul mood. Senior Brother 3 Realms said he wanted to send a USB flash drive containing the immovable body of the Buddha, but did he casually send a person along with it? That couldn't be the case, right? Just as Song Shuhang was thinking about it, that black flying sword already got closer and closer. And then, there was indeed a person on it. He was a little bald-headed boy, roughly around 8 years old, with his mouth making shrieks with the same rhythmic tempo as Song Shuhang at that time. This little baldy was chubby and plump, his whole face was round, and his eyes very big. He had the kind of look that people were generally fond of, the cute little fatty look that made people wish they could nibble his face whenever they see it. But at this time, tears were gushing from the cute small monk's eyes, due to the extreme speed of the flying sword. His mucus and saliva were flying behind him and his little face turned pale due to excessive fright. The last time Senior White sent Song Shuhang, he had created a layer of light and glued Song Shuhang to it. However, there was no layer of light between the small monk's body and the surface of the flying sword. It was purely the material-delivering flying sword technique. At this moment, the small monk was tenaciously clinging onto the flying sword with his whole body in order not to fall from the flying sword. Luckily, his monk's robes, which were made from some unknown material, did not get torn or cut by the sharp flying sword when he was hugging onto it tightly. Hence, he did not get cut into half by the flying sword. The only thing that was better than Song Shuhang was that his hair wouldn't become like Shamate One Youth's broom-like hair or exploded hair, for the small monk did not have any hair to begin with. Senior White, is my vision getting worse lately, or do I see a small monk on the flying sword? Yeah, there is a small monk, Senior White nodded calmly. Damn, there really is a small monk on it. Didn't Senior Brother Three Realms only send a USB flash drive? Why did he send along a small monk? Song Shuhang pinched his chin. Suddenly, both his eyes lit up and said, Senior White, could it be that this small monk is the sword spirit of the flying sword? No, you think too much. Senior White calmly continued, that is just an ordinary first-stage small monk who just completed the foundation establishment. Song Shuhang felt his scalp swell, his subconsciousness was telling him that, perhaps, this could be another huge trouble knocking on his door. Swoosh! The flying sword gracefully landed in front of Senior White, steadily floating in midair. The small monk finally stopped screaming. A moment later, he reached out with his hands and wiped his tears and attempted to get up from the flying sword with both legs trembling. However, his legs were too wobbly, he tried getting up quite a number of times but failed. Hello, benefactors. The small monk was laying on the sword with his palms put together in a respectful greeting. Then, he turned his head toward Song Shuhang in a robot-like manner asking, Benefactor, can you lend me a helping hand? My legs are wobbly, I can't get down. Song Shuhang forced a laugh and was preparing to pick the small monk up. Senior White suddenly started pondering seriously and started chanting the sword formula as he said, Shuhang, that fella Three Realms most likely sent the wrong item. I feel that we should send the flying sword and the small monk back. Oh, yeah, you're right. Song Shuhang nodded, but Senior, can you use this sword? At that time, Medicine Master was unable to activate Great Master Profound Principle's flying sword and even needed Song Shuhang's help in sending the flying sword back via express delivery. Venerable White replied, Don't worry, this time Monk Profound Principle had already undid the lock on the flying sword. His disciple Three Realms could use it, I can also activate the flying sword and channel my spiritual energy into it and send it flying back. Don't do it, no. This small monk will die. The small monk was unable to maintain his stern look and started shouting. At the same time, he quickly reached his hand and took out a USB flash drive from the sword hilt and said, You must be Senior Brother Song Shuhang, this is what Senior Brother Three Realms wanted to send you. Inside, it contains the supplementary technique, immovable body of the Buddha. This small monk will not tell lies, once you open it, you'll know. Song Shuhang took the USB flash drive and gave it to Senior White. Senior White took it and examined it for a bit before saying, Yeah, there isn't a problem with the USB flash drive, it is indeed this one. As for the restriction lock, I will contact Three Realms in a while to get him to send the technique to undo it. Song Shuhang nodded his head in silence. Senior Brother Shuhang, can you help me get down now? The small monk used pitiful eyes to look at Song Shuhang with both palms joined together and a pleading facial expression. Yeah, but you are? Song Shuhang asked. I am Guogua, 6 years old this year. I am Abbot Profound Principle's 78th direct disciple. The small monk had a stern little face, but his forehead could not hide his happiness. He said, I just completed my foundation establishment not long ago. When I get promoted to the second stage I would be able to get my own Dharma name. I am very awesome. This little fatty was actually only 6 years old, but his appearance was undoubtedly that of an 8-year-old's. Did you sneak out? Song Shuhang asked. The small monk's facial expression changed. A moment later, he clenched his teeth and looked like he was at a loss, then said, No. Right, Senior Brother 3 Realms sent me here. After finishing his sentence, he put his palms together once again and continuously chanted the many names of Buddha. Oh. Song Shuhang nodded. Thereafter, Song Shuhang took out his phone. He was about to give Senior Brother 3 Realms a call. The small monk had sharp eyes, and he could see who Song Shuhang was trying to contact on his phone. His face turned white immediately. I'm sorry. Senior Brother Shuhang, this small monk indeed sneaked out. Please do not call Senior Brother 3 Realms. At the side, Senior White plainly said, monks cannot tell lies. You broke the rules. The small monk's face immediately looked sick. As expected, we have to send him back, I guess? Senior White once again started to chant the sword formula. The small monk panicked immediately and said, No, don't, I'll die. When I was on my way here, my legs already got wobbly. If I get on another document-delivering flying sword, I'll surely fall off halfway through the journey. I don't want to go to heaven so soon. Don't worry. When Senior White heard his concern, he immediately became full of confidence and said, I can use the person-delivering flying sword method to send you back. It's just like riding on a flying sword. The layer of light will keep you glued tightly onto the flying sword, and you certainly won't fall off. This method is really good. Shuhang tried it before. Right, Shuhang? Song Shuhang forced a smile and nodded, yes. Your safety's guaranteed. And its speed is really fast. Its speed is really fast. Upon hearing this description, the small monk's face became dark. I'm just messing with you, Song Shuhang laughed. He reached out with his hands and carried the small monk down from the flying sword. At this time, his phone rang. Song Shuhang looked at it, and it turned out Senior Brother 3 Realms was calling him, hence he picked it up. It's Junior Brother Shuhang, right? Has the documents delivering flying sword arrived? Came Senior Brother 3 Realms' voice from the phone. Song Shuhang glanced at the stiff small monk, whose palms were joined together, at the side and laughed, Yeah, I just received it, Senior Brother. Also, is there a fat little small monk on the sword, the kind that looks very mischievous? Senior Brother 3 Realms' voice sounded rather worried. Yeah, there is one, he's called Guogua, right? Song Shuhang replied. Senior Brother 3 Realms on the other end of the line heaved a sigh of relief and said, That little rascal. He actually sneaked onto my documents delivering flying sword and ran out. To think he could actually pull that off. Thereafter, Senior Brother narrated a few matters to Song Shuhang. The small monk Guogua was brought back to the temple by Great Master Profound Principle and was accepted as a disciple. It was said that he was the descendant of an old deceased friend of Great Master Profound Principles. According to faraway wandering temple's rules, if a disciple had not been promoted to the third stage acquired realm, he cannot leave the temple. However, this little fella was extremely daring. The other day, he put a talisman on his body that allowed him to hide himself and then attached himself to the black iron flying sword. No wonder when the young novice monk collected the sword he said that the black iron sword was rather heavy. At that time, the small monk had already hid and shrunk himself, sitting on top of the flying sword. Thereafter, Senior Brother Three Realms sent the flying sword to Song Shuhang's, along with the small monk on it. Song Shuhang couldn't help but look at the small monk. That little fella was just standing in a daze at the side with his hands together. By just looking at him, one might think that he was an extremely well-behaved child, the kind that wouldn't go against the words of adults. Nobody would have thought he would ever do something such as propping himself on top of the flying sword, riding on it to escape from the faraway wandering temple. I have to trouble you, little friend Shuhang, to help me take care of him for about 2 to 3 days, a week at most. After that, a junior brother who would make his way to the area of Jiangnan would take that little junior brother back, said Senior Brother Three Realms. Actually, Senior Brother Three Realms could ride the flying sword himself and bring that small monk back. It was just that when he saw how much that little fella suffered to run away, his heart softened quite a bit, and he decided to let him play outside for a few days. Besides, there was Senior White next to Song Shuhang, so his safety was guaranteed. Taking care of him for a few days isn't a problem, but in a few days' time, I would be making a trip to my hometown. I am having a vacation break right now. If he doesn't come within 2 to 3 days, you might have to trouble that senior brother to make a trip to my hometown to pick up the small monk, said Song Shuhang. Alright, no problem, said Senior Brother Three Realms. Yeah, that's all for now. Just as Song Shuhang was about to hang up, Senior White gestured at Song Shuhang to pass the phone to him. After receiving the phone, Senior White asked, Three Realms, tell me the method to unlock the USB flash drive. Alright, Senior. Senior Brother Three Realms started to explain to Senior White the steps to unlock it. Song Shuhang moved towards the small monk Guogua. Senior Brother Shuhang, I'm sorry to trouble you. The small monk placed his palms together, and bowed. He. Song Shuhang's movements were as fast as lightning. He pinched the fat cheeks of the small monk and used his strength to pull them apart. That was exactly what he wanted to do the moment he first laid his eyes on the small monk. It was especially interesting seeing the small monk keeping a straight face, not daring to resist. Little fella, when you snuck out of the faraway wandering temple, was it purely because you wanted to play? Song Shuhang asked. This small monk is no playful person who just wants to have fun. Guogua kept a stern face. Then why did you go through all that trouble to get out for? Asked Shuhang out of curiosity. The small monk looked slightly at a loss and clenched his teeth saying, Senior Brother Shuhang, if you swear you won't tell anyone, I can tell you the reason why I ran away. No problem, I feel that my lips are sealed pretty tightly. Song Shuhang said earnestly. At the same time he cooperated with the small monk and made an oath. The small monk then said softly, Actually for the past 2 years I have been meditating and practicing for very long. Sometimes, when I practiced in seclusion, I'd sit on ice stones or fire rocks when meditating. I don't know when it happened, but I started to get hemorrhoids. I heard that there are operations for hemorrhoids outside, so I secretly came out to do the operation. Song Shuhang used his strength and rubbed his face. He felt that, recently, he had gotten rigid facial expression syndrome. He did not know what facial expression to use to express his inner feelings that were akin to 10,000 stampeding horses going at full speed. So, if you were to sit for too long while cultivating, you would unexpectedly grow hemorrhoids? It might not be too far-fetched. After all, sitting for too long was indeed one of the causes of hemorrhoids. Song Shuhang was still a newbie cultivator, and he had cultivated for little more than a month. He had quickly opened the heart and eye apertures through sheer luck. Therefore, he knew almost nothing about the circumstances of low-level cultivators that were sitting cross-legged for years while cultivating. He didn't know about these fire rock and ice stone that cultivators were sitting on while cultivating. These stones the little monk had spoken of must be treasures that sects used to increase the efficiency of the meditation. Maybe it was something like the ancient tomb sect's one cold jade bed? Song Shuhang felt that he had learned something new today. But shouldn't cultivators have ways to deal with hemorrhoids? Or were all low-level cultivators suffering from this plight? Moreover, Song Shuhang asked, Guogua, didn't you use the body-tempering liquid? He remembered that when he took the body-tempering liquid the first time, all his small internal wounds automatically healed. And later, even if the effects were getting less and less potent, it was still helping him temper his body. Shouldn't the body-tempering liquid easily cure something as insignificant as hemorrhoids? It should work, right? Unless, this little monk took so much body-tempering liquid that it's no longer effective. I also thought of using body-tempering liquid, but it was useless. The small monk Guogua heavily sighed. His little face was full sorrow and grief. Then, he said in a low voice, the first time I took the body-tempering liquid, I hadn't grown hemorrhoids yet. However, its effects were quite good, and all the small internal injuries were healed. But then, when I cultivated for 2 years on the fire and ice stones, I grew hemorrhoids. When that happened, I immediately thought of using the body-tempering liquid to get rid of them. But, for some unknown reasons, it didn't have any effect. Actually, it was useless that he had lowered his voice. Just how strong was Venerable White? If even Song Shuhang could hear him, Venerable White could surely hear him from more than 1,000 meters away. Then, there was Daodu. He was a pekingese, and his hearing was quite good. But, Song Shuhang wasn't planning to say it out loud. After listening to the explanation of the small monk, he quietly turned his head toward Venerable White. Venerable White slightly moved his mouth and said via secret sound transmission, this small monk has taken too much medium-quality body-tempering liquid. It won't have any effect on him anymore. Only high-quality body-tempering liquid will be able to help him. So, it was really like this. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh. A loose cultivator would have to go through countless hardships and pay an astonishing price to obtain a little bit of body-tempering liquid. On the other hand, sect's disciples could drink it until it was useless. This was the advantage of having accumulated many resources for many years. The small monk didn't notice Song Shuhang's strange expression and continued in a low voice, recently, my master was planning to send me to the 1,000-layer immortal prison, a special fire and ice dual-type environment, to increase the speed of my cultivation. I felt that if I really went to that place, my hemorrhoids would get even worse. Therefore, I ran away and decided to have a small surgery to resolve the problem. I even looked up for a hospital. Minimally invasive surgery, painless, and no relapse. The small monk had an excited face as he spoke. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. Maybe it was really painless, but the part about no relapse was just advertisement. Nowadays, advertisements were used to cheat honest people like this small monk. After heaving a sigh, he asked, didn't you talk about this with your master? Great Master Profound Principle should have means to cure something like this, right? My master is in silent meditation right now. All matters in the temple are managed by Master's junior brother, Religious Discipline Courtyard's wondrous principle. But if I were to ask him, he would surely say, you will be able to transcend hemorrhoids with your willpower. Moreover, this is also part of the training. The small monk mimicked wondrous principle and said, Teacher's junior brother is an ascetic monk. Ascetic monk, we're happy to suffer. The more we suffer, the more we can understand the wonders of pain. Therefore, let your hemorrhoids come. The more, the better. Song Shuhang's corner of the mouth twitched. Did you ask senior brother 3 realms about it? If he also had a similar experience, he might a way to deal with it. Impossible, it's too embarrassing. Senior brother mustn't know about this. The small monk said firmly. That's why I came here to have a surgery. Once it's done, I won't have to worry about a relapse. With that, I won't have to fear that puny 1,000-layer immortal prison. Song Shuhang gently pinched those fat cheeks and said, all right. If you only want to surgically remove hemorrhoids, Jiangnan College Town's affiliated hospital isn't half bad. They also perform minimally invasive surgery. Do you want to go there? The small monk thought a bit and said, all right, let's give it a try. Song Shuhang shrugged and said, come, I'll prepare a room for you. Moreover, you can't run all over the place, understand? If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Senior Brother Three Realms? I understand. I won't cause any trouble. The small monk Guogua said cutely. Song Shuhang nodded. Will the small monk really behave? Song Shuhang was after all a good person, and he wasn't going to decline the request to look after the small monk. Once the room was ready, the small monk Guogua remained inside and sat with his eyes closed. He needed to recover from that 4 hours trip at high speed on the flying sword. At this moment, he was exhausted. As soon as Song Shuhang returned downstairs, Venerable White connected the USB flash drive containing the immovable body of the Buddha to the computer's USB port. Since it was a supplementary technique of the basic Buddhist fist technique, the contents were similar. There were several pictures plus the chant of the technique. However, since it was just a supplementary technique, there were only 2 pictures plus the chant. He used the method Medicine Master taught him when he received the basic Buddhist fist technique. He stared at the contents for a while and engraved them in his mind. Afterward, he relaxed and looked at the pictures again, entering into a dreamland where he learned the technique. Once he had comprehended the immovable body of the Buddha, Venerable White taught him the battery charging technique too. For this technique, he also used the power of qi and blood to draw the character on the palm of his hand, but the procedure was easier compared to the lightning palm. Then, he just needed to use it on a phone or notebook that was out of battery. Once the battery was full, the extra energy would automatically disperse. Song Shuhang was able to quickly learn the battery charging technique. However, he felt that this battery charging technique and the one left in the group space by Senior Thrice Reckless were a bit different. Did Venerable White improve the battery charging technique? The next day, July 9th, Song Shuhang got up very early and opened the door. He discovered that Senior White was walking back and forth in the corridor. Senior White, good morning. Song Shuhang said. Good morning, Shuhang. Senior White said with a smile. Then, he cheerfully passed the tablet in his hands to Shuhang, showing him a message. It was a message from True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Venerable White, I've already made arrangements for you and little friend Song Shuhang to start flight training. On July 9th, you'll receive a visit from a professional agent. He will deliver you an 2-type certificate of physical conformity and a private pilot license, PPL. Moreover, the agent will escort you to a special airport where you'll make a trial flight. I wish you good luck. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Senior White had a smile plastered on his face. He was very happy. They'll send a certificate of physical conformity and a pilot license? Song Shuhang rubbed his eyes. I haven't even touched a plane yet, and Senior Yellow Mountain is planning to give me a pilot license directly? Is this really alright? But these are only unimportant details. Let's quickly prepare. Venerable White said cheerfully, in a while, someone will come and bring us to a special airport to make a trial flight. We can't be late. Sure, Senior. I'll immediately get ready. Song Shuhang said to Senior White with a bright smile. Good, be quick. Senior White hummed. Then, he went downstairs while holding the tablet. Once Senior White was gone, Daodu quietly came forward. He started to vigorously shake his body till a piece of dog fur fell on the floor. Then, he quietly handed it to Song Shuhang, take it. Always keep it with you. It will come in handy if there is an emergency. Daodu. Song Shuhang was touched. At critical moments, Daodu was very reliable. Daodu had a serious expression as he used his paw to pat Shuhang's shoulder. Then, he quietly returned to his room. After he entered the room, his dog face revealed a human-like smile, hee. Stupid Yellow Mountain, you won't let me drive a car? Then I'll go fly a plane. After all, it seemed that the dog fur wasn't really for emergencies. Unaware of everything, the pitiful Song Shuhang stored the dog fur with great care. Afterward, he quickly opened the chat. When he logged in, he received True Monarch Yellow Mountain's message. Little friend Shuhang, I've already made arrangements for you and Senior White to start flight training. On July 9th, someone will come to deliver the certificate of physical conformity and a pilot license. Afterward, you'll be brought to a place where you'll learn how to fly a plane. I wish you good luck. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Song Shuhang replied, Senior Yellow Mountain, you could have told me this news a few days earlier to let me mentally prepare. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was online and immediately replied, Didn't I say long ago that I was already making arrangements for your flight lessons? Moreover, it would be quite difficult for you to enter this course with your connections. You should seize the opportunity and not complain. All right. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. But I have a request. Senior Yellow Mountain, please prepare a space suit and a portable life support system for me. What are you going to do with a space suit? Aren't you just going to fly in the sky? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked. Senior Yellow Mountain, Song Shuhang said in a serious tone, I'm gonna take flight lessons with Senior White, and I don't think it will be limited to the sky. I'm mentally prepared to go into space. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. He didn't know the reason either, but after hearing Song Shuhang's words, True Monarch Yellow Mountain was touched. Given Senior White's disposition, it wasn't impossible for them to end up in space. I understand. I'll prepare everything you need. True Monarch Yellow Mountain assured him. In the end, he still reminded, right? You absolutely can't let Daodu board the plane. He was nagging me about driving license. Who knows what might happen if he were to board a plane? Don't give him an opportunity to get close to any aircraft. Senior Yellow Mountain, you don't need to worry. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh and said, Daodu doesn't seem interested in coming with Senior White and me to take flight lessons. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much about it. Earlier, Daodu gave him his dog fur to protect him from dangers. It seemed that even Daodu was aware how dangerous it was to go with them. Is that so? If this is really the case, it would be perfect. True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied, Is Daodu's temperament getting better? According to True Monarch Yellow Mountain experience, Daodu was always looking for a chance to stir up trouble. Therefore, it would be strange if he wasn't going to meddle with something as enticing as flight lessons. Did Daodu stop being a troublemaker after staying with little friend Song Shuhang? If this is really the case, it's absolutely perfect. When he was raising Daodu, he wanted to turn him into a lovable and obedient pekingese, and certainly not into a hyperactive husky-like mischievous beast. Till this day, True Monarch Yellow Mountain had yet to understand how and why had Daodu turned into such a troublemaker. Just as he was in deep thought, a pleasing sound echoed outside his immortal cave. The surveillance talisman had detected the presence of a fellow Daoist. This function was similar to a doorbell. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly activated the mirror. Its surface lit up like the screen of a computer, and quickly displayed an image of the outside of the cave. A beautiful fairy maiden was standing at the entrance, her face smiling. As if she had induced True Monarch Yellow Mountain's vision, she waved her small hand and said, Senior Yellow Mountain, I came here to chat a bit. It's Lychee. How come you have free time today? True Monarch Yellow Mountain heartily laughed and deactivated the surveillance talisman. Fairy Lychee was sweetly smiling, and she seemed completely harmless to any spectator's eye, on the other side. After his discussion with True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Song Shuhang was searching on the internet, checking things like what to do in case of plane crash or how to use a parachute and small tricks to use when flying a plane. Even if Senior White could use his flying sword and he had Daoist's dog fur, it was still better to be prepared. Dying meant that everything would be over, so he had to do his best to increase his chances of survival. Then, after taking a deep breath, he put up a bright smile and went downstairs to eat. Since they had forgotten to bring little candy back when they returned from the forbidden area, the quality of the dishes had declined quite a bit. Senior White had gone outside and bought things like soybean milk, steamed stuffed buns, fried dough sticks, porridge, pickled vegetables, and so on. There was a lot of variety. But why had Senior White gone out to buy breakfast? Shuhang turned his head and looked at Senior White. Venerable White, who was scrolling on the tablet with his finger, seemed to have induced Shuhang's gaze. He raised his head and both his cheeks were bulging. Pew pew pew, there were several boxes of bayberries beside him. It seemed he had gone outside to buy bayberries and bought breakfast while he was at it. Unexpectedly, Senior White wasn't tired of eating bayberries yet. It seemed that cultivators really had powerful bodies. If a normal person were to eat so many bayberries, their teeth would start to hurt, but Senior White was eating them as though it was nothing. Shuhang sat down and stretched out his hand, taking a piece of white bread. At the same time, he asked, "Senior White, didn't Guogua come to eat breakfast?" "He is in the bathroom. He has been there for a long time." Senior White replied. "For a long time, huh? Are his hemorrhoids so serious? No wonder he ran away from the temple to have a surgery." "Guogua, a piece of advice here. Remember to clean your butt properly when you go to the toilet. Otherwise, your hemorrhoids might become even more serious." Shuhang said thoughtlessly. Sitting for too long and not cleaning your butt properly could both cause hemorrhoids. This was general knowledge. They will become more serious? The small monk in the bathroom called out in alarm. "Yes. Therefore, pay proper attention to your hygiene." Shuhang took a fried dough stick and ate it after wrapping it with white bread. He loved to eat it like that. Then, he turned on the TV in the living room and casually started to switch channels, looking for one that was broadcasting news. After switching several channels, he arrived at Jiangnan area's news channel. The content immediately piqued his interest. The channel was broadcasting an interview. On the left, there was a middle-aged man wearing eyeglasses. His face was giving off an I-know-it-all air. On the right was the pretty female host. She was wearing a beautiful black dress and was in the middle of a Q&A session with the expert. "Professor Liu, since you're an expert in geology, we have a question for you. This is something that has been bothering the residents of the Jiangnan area for a while." The hostess said with a smile, "It happened on July 1st nearby the electronic shopping center. A huge subsidence of the earth suddenly occurred in that place. Can you explain the reason?" Shuhang, who was about to take a bite of his food, immediately stopped. The hostess was talking about Senior White's masterpiece. At the time, he fell to the ground and created a huge hole. There were many different theories about that hole on the web. Some were saying, this isn't a normal subsidence of the earth. There is no way that the hole just happened to be perfectly round. Rather than the earth giving in, this seems the crater left behind by a meteorite. But it was impossible for it to be the crater left behind by a meteorite. It was daylight, and no one noticed a meteor falling from the sky. Moreover, there wasn't any mark of combustion left behind. In short, there were many strange and inconclusive theories on this matter. There is no doubt about it, it's a subsidence of the earth. Professor Liu said firmly. Then, he slowly started to explain how subsidences of the earth came to be, complaining that too many minerals and too much underground water were extracted and so on. He gave out a very colorful description. The explanation went on till it turned into a course about subsidences of the earth. Then, he started saying that evil capitalists were overexploiting underground resources. Afterward, he began to explain to everyone that they had to protect the environment and how everyone had responsibilities. The professor was babbling non-stop, and the spectators were baffled. The hostess at this time, F***CK. Where has this topic gone to? Stop straying off from the main point and sum it up in 5 or so lines. But, she couldn't say these words out loud. Let alone that, she even had to put on a "what Professor Liu says is correct" face and make an "oh" sound from time to time to agree with him. Alright. Let's just say that it was a subsidence of the earth. Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh. It wasn't only him, many of the residents of Jiangnan area were of the same mind. Professor Liu was the winner. At this time, Senior White raised his head and looked at the TV with a smile on his face. Oh? Is that the hole I created while I was in a daze? Senior, no. That's a subsidence of the earth. Shuhang turned his head and said in a serious tone, "This is the result of those evil capitalists continuously exploiting underground resources. They are the ones that led to the creation of this hole. As for why the hole resembles the crater of a meteor, Professor Liu will surely have an explanation for that too." Oh, so it was like this. Senior White nodded. In other words, I don't need to use my ground leveling spell after getting careless and creating holes in the ground, right? Senior White. Shuhang held his thumb up in approval. Yes, it's exactly like that. Then, he took the fried dough stick and wrapped it in the bread once again, preparing to take a bite. Sometimes, these experts were rather useful. Just as he was about to take a bite, the door to the bathroom opened. The small monk Guogua had a very serious face as he ran toward Shuhang, his butt still bare. Shuhang was confused. What was this kid trying to do? After arriving in front of Shuhang, Guogua stuck up his small butt and said, "Senior brother Shuhang, please look. Is my butt clean?" Shuhang turned his head and looked at Guogua's hemorrhoids-ridden butt. Shuhang was dumbfounded. "Please, can you let me eat in peace?" Then, he shot a look at the fried dough stick in his hand, golden bright and dazzling. But no matter how he looked at it, right now he could only associate it with poop. "I'm done. I'm not eating it anymore." "Senior brother Shuhang?" Little Guogua turned his head, somewhat confused. "It's very clean." Shuhang bitterly smiled. "Now, wash your hands and start eating." "Alright." The small monk pulled his pants up and returned to the bathroom. Shuhang threw the fried dough stick on a side and silently ate the white bread. Without the fried dough, the white bread had just a sweet taste and nothing else. It didn't taste too good. Soon, the small monk Guogua returned. "Senior brother Shuhang, what do we have for breakfast?" "Soybean milk, fried dough sticks, bread, porridge, and pickled vegetables. You can choose whatever you want." Shuhang pointed to the table. You only have these? Aren't we going to eat spirit rice balls or sweet dew liquid?" The small monk looked at Shuhang confused. "Spirit rice balls? Sweet dew liquid? Only the best disciples of a sect could enjoy these delicacies. How could a small loose cultivator like Shuhang have heard of them?" Shuhang heaved a long sigh and said, "We don't have them here." At the same time, he turned his head and looked at Senior White. "Senior White, pew pew pew," Senior White explained, "the spirit rice is a special type of rice created in conjunction with a cultivation technique. It has spiritual qi inside. The sweet dew liquid is the same. It's a juice extracted from plants containing spiritual qi. During the body tempering stage, if a cultivator eats this food containing spiritual qi, it will increase the quantity of qi in blood in their body, speeding up their cultivation speed. When you're free, I'll help you plant a field of 1,000 square meters with this stuff. When I was young, I did the same." It sure brings back memories. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang said with a smile. The small monk seemed to have felt Song Shuhang's embarrassment. He joined his palm together and chanted Buddha's name, Senior Brother Shuhang, no need to worry. Even if it's normal breakfast, I don't mind. After a moment, he added, Senior Brother Shuhang, was this dough stick fried in vegetable oil or animal one? Song Shuhang was on the verge of tears. I have no idea. Oh. Then, I can't eat it. I cannot break my religious rules. The small monk copied Song Shuhang and started to quietly eat the bread. For some reason, Song Shuhang felt rather depressed right now. Chapter 213 The Spacesuit and Senior White's Misunderstanding. Guagua. In a while, Senior White and I will have to make a trip outside. You stay here and obediently look after the house. Once I'm back, I'll bring you to the hospital, okay? Song Shuhang squeezed the rest of the bread into his mouth and said. If these were normal flight lessons, he would have brought Guagua along. But these were lessons with Senior White. He wasn't so heartless to let an innocent kid suffer. The small monk patted his chest and said with confidence, Sure. Nothing will happen to the house under my watch. Song Shuhang nodded. Then, he shot a glance at Daodu who was watching the news on the computer. He felt a bit relieved. After breakfast, Song Shuhang started to practice as usual. After a few rounds of the basic Buddhist fist technique, half an hour was already gone. At this time, someone rang the doorbell. Is it the agent Senior Yellow Mountain was talking about? Song Shuhang went to open the door. He saw a Western woman with blonde hair and blue eyes standing at the entrance. The blonde-haired woman looked at Song Shuhang. Then, she shot a glance at the documents in her hand. After confirming his identity, she raised her head and revealed a very professional smile. Hello, are you Mr. Song Shuhang? Her accent was very good. Were all foreigners so good at speaking Mandarin nowadays? All his fellow countrymen that were unable to make a clear distinction between alveolar and retroflex one consonants were put to shame. Yes, it's me. Song Shuhang replied. Hello. I'm Caselli from Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center. We've been requested by Mr. Huang Wenzhong to bring you two gentlemen to the Aviation Training Center. We've already prepared a theoretical flight lesson and a practical one, said Caselli with a bright smile. Then, she snapped her fingers. The two men in suits behind her lifted a big box. Mr. Shuhang, this is the spacesuit and the life support system set you required. Please give it a check, said Caselli with a smile. She was very curious though. She couldn't understand why had this man requested a spacesuit while attending flight lessons. They weren't boarding a spaceship. After wearing these cumbersome clothes, wouldn't he have trouble piloting? However, the customers weren't ever in the wrong, especially ones with power and status. Therefore, she wasn't planning to go against Song Shuhang's wishes. The man named Huang Wenzhong was so rich that he had bought their entire training center. And, he had bought it for this seemingly common student and that other man named Song Bai. Right, is Mr. Song Bai also here with you? Caselli asked. He is inside. Do you want to come in and have a seat? Said Song Shuhang while moving toward the big box. He opened it and shot a look at the cumbersome spacesuit. At first sight, it was indeed somewhat big. In science fiction movies, they just need to press a button, and the spacesuit would suddenly reduce in size and change into tight-fitting clothes. When would real-world science achieve this point? Caselli was still smiling as she said, there is a certain distance between the training center and this place. Therefore, we are on a tight schedule. So, how about directly coming to the training center with us? This way, we can have a 1-hour theoretical lesson and make you board the plane afterward, making you familiar with it. There are several different aircraft at our training center. You can choose the one you like the most. You have many different models? Not bad. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Maybe he could choose a small helicopter and pilot that? With that, he won't have to fear about Senior White sending it to space. I'm happy that you're satisfied. Anyway, this is yours, and Mr. Song buys 2-type certificate of physical conformity together with your private pilot license, PPL. Caselli passed the certificate and license to Song Shuhang. After taking these 4 documents, Song Shuhang had mixed feelings. He had never touched a plane, but he was holding a pilot license in his hand. He was feeling cool, embarrassed, happy, and guilty, all at the same time. Caselli asked calmly, "What about Mr. Song Bai? We can set out at any time. I'll call him." Song Shuhang received the documents and turned around, waving his hand at the 3rd floor. After a moment, Senior White came down. Even if he was trying to keep his composure, he wasn't able to completely hide his excitement. It seemed that Senior White was more interested in planes rather than cars. When they went around driving, he wasn't this excited. "Please, get into the car." Caselli opened her pickup. The 2 men in suits put the cumbersome spacesuit into the trunk. Song Shuhang crawled into the back seat and stretched himself. Senior White also got in the car. When he was entering the car, he saw with the corner of the eye the spacesuit. Immediately after, he made an "oh, now I understand" face. Senior White thought to himself, "That's a spacesuit. Is little friend Shuhang planning to go to space? What to do now?" For the past few days, Senior White was trying to rectify his mistakes after destroying the brakes with excessive speed and breaking the steering wheel of the car. When taking flight lessons, he had decided to properly learn the theory first, thoroughly understanding how to pilot a plane. Moreover, he had decided not to engrave any formation on the plane. And he had even decided to keep in check his urge to dismantle it. In other words, he didn't want to create any trouble for Song Shuhang this time. At most, he could have waited till he was adept at piloting and engrave all the formations and runes he wanted when he was by himself to joyfully soar into the skies. Venerable White had made up his mind in these past few days. Given Senior White's strength, if he had made up his mind, he would surely be able to control himself. But now, he saw a spacesuit in the trunk. Senior White blinked. "Little friend Song Shuhang wants to fly in space?" After Senior White got into the car, Caselli started up the pickup, heading toward Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center. On the road, Song Shuhang was sitting erect, secretly revolving his true self meditation scripture to optimize his condition. Moreover, the spirit-binding ice bead hanging around his neck was helping him keep his mind clear. He wanted to be in his best condition. With that, let alone getting out of the atmosphere, even if Senior White were to suddenly land their plane on the moon, he wouldn't be surprised. At this time, Venerable White probed, "That thing in the trunk is a spacesuit, right? Is it yours?" "Ahaha, yes." Song Shuhang had a smile on his face as he said, "I personally asked Senior Yellow Mountain to prepare it for me. When I was a kid, I really liked astronauts. And since we're taking flight lessons, I suddenly remembered it. Therefore, I asked Senior Yellow Mountain to prepare one for me to fulfill my childhood dream." Song Shuhang had no alternatives but lie. After all, he was a good-hearted person. He couldn't bring himself to say cruel words such as, "Senior White, I was afraid that you would send the plane into space and asked for a spacesuit just in case." "Oh." Senior White secretly nodded. It seems that little friend Song Shuhang really likes astronauts. After all, even the vast Earth was full of mysteries, let alone the boundless space. It was not strange for people to be curious about it. "Little friend Shuhang, do you like space?" Venerable White asked. "Yes, I think everyone is a little interested in space," said Song Shuhang after thinking a bit. He was rather interested in black holes, comets, meteorites, moons, and other mysterious things found in space. If you had the possibility, would you like to visit space? Venerable White asked. At the same time, he was starting to get restless and was ready to make trouble. Shuhang was taken aback. Wait. There is something wrong with the direction this conversation is taking. Why does it seem that I want to go to space? This won't do. I must tactfully tell Senior White that I'm not interested in going to space for the time being. After thinking for a bit, Shuhang tactfully said, if there is an opportunity later, I don't mind going to space. However, I can't for the time being. Even if I have a spacesuit, I can't stay there for too long. What you said is also reasonable. Senior White nodded. After seeing Senior White's reaction, Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Senior White had given up on the idea of going to space. It seems I just dodged a calamity. At this time, Caselli, who was sitting on the front seat, heaved a sigh. Rich men were really different. When others were still thinking of enjoying themselves with planes, those that were truly rich had already set their eyes on space. One couldn't help but envy them. As she was thinking this, she secretly shot a look at the man named Song Bai. He was really handsome. Even if Eastern and Western people had different concepts of beauty, this man named Song Bai was so handsome that he had broken through this concept. How wonderful would it be if I could become his girlfriend? Caselli secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Wait. Since when did I change into such a woman? I just met him, and we haven't even talked, and yet, I'm acting as if I fell in love with him at first sight? It seems I woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Caselli forcefully suppressed her weird thoughts. However, she would still shoot a look at Senior White through the rearview mirror of the car from time to time. To tell the truth, Caselli was lucky that Senior White had learned to control his charm. If this were the pre-seclusion Senior White, just by seeing him strolling on the streets, many girls would madly fall in love with him, refusing to marry anyone else. Even weak-willed female cultivators were unable to resist Senior White's charm. The Jiangshui Civil Aviation Training Center was located in the outskirts of the city. It occupied a vast area. Caselli brought Shuhang and Venerable White into the training center. There were several huge airstrips at the back. This one was only one of the several airstrips that the training center possessed. 6 small private helicopters were parked here. I'll bring you to the theoretical lesson first and make you try a flight simulator afterward. Once you're familiar with it, you can choose the model you wish to pilot. We'll put the runway in order and ready it for your use. Caselli explained with a smile. Caselli had to spend a lot of time to find a courageous flight instructor willing to teach 2 complete newbies how to fly a plane. Chapter 214 The Champion of the Riding Sword Competition Who Loves to Race on Flying Swords. Aircraft were different from flying swords. Flying swords were convenient and fast, you just gotta prepare a flying sword and chant the sword formula, creating a layer of light above the flying sword. Thereafter, you just gotta step on it and fly however you want. Flying horizontally, flying vertically, flying backwards, flying upside down, it didn't matter. Additionally, regardless of whether it was windy or rainy, or if there was lightning or snow, none of that would affect the flight of the flying sword. But it was different for an aircraft. An aircraft was greatly affected by all kinds of external environmental factors. Apart from those, there were also rules set by human beings that restrained the freedom of the flight of an airplane. Shuhang and Senior White were both sitting in the classroom, listening to the instructor explaining some of the basic knowledge with regards to piloting an aircraft. For instance, he mentioned the calculations of the data pertaining to takeoff and landing, loading and trimming calculations, not forgetting the acquisition and analysis of basic weather information. There was also aviation code of conduct for flying, or airspace analysis of flight training area and airfield, as well as all kinds of light indicators used on the airfield. A lot of basic knowledge, etc. The instructor compressed and summarized all the information and content that ordinary people generally required many days to memorize and learn, and explained it to Song Shuhang and Senior White at an incredibly fast speed. About more than an hour later, after the instructor had finished his lecture, he drank some water and said, "Those are more or less the general theory and knowledge of flying." Truth to be told, after explaining so much content within approximately an hour or so caused him to feel dizzy and lightheaded. He didn't fully believe that Song Shuhang and Venerable White were able to grasp all the above-mentioned basic knowledge. Welp, in any case, he was just going through the motions. The two people before his eyes had already gotten their pilot license. Yeah, it sounds easy. Just that there are too many regulations and restrictions of all kinds. Senior White kept the few theoretical knowledge books in his hands and nodded. There is no way around the restrictions. There are so many airplanes in the sky that, without proper management, accidents might happen. And when accidents happen, it basically would be a narrow escape from death. However, theoretical knowledge is rather simple, the flight regulations are just purely memory work. Song Shuhang smiled as he replied. You're right. Venerable White nodded. The instructor overheard Shuhang and Senior White's conversation and sipped on his cup of tea as he secretly sneered, "*TCH, please, these two fellas are still showing off." The main points covered within the 1 hour plus lecture were enough to make him dizzy and lightheaded. There was no way these two fellas could have understood them all. The remaining process was rather simple. After all, Song Shuhang and Senior White were not there to get their license, but to learn how to operate aircraft and circle one round in the sky. Hence, a few complicated and minor details were eradicated. Thanks to Caselli's arrangements, under the one-to-one guidance with the flying instructor, Song Shuhang and Senior White first learned some basic instrument operations, flight charts, and cognitive applications of radar in the flight simulator. And then, under the lead of the instructor who was a brave man with big rewards promised, and a daredevil who was not afraid of death, Song Shuhang and Senior White got onto the Flying Academy's helicopter. Song Shuhang operated the helicopter first, with Senior White sitting at the back, learning. During takeoff, Song Shuhang's heart was very nervous. An aircraft couldn't be compared to a car, so if anything happened, it would be the end. The flying instructor sat next to him, guiding him. There was nothing much to be said at the start. As long as he did not rise above 1,000 meters, he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. Truth be told, it was not only Song Shuhang who was nervous. The flying instructor was even more nervous as he knew that the two fellas next to him were people loaded with money that allowed them to play with fire. They just learned the theory behind flying an aircraft, and they actually immediately operated one on the same day. If not because he was really in need of money, who would ever be willing to accompany these two fellas to play with their lives? However, when the helicopter took off, the flying instructor was a little surprised, even though Song Shuhang looked rigid, and you could tell with one look that he was an amateur who was operating a helicopter for the first time. He did not make any mistakes during the process. He might be trembling with fear, but all was going rather smoothly. After operating the helicopter and circling one big round in the air, the flying instructor unexpectedly could not find any fault with any part of his operation. Did this dude already learn how to fly before, and is just here to mess with me? The flying instructor secretly glanced at Song Shuhang, just like car racers taking normal Class C driving lessons. Right, even if one has money, and loves the adrenaline rush from playing with fire, he wouldn't go to the extent of treating his life as a joke, no? Maybe this young man who's called Shuhang and that man who's called Songbai had already operated other types of aircraft, and this time they want to master the techniques of operating private planes? Thinking this way made the flying instructor's heart a lot calmer. If that was the case, then Old Lu and him would have benefited. Old Lu was another flying instructor who was also a daredevil unafraid of death in the face of huge rewards. After continuing to circle another round in the air, the flying instructor gave Song Shuhang the command to land. Song Shuhang carefully operated the aircraft, and descended in the direction of the airfield. Even though comparing to a flying sword, it was much more inconvenient in several ways, but it won in terms of sense of security. Song Shuhang realized that he himself actually enjoys such the feeling, extremely superb. After the helicopter landed steadily, the flying instructor jumped out of it and ran to the other instructor who was unafraid of death and said, "Old Lu, I just got done with one session on my side. In a while, I will take the other student for another session, and then get the 2 students to go to your side to try operating business jets. Are you ready?" As he was speaking, he secretly went next to Old Lu and said, "Old Lu, let me tell you, I can't say for sure, but maybe these 2 students had already operated other types of aircraft. They aren't entirely amateurs. They seem pretty familiar with piloting. This time the 2 of us have really profited." "Oh," Old Lu replied in an emotionless way, as though his mind was at somewhere else. "Old Lu, what's wrong?" The helicopter instructor was puzzled. "Oh, Li Jr., nothing's wrong. I'm fine." Old Lu snapped out of his thoughts, with tears streaming down his whole face. Earlier on, he was the instructor who did a one-to-one session with Venerable White inside the flight simulator, and spent a rather long time with Venerable White alone. Hence, he got affected and developed doubts with regards to his own outlook on life. "Old Lu, don't let your mind wander again, it's very dangerous. I will bring the other student to go on another session. During that time, you should adjust your state of mind back to normal." Li Jr. gave Old Lu some words of advice, then turned back around and prepared to take Venerable White to circle the helicopter in the air. Thereafter, when Instructor Li Jr. turned around to go back to the helicopter, he suddenly saw the student called Song Shuhang in the midst of putting on an extremely thick and heavy spacesuit. "What the F***ck, what is he up to? What I'm teaching is how to operate a helicopter and not a space shuttle. We can't go up into space. What's the meaning of you wearing a spacesuit? Also, the weather is so hot, does this student have a brain fade? Or does he have a brain fade? Or is it a brain fade?" Song Shuhang could feel the instructor staring at him and laughed hollowly. "Yeah, ha ha ha. Instructor, you don't have to care about me. I just couldn't help but want to experience being an astronaut. Just ignore me, that will do." However, when Instructor Li Jr. saw Song Shuhang's outfit, he still felt much unhappiness and a heaviness in his chest. On the other hand, Venerable White was staring at Song Shuhang's spacesuit in a curious manner. His face looked as though his interest was piqued and had the facial expression that seemed to be saying, "I want to try it too. Aircraft inspection complete, no problem. You can take off now." At this time, the member in charge of inspecting the flight called out. Senior White was very excited and got onto the helicopter in a hurry. Even though Song Shuhang's outfit was very heavy, he managed to climb agilely onto the back seat of the helicopter. Song Shuhang at that moment looked really huge, and filled up the back seat the minute he got onto the helicopter. "Ha ha ha." Song Shuhang hollowly laughed out of embarrassment. Luckily, he had the spirit-binding ice bead, or else he would have died from the heat. Instructor Li Jr. once again stared at Song Shuhang for a long time. After getting onto the aircraft, his heart started to get worried again and kept beating really fast. "You can take off, just follow the same steps as student Song Shuhang did the previous time, make sure you don't go higher than 1,000 meters. "No problem," replied Venerable White. Compared to Song Shuhang, Venerable White was a lot more stable. Even though he had not operated any aircraft before, Venerable White had many years of experience flying around. He was very familiar with being in the sky. Hence, when Venerable White operated the helicopter, he did not look like a newbie, he practically looked like an experienced pilot that had 10 years of various kinds of experience under his belt. After Instructor Li Jr. scrutinized Venerable White, his heart was completely at ease. Waha, this time, he had really profited. He dared to bet $10 that this Song Bai was definitely not a newbie. The aviation school spent a huge sum of money to ensure that old Lou and him take care of this pair of newbies, and even got premium insurance for them. Initially, he thought that he had to risk his life to complete his mission, but little did he expect that it would be 100 times more relaxed than coaching ordinary students. If such missions were called high-risk mission, then let these high-risk mission get fiercer. He was more than willing to take on the challenge. Yeah, of course, there was still something that made Instructor Lee Jr. uneasy, and that was the huge lump behind him, a Song Shuhang whose whole body was enclosed within the spacesuit. No matter how you look at it, it still seemed wrong. The world of cultivators has always been hidden within the real world, but cultivators did not isolate themselves from it. They have always been keeping up with the times. Ordinary people have the Olympics, Asian Games, and other large-scale sports competitions, etc. There were also such competitions within the world of cultivators. For example, there was a large-scale flying sword competition that was held once every 10 years in different parts of the world, selected at random. It was very well known. Flying sword competition, as the name implies, was a competition of speed and skills. There were all kinds of traps and obstacles, as well as obstructing formations, the person who gets to the end point the fastest won. The competition field was split into 3 different categories based on the different rankings of the cultivators, namely 4th stage, riding sword competition, 5th stage, flying sword competition, and 6th stage, sword flight competition. As for 7th stage spiritual venerable cultivators and above, they were usually the big shots, and there were only a few of them. Additionally, they have been in seclusion for several hundred years. They didn't have the means of joining such big flying sword competitions. Moonset sword sects, Hurricane sword Yang Yuxiang made quite a name for himself in the world of cultivators. He was a 4th stage riding sword 3-time champion. Based just solely on speed of his flying sword, he had already surpassed many ordinary 5th stage spiritual emperors. Hurricane sword Yang Yuxiang had already dominated the riding sword competition 3 times in a row. His goal was to clinch another championship for the 4th stage riding sword competition before he got promoted to a 5th stage spiritual emperor, and complete the impressive feat of dominating the competition 4 times in a row. For the sake of this goal, he had been working really hard on the flying sword evasion technique recently. 3 days ago, Hurricane sword Yang Yuxiang had gone from the eastern part of China to the westernmost part of China in one go, and followed the original route home. En route, he kept looking for all kinds of airfields and air bases. As for why he looked for such locations, it was because Hurricane sword Yang Yuxiang had one huge hobby in all of his life, that is flying sword racing. Furthermore, he liked to race with all kinds of aircraft. Every time, he would fly next to an airplane, and then, in a spurt of energy, overtake the airplane. That kind of psychological pleasure was his ultimate love. Besides, ordinary people couldn't see him, so he could race to his heart's content. Today, he found an air base. Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center? Oh, so it's not an air base. But if they are students, they're probably gonna be pretty slow. Forget it, it's still better than nothing. I didn't even see a single aircraft on my way here. Hurricane sword Yang Yuxiang secretly sighed. He waited on the airfield for half a day and finally, a helicopter slowly rose into the air. It's finally coming? Hurricane sword Yang Yuxiang laughed. A pity it was a small private helicopter, and its speed wouldn't be anywhere as fast as he wanted it to be. He could only make do with it to satisfy his craving. He waited till the helicopter took off and completed increasing its initial speed. Then, Hurricane sword Yang Yuxiang rode his flying sword and zoomed right next to the helicopter. He first flew directly beside the helicopter. That was his habit, the process of flying side by side with the aircraft for a while, and then charging ahead in a spurt of energy, ditching the aircraft far behind till it could not be seen at all. It was simply hard to explain that kind of thrill with words alone. When Song Shuhang, who was sitting in the back seat of the helicopter, turned and looked at the window, he suddenly saw a figure of a person. A human silhouette in the air? It couldn't be a cultivator riding his flying sword, right? Shuhang had already opened his eye aperture, hence he could see a lot of things that ordinary people wouldn't be able to, such as ghosts, monsters, and cultivators who ride flying swords. However, these things were rarely seen in the city. Apart from Daodu at home, Shuhang had never seen a second monster beast. Cultivators riding their flying swords were also a rare sight. Under normal circumstances, cultivators fly at an extremely high altitude, hence they couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Thus, it was really rare today that he actually saw a senior riding a flying sword, moving together with a helicopter next to him. Just as Shuhang was deep in thoughts, suddenly, that cultivator that was flying next to the helicopter pulled a face at the people inside it. Thereafter, the senior cultivator did a running starting position pose on the layer of light above the flying sword, stooped and with his butt protruding. His mouth started crying out, "Ready 1, 2, 3. After the word 3, the sword light zoomed right ahead, its speed as fast as lightning. It was as though the sound of the word 3 continued to echo in his ear, but the cultivator riding on the sword had already become a black dot as big as the pointed part of a fingernail. What does this mean? Shuhang was baffled. It was a provocation. Venerable White laughed as his gaze became sharp. Provocation? Wait. Shuhang suddenly felt uneasy. He immediately said, "Senior, could it be that you were mistaken? Perhaps he was just minding his business and passing by." Upon hearing their conversation, Instructor Li Jr. sitting next to them was very baffled. What exactly did their conversation even mean? Why was it that he could understand it when he analyzed their words separately, but when they were put together, he could not comprehend it at all? At this moment, the flying Instructor Li Jr. had a slight misconception. It seemed like the two students and himself belonged to two different worlds. Both their thoughts seemed to be totally unconventional. Shuhang. Venerable White's gaze became sharp as he replied in a serious manner, "It isn't important whether or not he was provoking us. In cultivation, there are a lot of difficulties. It's like a boat going against the current. If you don't improve, you'll fall behind. Hence, in one's path to cultivation, we must not lag behind others. Thus, no matter what, we cannot fall behind." Senior, what you said is right, but aren't those principles related to cultivation? What have they got to do with the other party racing on a flying sword and overtaking us? Furthermore, the flying Instructor Li Jr. is still next to us. Is it really alright to discuss problems related to cultivators so openly? Just as he was thinking about it, Shuhang saw Instructor Li Jr. glance at Venerable White with a face full of bewilderment and digging his ear from time to time before having his face turn white soon after. Shuhang immediately understood. Senior White used a soundproof technique against Instructor Li Jr., isolating him from their conversation. At this moment, the Instructor Li Jr. could see Venerable White's lips moving, but could not hear anything. No, not just his own voice, he could not even hear the rumbling sound made by the helicopter propellers as they turned. What's happening? What exactly is happening? The Instructor Li Jr. panicked. He used all his strength to dig his ears, but he still could not hear any sound. He slapped his cheeks, but the sound could not be heard. "I'm deaf? Why? I was undoubtedly fine a minute ago. Why am I suddenly deaf?" Li Jr. tried as hard as he could to recall what happened earlier on, but he couldn't recall anything. "Don't panic, calm down." As an outstanding flying instructor, Li Jr. had a strong heart. "Could it be that I'm dreaming?" He pinched his own thigh hard, very painful. "I ain't having a nightmare." Li Jr.'s face turned white. After a long time, he sighed, "Thank God, from now on, I will never have to hear the dull rumble of the helicopter propeller ever again, because I am completely F***ing deaf. If he's deaf, he can't be a flying instructor." He would have to say goodbye to his high-paying job, flying instructor, and go on another career path. The only thing to be happy about was that before this flight, he received a generous remuneration. But, he was still unable to be too happy about it. Just when Instructor Lee Jr. was preoccupied with letting his imagination run wild, Senior White already started to make his move. At this time, he used one hand to continue operating the aircraft, and used his other hand's finger like a pen to draw, a very complicated formation that looked a lot more advanced than the one he engraved on the car a couple days back. The more complicated it got, the more insecure and uneasy Song Shuhang became. He knew that, at this moment, there was no way to persuade Senior White anymore. Senior White, later when you race, please be gentle. Also, please do not ever forget, there is an ordinary human being next to you. Song Shuhang stared at the Instructor Lee Jr. Instructor, I can only help you so much. Don't worry, even if the helicopter falls apart, nothing will happen to this instructor. I can guarantee his safety, I am after all a 7th stage spiritual venerable. Senior White laughed heartily and did a thumbs up, after this ends, I will erase his memory, he won't remember anything that happened during this incident. There wouldn't even be any psychological impact. There is absolutely no problem. Song Shuhang secretly stroked his chest, man, his heart was beating really fast. But this time, the reason why his heart was beating fast was not because of Senior White's charm, but because of his words, helicopter falls apart. He couldn't help but replay the scenes of planes going missing on television before his eyes. This helicopter wouldn't really fall apart, right? Done. This is a new formation that I recently came up with after much research. It's combining invisibility, soundproofing, energy isolation, anti-detection into one formation. With this formation, the helicopter would not be seen by ordinary human beings, and would not be detected by radar and such. Said Senior White happily. How frightening, when did Senior White secretly carried out the research and came up with a new formation? Subsequently, Senior White engraved a second formation on the helicopter. As he was engraving it, he took the time to also explain, and then, this another formation is one that exponentially increases speed. This is an upgraded edition that was created based on altering your green breeze speed boost. After the changes I made, this formation can allow for up to 10 times the speed. Not bad, huh? 10 times the speed? Senior White, what kind of dangerous stuff have you been researching on? Song Shuhang secretly calculated, the speed of the Aviation Academy's private helicopter wasn't that fast, approximately 150 to 170 kilometers per hour. If the speed was 10 times faster, it would become about 1,500 to 1,700 kilometers per hour. And then, if we calculate the speed of sound, it should be about 1,224 kilometers per hour. That is to say that, if Senior White activated the formation to its maximum ability and increased the speed by 10 times, this ordinary helicopter would have broken through the sound barrier and reached a supersonic speed, provided that this poor machine was sturdy enough to withstand it, that is. Falling apart seemed to be inevitable, unless Senior White added another formation to strengthen the body of the helicopter, making it firm and stable. However, Senior White did not seem to have any intention to increase its sturdiness. After he finished drawing the formation of the improved version of the Green Breeze speed boost, he swung his arm and ended the formation engravement. Let's increase the speed. Thereafter, Senior White accelerated the helicopter, and proficiently increased its speed to the maximum. The Instructor Lee Jr. beside him immediately panicked. Even though he could not hear anything right now, he was not blind. Through the speedometer on the helicopter, he could see that its speed was increasing rapidly, and very soon reached 170 kilometers per hour. The helicopter's propellers were spinning at lightning speed, and the helicopter's body started making creaky sounds, as though saying that it couldn't withstand the speed. No, Student Song Bai, during the trial, you cannot accelerate to such a high speed, hurry and stop what you're doing. Furthermore, we cannot continue flying ahead, hurry and turn back. If you fly mindlessly and we enter a no-fly zone, by any chance, we would be done for," shouted Instructor Lee Jr. "Who knows what will happen when we enter a no-fly zone? Perhaps it's a free ticket to have a taste of a surface-to-air missile, sending us back to the resurrection point where we reincarnate and rebirth. Don't worry, there is no problem." Venerable White gave the Instructor Lee Jr. a thumbs up. Because, with him around, nobody would be able to discover this aircraft. As he was speaking, Venerable White started to channel his spiritual energy into the formation on the helicopter. The 3-in-1 invisible formation got activated, and this ordinary helicopter became a high-end invisible helicopter within the blink of an eye. The naked eye of an ordinary human being was unable to see its true invisible form. Ordinary human beings were also unable to hear the sound it made. Regardless of whether it was a radar or an even higher-tech air defense equipment, they were all unable to detect its existence. Thereafter, Senior White once again channeled his spiritual energy into the Green Breeze Speed Boost Stronger Edition formation. 2 times faster. The helicopter that had originally hit its speed limit actually managed to increase its speed by quite a bit. The creaky sounds made by the chassis got more pronounced. The Instructor Lee Jr. could not hear these sounds, but he saw on the meter of the airplane that its speed was already off the charts. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that the speed of the helicopter was still rising. What's the matter? What exactly was happening? He glanced doubtfully at Venerable White, but his face was calm and composed, with a tinge of excitement in his eyes. He was unable to tell if anything unusual was happening by looking at him. Thereafter, he turned his head to look at Shuhang, who was in his spacesuit. Through the transparent faceplate, he could see Shuhang was forcing a smile and shrugging his shoulders at him. Did something really happen? Did student Shuhang wear the spacesuit in preparation for such a situation? Student Song by, let's return to base and land. The Instructor Lee Jr. turned his head back and shouted at Venerable White. No matter what happened, it is not too late to go back now. In any case, we should land first and return to the Aviation Academy's airfield and talk later. Venerable White shook his head and rejected his request. F***CK. Instructor Lee Jr. clenched his teeth and prepared to forcefully take control of the helicopter, then land the plane under his control. At this time, Venerable White gently pointed his finger towards him. Thereafter, Instructor Lee Jr.'s entire body sat limply back on the chair. It was as though someone pressed his acupoint. He couldn't move from the neck down. He could only stare blankly at the meter of the helicopter and the scenery outside the window. Oh, he could still turn his head to admire Venerable White's good looks? What's happening? What exactly is happening? Instructor Lee Jr.'s brain had already started to crash. Even if he had a strong heart, facing such a supernatural technique which only appeared in wuxia films, it was simply game over for him. Too slow. Too slow. Venerable White complained. At this rate, they would be unable to overtake the fella stepping on a flying sword who provoked them earlier. If they got ditched too far behind, it would be an utter embarrassment. Shuhang, get ready, let's directly increase the speed to X10, said Venerable White. Shuhang immediately grabbed onto the helicopter tightly, his entire body tensed up. At the same time, he carefully observed Instructor Lee Jr.'s condition, hoping that he could be of some help to him at crucial moments. At this time, Venerable White channeled in huge amounts of spiritual energy into the formation in one breath, and increased the speed to X10. In an instant, the speed of this ordinary helicopter got forcefully increased to a supersonic speed of 1,500 km per hour. And then, a beautiful vapor cone formed in the surroundings of the helicopter. Such a pretty vapor cone, Instructor Lee Jr. inwardly expressed his admiration. No, wait. Vapor cone? Your mother, is there something wrong with my vision? Instructor Lee Jr. stared blankly at the scene that was only seen in flying videos. Surpassing the speed of sound and engaging in supersonic flight, this was the dream shared by many pilots craving for speed. Li Jr. was still young. He definitely had fantasized that, one day, the plane he piloted would surpass the speed of sound and reach supersonic speed. Today, his wish seemed to have been fulfilled. But, how was this possible? The flight speed now had to be faster than that of sound. It's just a helicopter, how could it accomplish a flight at a speed that surpasses that of sound? This doesn't make sense. I'm sure this is just a hallucination, right? Furthermore, if an ordinary helicopter indeed surpassed the speed of sound, then terrible problems would follow immediately after. Creak, clang, at this time, the helicopter made sounds that suggested it was falling apart. The part that started breaking apart was the propellers above, they were entirely broken apart. However, this was just the start of a catastrophe. Laughable, I want to fly at supersonic speed one day. I would be able to die without regrets at that point. This was Instructor Li Jr.'s dream. Today, God seemed to have been in a good mood and decided to fulfill both of his wishes. The first wish was to fly at supersonic speed while flying an aircraft. The second one was to die without regrets. The first one was already fulfilled, as for the second, it would be fulfilled soon. Li Jr. was about to cry. He could see that the propeller of the helicopter was already gone, and the windshield also broke due to pressure when they surpassed the speed of sound. The fuselage had also started to peel off, quickly flying away. And this was only what Li Jr. could see. If he could turn his head and look behind, he would notice that there was a scene from one of those movie scenes where the helicopter was about to explode going on. The tail was in pieces, sparks were flying everywhere, and smoke was rising. At this time, the helicopter had the shape of a semicircle, with a great part of its fuselage already in shambles. Since it had sustained too much damage, the helicopter started to lose momentum. For instance, its speed wasn't supersonic anymore. Earlier, the helicopter had been so fast that all the pieces that had fallen off had long disappeared. Instructor Li Jr. painfully closed his eyes. Before boarding the aircraft, he had signed a contract that would allow his family to receive a large sum of money if something were to happen to him. And, before getting on the helicopter, he had already made up his mind and was ready to give up his life for this task. But now that he was at death's door, Instructor Li Jr. was scared *less. He discovered that his resolution wasn't that strong after all. Even if he was prepared to face death, in his heart, he thought that the real chance of something happening was rather low. And now that he was going to die for real, all his courage from before had disappeared. Instructor Li Jr. started to cry bitterly, "Mom, I don't want to die." I'm still young, I don't want to die like this. Even if a man cries, he won't let others see it. But the helicopter is about to crash, who cares about face at this point? Let me cry to my heart's content. Therefore, Instructor Li Jr. started to weep copiously. "TSK, aircraft are friendlier than what I thought," said Senior White, somewhat disgruntled. Then, invisible sword chi suddenly erupted from his body. The sword chi directly melted the broken windshield. Yep, it wasn't smashed into pieces but melted instead. It disappeared without trace. Afterward, the sword chi spread in all directions. Shuhang and Instructor Li Jr. couldn't see it, but all the parts of the helicopter that had fallen off, such as the propeller, tail, and some pieces of the fuselage, were hit by the invisible sword chi and destroyed. With that, these pieces of the helicopter wouldn't bring harm to the people on the ground. At the same time, a protective barrier spread from Senior White's body and covered the remaining parts of the helicopter, acting both as windshield and fuselage. In the meantime, Shuhang took off the helmet of his spacesuit and gave it to the pitiful Instructor Li Jr. He also gave him his portable life support system so as to prevent him from dying due to lack of oxygen. Instructor Li Jr. raised his head with great difficulty and shot a grateful glance at Shuhang, but he still heaved a sigh. What was the point of giving him the helmet? The helicopter was just too damaged, and they would soon crash to the ground. It's over. Let us meet in heaven. After squeezing out these last few words, Instructor Li Jr. inclined his head, and fainted. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, that's also fine. When he wakes up, he can just consider it a nightmare, Song Shuhang muttered. Then, he looked at the ruined helicopter and heaved a sigh of relief. With the aircraft in this condition, they wouldn't be able to keep flying. As a result, the race between Senior White and that other guy could only be put on hold, right? Song Shuhang advised, Senior, we can't keep flying without the propeller. We should evacuate from the helicopter. Senior White didn't reply. He wasn't willing to give up. Song Shuhang pushed his persuasive abilities to the limit and kept trying to convince him, the fault lies with the helicopter, not with us. Therefore, we didn't lose any face even if we were left behind. If we had better aircraft, we could have surpassed him with ease. This helicopter was too frail. Had I known earlier, I would have chosen a fighter jet. Senior White sighed with emotion. It's all right. We can learn to fly a fighter jet the next time. So, how about giving up this time and evacuating from the helicopter? Song Shuhang secretly clenched his fists. It seemed that he had almost managed to convince Senior White. You're right, but we shouldn't give up until it's really over. Senior White's tone suddenly changed and became fervent. Song Shuhang quickly tried to stop him. Senior, that's not it. Sometimes, giving up is also a sign of great courage. No, we haven't lost yet. Senior White got up from the pilot's seat. Afterward, he squatted down and started to draw several formations on the chassis of the helicopter. He drew them very quickly. It seemed he had used them quite a lot in the past. Song Shuhang also felt they were familiar. As the formation was being completed, Song Shuhang recognized it. Didn't Senior White use these runes to create his beloved disposable flying sword 004? Previously, Senior White had casually engraved a formation on a tree branch, and after pouring his spiritual energy inside, it had magically turned into a flying sword. Senior White is planning to turn the remnants of this helicopter into a disposable flying sword 004? Isn't this too exaggerated? I mean, is something like this even possible? Changing a wooden branch into a disposable flying sword is already something unthinkable, but changing this huge helicopter into a disposable flying sword should be impossible. It really changed. Yes. It changed, just like that. After Senior White drew the last rune, he clapped his hands, satisfied, and poured his spiritual energy inside the formation, completing the disposable flying sword 004. Afterward, the fuselage of the helicopter emitted a gentle buzzing sound, similar to the cry of a sword. Just as I thought, it wasn't difficult. Senior White clapped his hands satisfied. Shuhang, sit tight. We're ready for a second round. Song Shuhang quickly sat down and grabbed onto his seat. Venerable White activated a sword art and gently shouted, "Go!" Whiz! The helicopter shot forward. Even if it had lost its propeller and various other parts, this magically changed, supersonic helicopter dashed forward. Moreover, it was so fast that words weren't enough to describe it. Ahaha! Excellent! Venerable White was immensely pleased. Then, he poured his spiritual energy into the improved Green Breeze Speed Boost formation, 10x acceleration. The speed of the disposable flying sword aircraft edition increased once again. It quickly broke through the sound barrier with a boom. Song Shuhang secretly heaved sigh. I won't say anything else. I'll just let Senior White have fun. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang gradually slowed down. Even if he had managed to surpass the helicopter, he wasn't too happy. It had been just too slow for him. It was rather disappointing. In the end, a helicopter can only reach 150 kilometers per hour at best. However, those guys inside the aircraft were rather interesting, especially the one wearing a spacesuit. Does he think he can go to space with a helicopter? Aha, that dude was just too funny. Forget it. I should go and look for an Air Force base. That race with the supersonic fighter from the last time was the best. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang stretched himself. He was planning to leave and look for someone to challenge. But at this time, he noticed that something was approaching from behind. He quickly turned his head and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. It was an aircraft, a helicopter to be precise. And it was coming toward him. Let's not talk about its speed for now. Let's examine its condition first. This aircraft had no propeller and no tail. Its fuselage was in ruins. It had no windshield, and there was still smoke coming from the place where the tail was supposed to be. How could this thing even keep flying? Moreover, it was flying very fast. Its speed was close to Mach 2. At this time, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang wanted to shout at the helicopter, "On which physical law are you relying to fly in these conditions?" The helicopter quickly approached. When it came closer, Yang Yuxiang could finally see the people inside. A handsome man was sitting in the front, piloting the aircraft. Actually, there was nothing to pilot. The helicopter was in shambles, and most of its parts weren't even working. For some reason, there was also a man who fainted in the co-pilot seat. On the back seat, there was that guy in a spacesuit that had left a deep impression on him. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang and the handsome man looked at each other. Then, the handsome man laughed and crossed his hands. It was a hand seal used by cultivators. Yang Yuxiang was very familiar with this hand seal, because he had used it a lot himself. Explanation: this hand seal is used when two cultivators are racing with flying swords. It doesn't have any particular profound meaning. It roughly means, you weak sh*t. If you have the courage, come and have a race with daddy. In other words, it was a provocative hand seal. The man in the spacesuit on the back looked at Yang Yuxiang and shrugged his shoulders. Afterward, he awkwardly laughed. At $. You think you can surpass me? Bring it on. Yang Yuxiang coldly smiled. I'm the 3-time champion of the riding sword competition, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang. Yang Yuxiang prepared himself and waited for that strange helicopter to come closer. Then, once it was closer and they were on the same starting line, he shouted out loud and used all his strength to push the flying sword forward. I'll show you the power of the 3-time champion of the riding sword competition. You'll soon understand the difference in speed between the two of us. Wait, what? Wait, what? What's happening? The grand 3-time champion of the riding sword competition, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang, waited till he and the helicopter were side by side. Afterward, he pushed the flying sword forward with all his strength, starting the second round with this weird helicopter. But, just as they were side by side, that weird helicopter accelerated once again, putting a distance of 700 meters between them. And, in an instant, the distance increased to several kilometers. This scene was somewhat familiar. It was identical to the scene where Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang had shaken off Venerable White's helicopter. Yang Yuxiang could faintly make out the silhouette of the handsome man, waving at him self-satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Yang Yuxiang wasn't angry, but started to laugh instead. That's it. Surpassing your previous speed could only be considered as a warm-up. But against your current speed, I need to get a little serious. As he finished speaking, he made a hand seal and activated a sword art. The layer of light under his feet coiled up, changing into a small hurricane. He was called Hurricane Sword because he excelled at wind-type techniques. Lightning and wind-based techniques granted you the highest speed while using a flying sword. The strong point of lightning-type techniques was their sudden explosive power, while wind-type ones showcased greater endurance, capable of sustaining high speed for longer periods of time. A hurricane appeared on the sword, and Yang Yuxiang assumed a surfing posture. The sword light flashed through the sky, and he started pursuing Venerable White as fast as the wind. The cold atmospheric wind was blowing against his face and scattering his hair in all directions, making him look even more handsome. In only 5 breaths, he had caught up with the helicopter. Song Shuhang, who was sitting in the helicopter, looked at the faraway Yang Yuxiang. He was envious. This was how you were supposed to ride a flying sword. A cultivator that was stepping on the flying sword must either have his hands clasped behind his back, giving off the image of a powerful expert, or surf the sword with a cool and overbearing posture. Having the wind caress his face, with long hair dancing in the air and clothes faintly fluttering, was also fine. So beautiful. This was the way Song Shuhang wanted to ride a flying sword. However, whenever he was able to ride a flying sword, his style would always be horrible. In particular, when Senior White used his person-delivering flying sword and he was lying on the sword face down. Even if the cultivator was handsome, he wouldn't look cool if he were to lie like a dead frog on the sword. Instead, it would be a stain on their reputation. Just as he was thinking, Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang caught up to them. "Ha! You have some skill after all." Senior White praised and nodded, "However, you're still too inexperienced." Senior White stretched his hand and made a hand seal. Then, he casually activated a sword art, Heavenly Peng's flying technique. The Heavenly Peng's flying technique was a very common sword technique in the world of cultivators, to the point that almost every cultivator owned a volume of this technique. But even if it was widespread, it wasn't a technique that could be taken lightly. In the ancient times, the Heavenly Peng's flying technique was hailed as one of the 9 miraculous flying techniques of the divine beasts. Even if the technique that spread in the outer world was not the complete version, at least amongst 4th stage techniques, there was hardly one that could surpass it. The only shortcoming was that it was too difficult to learn. Even if everyone in the world of cultivators had a volume each, the number of people that had perfectly mastered it was less than 100. When the Heavenly Peng's flying technique was activated, 2 golden wings appeared on both sides of the helicopter's fuselage. Then, the wings of the Heavenly Peng gently flapped. The speed of the helicopter increased once more. After several whizzed sounds, it left Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang in the dust again. F***ck, was that the Heavenly Peng's flying technique? Yang Yuxiang was scared by the sudden display of the technique. Afterward, he thought of another issue. The Heavenly Peng's flying technique is a sword technique. Then, that helicopter is actually a flying sword? This is destroying my view of the world. How can a flying sword change into that appearance? Whatever, since it has come to this, you have gained the qualifications to see my real strength. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang's blood was seething with excitement. If he were to surpass the Heavenly Peng's flying technique, only he alone would be worthy of winning the next session of the riding sword competition. I feel all the blood in my body seething with excitement. Oh, Yang Yuxiang raised his hands high and released all the true yuan in his body. Get a taste of my Moonlight's flying technique. The Moonlight's flying technique was one of the best flying techniques of the Moonset Sword School. Wherever the moonlight shines, our flying sword will go. This was the essence of the Moonlight's flying technique. Unfortunately, it was daytime now. If it were night and the moon was high in the sky, the speed of this technique would have been even faster. Yang Yuxiang laughed, self-satisfied. After using the technique, 2 crescent moons appeared near the hurricane on the flying sword. These crescent moons resembled small wings. Then, he dashed forward, as fast as lightning. This time, it took him a little longer. After 15 breaths, he was able to catch up to Senior White's helicopter. "Senior, that guy is catching up with us." Song Shuhang turned his head and looked behind. The speed of that cultivator riding the flying sword was getting faster and faster. The size of his figure had changed from that of a small black dot to a fist. Hee. That kid isn't bad. Senior White couldn't help but gasp with admiration. To make this race fair, he had limited the speed of the Heavenly Peng's flying technique to the 4th stage. However, his opponent was still able to catch up this quickly. This speed had already reached that of a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Swish, swish, swish. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang caught up once again and was now flying side by side with Venerable White. Then, somewhat self-satisfied, he said to Venerable White, "Fellow Daoist, I can increase my speed even further. How about you? Don't tell me that this is your limit." Venerable White shook his head and said, "No, I was just waiting for you." Ha ha ha, interesting. Do you want to say that you can go even faster? Then, bring it on. Let's see who is faster. Yang Yuxiang said full of confidence. Since he had caught up to the Heavenly Peng's flying technique, he was now full of confidence. Amongst the youngsters I met recently, you are the one that can fly at the fastest speed. Therefore, I'll give you a reward. I'll let you experience the true speed of a flying sword firsthand. Venerable White said with a smile. That smile seemed to contain all the beautiful things of the world. Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang couldn't help but stare blankly. And then he saw the strange helicopter move once again. Its speed was incredibly fast. So fast that it couldn't be described with mere words. If he could be considered as fast as lightning at full speed, this strange helicopter had literally broken through space, teleporting away. After an instant, he could barely see it. And after another instant, he couldn't see it anymore. It had probably gone so far away that it was impossible for him to catch up to it anymore. This speed was so incredible that it almost made him feel despair. The difference between him and his opponent was the same as the one between heaven and earth. The true speed of a flying sword? Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang stood absent-mindedly on his flying sword and didn't move for a long time. Then, after 10 or so minutes, he sighed and said, "That senior was incredible." The speed that he was so proud of was like that of a snail in front of the other party. However, Yang Yuxiang wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, a fire started to burn in his heart. "Senior, one day, I'll also reach that speed," he shouted with all his strength to the empty sky. Then, he decided to return home. It was time to close up and reach the 5th stage spiritual emperor. He had already stayed in the 4th stage realm for a long time. He had intentionally suppressed his realm for the past few years to become the champion of the riding sword competition a 4th time. But after today, he decided to no longer slow down the speed of his cultivation. Becoming the champion of the competition for the 4th time had lost its appeal. He had a greater objective right now, and also a broader view. As for this new objective, it was to reach the same speed as that fearful senior from before. And, if there was an opportunity, he would like to have a race with him again. Last but not least. That senior's smile was really beautiful. All the junior and senior sisters I've seen aren't match for that senior. F***ck, what the hell was I just thinking? Hurricane Sword Yang Yuxiang fiercely shook his head, trying to get that stupid idea out of his head. Let's get back and cultivate. Afterward, I'll learn a stronger flying technique. To catch up to that senior, I need to completely dominate the 5th stage, flying sword competition. Yang Yuxiang declared his objective. At the same time, in the disposable flying sword helicopter edition. A long ear-splitting scream echoed in the helicopter. However, it wasn't Song Shuhang's. Although he had a little acrophobia and had recently developed tachyphobia too, there was still the fuselage of the helicopter acting as protection. He wasn't too scared. The one that was screaming was Instructor Li Jr. While he was unconscious, Li Jr. suddenly felt a zero-gravity sensation that caused him to wake up. Then, he saw that the scenery outside was changing at an incredible speed. That zero-gravity feeling was due to the excessive speed of the helicopter. But this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that the helicopter was flying upward. This was the real reason for the zero-gravity feeling felt by Instructor Li Jr. Senior White frowned, dissatisfied. Then, he used his hand to hit Instructor Li Jr. and made him pass out again. "Senior, should we go back home?" Shuhang quickly asked. They had already left that cultivator behind, and there was no way he would be able to catch up. "Aye." Senior White nodded. Shuhang said happily, "Then, we must look for a place to land." Senior White didn't immediately reply, but asked a question of his own. "I suddenly thought of teaching you a small technique. Do you want to learn it?" "Which technique?" Although he was confused as to why Senior White would suddenly want to teach him a new technique, if he had the opportunity to learn one, he would definitely accept. "It's the turtle breathing technique," Senior White said calmly. Shuhang, as soon as he heard the name of the technique, Shuhang had an awful premonition. The turtle breathing technique was a technique easy to comprehend, and anyone can easily guess what it did by simply hearing its name. It was a technique that allowed a cultivator to decrease the number of times they had to breathe for a period of time. In the world of cultivators, there were various techniques related to lowering breath and heart rates. Even turtle breathing technique was divided into two different types, short-term turtle breathing technique and long-term turtle breathing technique. Soft Feather's senior brother, Lu Jianyi the Lazybones, practiced the long-term turtle breathing technique as hard as he could because he was too lazy to breathe. Now, he had reached the stage where he only had to breathe 2 to 3 times a month. As for the short-term turtle breathing technique, it uses magic to replace breathing within a short period of time. The stronger the power of the cultivator, the higher the efficacy of the technique. The flexibility of this technique was rather high. Once a low-level cultivator had the technique, he could enter underwater or underground places that lacked oxygen to carry out activities or go on an adventure. Alright, these ain't the problem. The problem is, why did Venerable White suddenly choose this timing to teach him the short-term turtle breathing technique? Shuhang panicked in his heart. Senior White's face was still as peaceful as before as he calmly asked, "How about it, do you want to learn it or not?" "Senior." Shuhang's face looked like he was in distress as he asked, "You can tell me directly, did something happen?" Venerable White turned his head around and smiled, "Yeah, if there are no mishaps, after we continue flying high up towards the sky, we will pass through the atmosphere and fly into space." Pass through the atmosphere and fly into space. His worst fears were coming true. "Senior White, can't we stop the flying sword?" "Based on your capability, stopping the flying sword isn't a problem, right?" Shuhang asked carefully. In reality, if it was just the two of them, even if they flew up to space, he would just accept it and resign himself to his fate. Besides, he was already wearing a spacesuit anyway. At most he can take it as participating in a Senior White brings you on a space adventure for a day activity. But this time, they have an Instructor Li Jr. with them and there was only one spacesuit. Wait, F***CK, is this why Senior White wants me to learn the turtle breathing technique? Is it because he wants me to give Instructor Li Jr. my spacesuit and get me to use the turtle breathing technique? Shuhang's eyes started to water. You guessed right, you can give the spacesuit to Instructor Li Jr. The master of mind-reading Venerable White still had a smile on just like before and gave him a thumbs up. He explained, "How should I put it, earlier when we were racing on the flying sword with that fella, we flew too fast and there's nothing we can do about the speed now, we can't stop. Of course, based on my capabilities, stopping the flying sword isn't a problem, but the fuselage of the helicopter is unable to withstand so much pressure, it will explode, which is no problem for me, but it's hard to say the same for you and Instructor Li Jr. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. It's hard to say the same for you and Instructor Li Jr. Could it be death? I understand, Senior. Song Shuhang said, please teach me the turtle breathing technique. At the same time, he removed the spacesuit on his body and gave it to the pitiful Li Jr. to wear. He felt rather apologetic towards the instructor for dragging him into this unexpected calamity. Hopefully, when things have ended and after Senior White performs a brainwashing operation on him, it would allow him to forget this traumatic experience and continue living his life happily. No worries, with me around, going to space wouldn't pose any danger. I am a 7th stage spiritual venerable. Senior White reassured him. Truth to be told, Senior White lied. Yeah, he said a white lie. Based on his capabilities, even if the speed of helicopter-style disposable flying sword was 10 times faster than the speed it was going at the moment, if he wanted to stop the flying sword, he could do it with just a thought. Furthermore, it would definitely stop in a steady and stable manner. It's just that, Venerable White thought of the spacesuit on Song Shuhang's body, and his conversation with Song Shuhang prior to getting onto the helicopter. Song Shuhang has always wanted to go to space, right? Additionally, because of his admiration for astronauts, he couldn't help but don a spacesuit when he sat in the helicopter, wanting to experience what it's like to be an astronaut. Even though he didn't know what exactly Song Shuhang was worried about. Senior White still decided for himself that since Song Shuhang had taken care of him well on several occasions, now that he had an opportunity, shouldn't he fulfill his wish? Even though he couldn't go too far into space, going one round around the Earth and looking for a bigger meteor or other things to land on before taking a picture to commemorate the trip was all within his means. Senior White was a person who takes good care of his juniors. Sometimes, he can be very meticulous. Perhaps an immediate encounter with space incoming was a huge motivation for Song Shuhang, for he managed to quickly grasp the turtle breathing technique. The turtle breathing technique was only a little more complicated than lightning palm. It also required chi and blood energy, and then to engrave a rune on each palm. One had to use one's mental energy to activate the power of the runes, and after that, putting both hands together to combine the seals of the technique would fully activate it, causing one to enter the state of turtle breathing. Also, each rune only consists of a few simple strokes. How should he put it? He felt that all the techniques that Venerable White taught him were very similar in how they were being used. They either required engravement of runes on the palms and the usage of mental energy to activate them, or required the user to lightly call out the name of the technique, or required combining the seals of the technique on the palms in order to perform them. All these techniques, don't tell me they are from the one-person sect, White, that have been magically altered by Venerable White? Under Senior White's personal guidance, Song Shuhang, who had activated the turtle breathing technique, allowed himself to enter the state of turtle breathing. He put both hands together to combine the turtle seals, activating the technique. In the next moment, he felt his heart rate slowing down and his breathing ceased. Breathing was originally a human instinct. Human beings do not need to deliberately control it, they breathe instinctively. But as of now, he had stopped breathing just like that. He personally did not feel any difference or discomfort, it was as though not breathing was innate. Such a feeling was very strange. There was a nagging feeling telling him that this was not turtle breathing technique but a death-bringing technique. Not bad, based on your current level, the turtle breathing technique can last for around 2 hours. When the technique's efficacy is about to run out, I will remind you to renew it. In that way, your problem pertaining to breathing in space would be solved. Senior White laughed. However, just solving only the problem of breathing was insufficient to survive in space. Without a spacesuit, the vacuum, extreme temperatures, radiation from the sun, as well as micrometeoroids in the space could endanger the human body. For example, in vacuum, the nitrogen in the blood within the human body will become gas, causing its volume to increase. Without wearing a high-pressure airtight spacesuit, the human body would be in jeopardy as a result of the huge disparity between the difference in pressure within the body and the one in the external environment. To Venerable White, these were no problems. To a cultivator, as long as he was a fifth-stage spiritual emperor who had condensed the golden core, his corporeal body was strong enough to withstand the harsh conditions in space. If the problem of breathing was solved, a fifth-stage spiritual emperor was able to live and work happily in peace in outer space. However, Song Shuhang was a mere first-stage cultivator. His body was only a little stronger than an ordinary human being's, which was insufficient for him to withstand all kinds of dangers posed to his body in space. Yeah, without the spacesuit, I need to give you another form of protection. Venerable White said and took out a notebook from his pocket. It was that kind of small palm-sized notebook. Thereafter, Venerable White started flipping through the notebook and started drawing with his finger. Senior White, what are you doing? Song Shuhang asked carefully. Venerable White replied, drawing a talisman to protect you and keep your life when you're drifting in space. What a pity, if you had prepared 2 spacesuits, you'd then be able to have a more genuine experience of an astronaut's day in space. Ha ha ha. Song Shuhang forced a laugh. In actual fact, I never really thought of wanting to experience the life of an astronaut. Besides, you can use a notebook to draw talismans. Ever since Senior White refined a flying sword from the tree branch, he once again renewed Song Shuhang's knowledge of talismans. Okay, done. Venerable White tore a page from his notebook and folded it into a tiny piece before passing it to Song Shuhang. Put it into your pocket, it will protect you just like a spacesuit once we pass through the Earth's atmospheric layer. Even though he wanted to laugh at this whole talisman drawn on notebooks page thing, since this item concerned his safety, Song Shuhang accepted it carefully and put this talisman into his pocket. As they were speaking, suddenly, the disposable flying sword helicopter edition seemed to encounter a boundary of some kind and Song Shuhang's vision went black. Thereafter, a bunch of bright stars appeared in front of his eyes. We had already passed through the atmospheric layer and entered space. I haven't even experienced the entire process properly. However, it really is extremely beautiful. Song Shuhang widened his eyes and felt like he didn't know where to look at. Every corner was just beautiful. It was the kind of scene where people can't help but etch it in their memory forever. He was still within the helicopter's fuselage, with a layer of protection set up by Venerable White on the outside. Since he could still talk, he decided to take the chance to express his feelings. He wouldn't be able to make any sounds in a while when they arrived in space and had to leave the fuselage of the helicopter. Very beautiful, right? I have always liked flying out to take a look since a long time ago. Actually, there was a period of time where I wanted to look for a planet in space to go into seclusion. However, there was a lot of problems I couldn't find solutions to, so I gave up. Senior White smiled. After laughing, Venerable White suddenly went into a daze. The majestic and vast starry sky of space triggered one of his old memories, causing him to get lost in his reminiscence. Senior White was distracted. However, Senior was distracted, but the helicopter-style flying sword had not stopped. It continued flying so fast it seemed like teleportation. At this time, a sharp-eyed Song Shuhang suddenly realized that, in front of them, there was an enormous object moving slowly, approaching them. Senior White, there seems to be something in front. Senior White, hurry, turn around, we're gonna crash. Song Shuhang shouted loudly. However, Venerable White did not respond to his shouts even after a long time. Song Shuhang looked at Venerable White. Damn it, Senior White is distracted. Senior White getting distracted was a very frightening thing, because every time he got distracted, there was an 80% chance that it would trigger the falling on the ground skill. This skill sure was frightening. Even if it was released in a magic world, it was at the level where it would be second only to forbidden spells. What's even scarier is that there was no telling when Senior White would get distracted. for all you know, he can be laughing and chatting with you at one moment, but in the next moment, he would suddenly get distracted and lost in his thoughts. Just like now, he was still laughing earlier before he suddenly went into a daze. "We are gonna crash, Senior White, we are gonna crash, quick, snap out of it and turn back, we can't dodge anymore." Song Shuhang wanted to cry so badly. At the same time, he saw the object they were gonna crash into as clear as day. It was an enormous cylinder-shaped metallic object with a four-sided leaf-shaped electric fan on both its left and right. It looked all kinds of formidable. A satellite? No, a satellite wouldn't be as huge as this. That thing in front was at least over 50 meters long and almost 100 meters wide. It had some sort of science fiction vibe. It was the masterpiece of modern people. Could it be a space station? A thought flashed in Song Shuhang's mind. We're finished. If it was a satellite, even if it got damaged upon impact, at most Senior White could destroy it completely and remove any traces, dumping it further into space. Perhaps losing one satellite might affect Earth's weather report or cell phone communication or something of that sort, but the probability of causing casualties wasn't big. But a space station was different. There's always an astronaut or a few up there guarding their post, doing research, as well as doing daily maintenance. If they damaged it by crashing into it, what were they gonna do if there were any scientist in there? Senior White was still distracted. Bang! The flying sword crashed into the space station hard, creating a huge hole on the right side of the station. Well, the sound was created in Song Shuhang's mind. There is no way for sound to travel in vacuum after all. In space, all kinds of crashes were fatal. If a fragment of space waste the size of a small pill crashed into a satellite, the damage done would be sufficient to render it nothing but scrap metal. Right now, the fuselage of the helicopter under his feet had crashed into the space station with full power, at an extremely high speed. It was definitely going to be like a bullet shooting through a soda bottle, causing the whole space station to explode. Just as Song Shuhang was deeply worried, suddenly, the protective outer layer of the helicopter-style flying sword that Venerable White set up burst open. This protective shield became the buffer layer between the space station and the helicopter-style flying sword. After the fuselage of the helicopter crashed into the space station, creating a hole, it stopped damaging the space station further. Thereafter, the flying sword seemed to have used up its force and slowly stopped. It stopped. The space station was not completely destroyed. Song Shuhang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, Song Shuhang looked at the enormous hole on the space station again and used all his strength to rub his face. What should we do? What can we do after this? If the space station gets destroyed because of this hole, it would surely become the most costly road accident in history. On the other side, 20 minutes ago. Within the space station. A bald man wearing a thick spacesuit sighed heavily. "Anthony, have we stayed in the space station for too long?" "Oh, Aguero, both of us have been stuck in this hellhole for 5 full months. But, we are finally going back today." The other man, who didn't look old but was already full of white hair, replied, "We have already completed nearly 60 experiments here. That's a rather good accomplishment. At last, I finally don't have to look at you and your bald head anymore." "Me too, I'm also sick of seeing you and your white hair for 5 months straight." Aguero laughed. Both of them joked with each other, still wearing their spacesuits. Then, all they had to do was to wait for a space shuttle to come pick them up to send them back to Earth. Being stuck in a hellhole such as this for a full 5 months was hard to bear even for a research junkie like Anthony. Luckily, tough times were finally over. Both of them had already waited in the space station for very long, but the highly anticipated space shuttle took forever to come. Suddenly, the space station shook violently. It seemed as though it got hit by something. "Oh God damn it! What happened?" Anthony shouted. "Is that the space shuttle that's coming to pick us up?" But why was there no notification and no signal? The bald Aguero raised his voice. Did something crash into the space station? Quickly, let's go and have a look through the monitors. Anthony shouted frantically. After all, they were in outer space. If by any chance there appeared some serious problem, it could very likely spell death for them both. The violent crash finally made Venerable White snap out of his thoughts. Oh, how did I get distracted? Senior White embarrassingly hit himself on his forehead. Yeah, where did our conversation stop? Oh, since we have already entered space, we have to look around and see if there are any small meteorites or anything floating around that can serve as a landing point for us. There's no need for that, Senior. Song Shuhang forced a smile. We just crashed into something, and if I did not guess incorrectly, it's a space station. Ah, we crashed into something? Did it get shattered? Senior White asked in a daze. Song Shuhang replied, no, nothing shattered since its volume is rather huge. Additionally, when we crashed, the protective shield was activated, and it seemed to have dampened our momentum, thus the crash only resulted in a hole. Ah, thank God. Luckily, nothing got shattered. Senior White looked relieved. Indeed, thank God it wasn't shattered. Song Shuhang thought to himself. At this time, Instructor Li Jr. sitting in the co-pilot's seat woke up, but he was still in a daze. When he woke up, he realized that his body was enclosed within a spacesuit. Then, he seemed to have regained his hearing. He could hear the sound of his breathing. However, his body below his neck still would not budge. Where is this? Li Jr. asked while sobbing, but it seemed like his voice was unable to travel out of his spacesuit. Only he could hear his own voice. At this time, a voice appeared out of nowhere in his mind, without going through his ears, and spoke in his mind. It's space. He was communicating in his mind? Li Jr. got a huge scare. He turned his head to look at his surroundings. And then, he saw a black space with several bright stars. Is this really space? What exactly happened? No, let me try recalling. Li Jr. recalled. Today, he was teaching 2 special students, and brought them to pilot a helicopter in the sky. It was a very normal day. Then, the first student, Song Shuhang, smoothly completed his journey in the sky for 1 round. No mishaps happened. It was worthy of celebration. Thereafter, the second student, Song Bai, also started operating the helicopter, flying in the sky. Then, for some reason, his beloved helicopter seemed to surpass the speed of sound. The scene of his helicopter breaking through the sound barrier in his mind was clear as day. Thereafter, what did happen? He went deaf, and then he passed out. When he woke up again, he found himself in space. What kind of freaking development was this? Even a third-rate storyline wouldn't have a development such as this, right? After a long time, Instructor Li Jr. stiffly turned his head around, looked at Venerable White who was next to him, and then cried, begging him, Mr. Song Bai, can you please let me go back? Even though he did not know the specifics of what happened, Song Bai was definitely the one responsible for all of it. Yeah, I will bring you back, don't worry. Venerable White replied. Boo-hoo. Instructor Li Jr. started feeling sorrowful for reasons he did not understand and started crying out loud. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, what should we do next? Yeah, I'm gonna settle Instructor Li Jr.'s memory first and then leave him in the helicopter. And then I'll think of a way to repair the hole left by us in the space station, replied Venerable White. Song Shuhang might have misinterpreted it, but there seemed to be a tinge of excitement in Senior White's voice. Wait, what did Senior White just say earlier? He wants to repair the space station. No way, definitely no way. Senior White already had problems disassembling an air conditioning unit. No, it wasn't just an air conditioning unit, all kinds of electronic appliances in the house had already been dismantled by Senior White once, but none of them survived. We can see this point clearly by looking at the revamping of Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Senior White was a small expert at dismantling machines, but assembling them was impossible for him. Hence, Shuhang sincerely suggested, Senior White, as for repairs, we should leave them for the space station's maintenance staff to settle. I feel that secretly leaving might be better, don't you think? No way, it's a hole we created, so we have to fix it. Venerable White was firm in his decision and said, I know what you're worried about, but you don't have to mull over it anymore. I am no longer the person I used to be a week ago. After disassembling so many electronics and machinery, my knowledge of modern electronic devices has increased and I'm familiar with them now. I can definitely fix a mere hole in the space station. Even if I can't fully repair it, I still have magic. At most I will use magic to fill the hole made by us. Venerable White was full of confidence. It was true though, even if it wasn't fully repaired, Senior White could still fill the hole with magic. And then, all that would be left was to wait for the maintenance staff on board the space station to slowly repair it. Shuhang silently nodded his head. Thinking that way made him feel a lot more at ease. Thereafter, Senior White started to perform a certain technique on Instructor Li Jr., and began to erase his recent memories. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Li Jr. called out, not knowing what was happening. Don't make any more noise. If you continue shouting, don't blame me if I erase more of your memories than I should. Senior White threatened him. Li Jr.'s face turned pale white. Erase my memories? Immediately, his mind started playing all kinds of scenarios, for example, the protagonist getting captured by aliens, then being put through all kinds of scary experiments. After the experiments are done, the protagonist gets brainwashed, removing all his memories, before being releasing him back to Earth to continue his life, but, because he had gone through all kinds of scary experiments, the protagonist would often subconsciously go out of control and transform into a monster, eating humans. And this pitiful protagonist, he used to be a flying instructor, whom his colleagues that he was on close terms with called Li Jr. I don't want to be brainwashed. Instructor Li Jr. said with tears streaming down his face. Pat. Senior White gently patted on Instructor Li Jr.'s helmet, knocking him out again. Done. It's really troublesome to use the memory erasing technique. I deleted his memory until this morning when he met us. If he hadn't uselessly struggled, I could have let him keep a few more memories. Senior White said. Shuhang shot a look at Instructor Li Jr., he felt sorry for him. Afterward, Venerable White unfastened his seatbelt and said excitedly, now, let's go fix the hole in the space station. Let us go? Shuhang pointed at himself. Do I also have to come? Of course. This hole is quite big. If we're together, we might be able to fix it a little faster. Senior White replied. All right. Shuhang agreed. He had absolutely no idea on how to fix a space station, but at least he would be able to keep an eye on Senior White if he were to tag along. Let's go. Senior White grabbed Shuhang and dissolved the protective barrier surrounding the helicopter-style flying sword. Afterward, he lightly jumped and arrived on top of the space station. Once the protective barrier was gone, Instructor Li Jr., who was still inside the helicopter, started to flutter. Luckily, the seatbelt was still latched. Therefore, he didn't fly away. The various accessories inside the helicopter also started to flutter. If they weren't properly dealt with, they would surely turn into space junk. Senior White, who was still holding Shuhang, arrived at the edge of the hole. They were both protected by a magical art and were currently invisible. Then, Senior White stretched his hand and made a sign. An invisible force seized all the broken accessories in the aircraft that had started to flutter and pulled them to his side. Maybe he wanted to use these broken accessories to fill the hole? Next, Senior White activated a sword art, and the fuselage of the helicopter slowly came out of the big hole in the space station. Shuhang stared for a long time at the place of the collision. He had no idea which part of the space station was this. He could see that the thick metallic layer outside now had a huge hole, while there were many broken circuits and pipes on the inside. Even if Shuhang was a student of the mechanical design and manufacturing department, he knew nothing about the design of this space station. Even after looking at it for a long time, he wasn't able to gain any insight. How should I fix it? Venerable White squatted down near the hole. As first thing, he put a protective barrier around the hole to keep the broken equipment inside the space station. Senior, is there a magical art to restore things? For example, you use the technique, and the damaged object returns to its previous state as if time had flown back? Shuhang asked. Venerable White turned around and gave him a supercilious look. You think that there is really such a technique in the world? If such a technique existed, Venerable White would have been the first to learn it. However, thanks to the experience I've gained after disassembling all those electrical appliances and cars, I know that if wires are damaged, patch them up. If pipes are damaged, solder them. You can't go wrong if you proceed this way. As for the damaged external layer, we'll just replace it with a new one. Afterward, everything will be fine. Senior White said, full of confidence. Shuhang nodded and said, you can give it a try. Anyway, they would try their best. If they were able to fix it, good. Otherwise, he would ask Senior White to use a protective barrier to block the hole and leave the rest to the staff of the space station. Leave it to me. Senior White started to tinker with the big hole. From time to time, he would ask Shuhang to look for some components amidst that pile of fluttering accessories. Little by little, Senior White fixed that complex-looking circuit, and the broken pipes were also soldered together. It was unknown whether they were connected in the correct order, but everything seemed fine at first glance. After 30 minutes. Ha ha ha. As long as I pour my heart into it, things won't go wrong. Fixed. Senior White stretched himself. Then, he said to Shuhang, come. Help me take a few pictures. Once we're back, we'll send them to the group. The title will be, Fixing the Hole in a Space Station. Shuhang. However, he still took his mobile phone and helped Senior White take a few photos. Alright, done. Now, only the outer metallic layer is left. Should we cut down the fuselage of the helicopter and solder it to the space station? Senior White proposed. We can't. Let's not talk about the strength of the material. The fuselage of the helicopter has a lot of markings on it. If someone discovers that it used to be a part of a helicopter, how will we explain the fact that it arrived in space and magically soldered itself to a space station? Shuhang immediately rejected the idea. You have a point. In that case, I'll arrange a small defensive formation first. After a week, if they haven't fixed it yet, I'll go back to Earth to get a few steel plates to solder onto the space station. Senior White nodded and used his spiritual energy to draw a small formation on the edge of the hole. Afterward, he poured his spiritual energy inside to activate it. With that, a protective barrier was now surrounding the hole. This barrier would last for around a week. Done. Let's leave. Senior White said, satisfied. Then, he grabbed Shuhang and lightly jumped, returning to the helicopter. Senior White proposed, how about searching for a meteor or some other thing to have fun? Afterward, we'll return to Earth. Fine. Shuhang felt his heart. Today's experience had been a little too much for him. Right now, he wanted to return home as soon as possible. But after seeing Senior White's excited face, he couldn't bring himself to refuse him. Alright, since I'm here, I might as well accompany Senior White for a stroll in space. After entering the helicopter, Shuhang was stunned. He quickly turned his head and looked at the front seat. Senior White, where is Instructor Lee Jr.? The front seat was empty, and there were no traces of Instructor Lee Jr. Senior White was also at a loss. What happened? Where is that guy? Senior, did he run away once he regained consciousness? Song Shuhang said. Venerable White shook his head. Impossible. He will stay unconscious for at least 24 hours due to my technique. Then, why is he not here? Did he float away? Song Shuhang carefully examined the front seat of the helicopter and immediately broke out in cold sweat. When they went to repair the hole in the space station, they took great care in strengthening Instructor Lee Jr.'s seatbelt. But now, the seatbelt in the front seat was broken. It was broken. Senior White, this is bad. Instructor Lee Jr. is really drifting in space. Song Shuhang said impatiently. Don't worry. It didn't take us too much time to repair the hole. He couldn't have gone too far. I'll use my mental energy to find him. With that, Venerable White released his mental energy and started to search in all directions. Going back in time, around 10 minutes earlier. Inside the space station. Aguero, did you discover anything through that damned monitor? The white-haired Anthony shouted. F***CK. There is a huge hole in the space station. I have no idea what we've bumped into. *T, not even a warning from the system. How the hell was this hole even made? The bald Aguero cursed. That aside, will that hole influence the performance of the space station? Anthony thought of another matter. After all, their lives were at stake. There shouldn't be a problem. That place was a mechanical arm and won't cause problems to the rest of the space station. Aguero replied. Just as they were discussing, the monitors caught the image of a white object that was passing by. What's that? Anthony was scared by that thing. Suddenly encountering an unknown object in space was indeed scary. Aguero quickly zoomed in with the camera. Next, they discovered that white object was a human being wearing a spacesuit. It's an astronaut. Aguero said in disbelief. Does he have some relations with the thing we just bumped into? Quick, bring him over here. Anthony shouted. I hope that guy is still alive. Aguero said. The flashback continues. Around 5 minutes earlier. The two astronauts brought their colleague inside the space station, taking him into the service module. It's an Asian guy, and he's still alive. TSK, this guy's luck is really good. Aguero continued, let's wake him up and ask him what happened. Around 4 minutes before Senior White and Shuhang returned. The two of them tried everything in their power but were unable to wake up the Asian guy. Suddenly, Anthony's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's take off his spacesuit. I have an impression of this model. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a camera on the helmet, and inside the spacesuit, there should be a hard disk and video screen. I'll put his spacesuit on and see what happened to him before he fainted. Around 2 minutes before their return to the helicopter. The two astronauts quickly took off the spacesuit of the Asian guy. Afterward, they made him wear an extra spacesuit they had in the space station. Anthony, who had a similar build to the Asian guy, wore the spacesuit and started to fiddle with it. A black layer covered the originally transparent part of the helmet, blocking Anthony's sight. This was the video function of the helmet. It was a feature added to spacesuits in 2019. It was very cool but also quite useless, and since using it increased the number of risks, there weren't many spacesuits making use of this feature. Strange. This guy didn't activate the camera? How come all I see is a black screen? Anthony said dissatisfied. After meddling with the spacesuit for a while, he wasn't able to find anything useful. The present time. The door of the service module opened on its own. Anthony and Aguero both turned their heads and looked at the entrance. However, there wasn't anything there. And just as they wondered what had happened, they started to feel dizzy. The two of them were unable to resist and soon fainted. 3 people wearing spacesuits were floating in the service module. Done. Who would have thought that Instructor Lee Jr. would end up in the orbital module of the space station? Song Shuhang's smiling form appeared in the middle of the service module. Then, he went forward and grabbed the astronaut with a familiar spacesuit, quickly leaving the orbital module afterward. Chapter 221 A Pekingese Flying an Airplane. Song Shuhang left the space station with Instructor Lee Jr. Outside the space station, Venerable White was holding a spacesuit in his hand. As soon as he saw Song Shuhang, he waved at him. Just now, it was thanks to Senior White's long-range technique that all the people in the service module had fainted, allowing Song Shuhang to bring out Instructor Lee Jr. without problems. However, he didn't go with Song Shuhang. He said he needed to take care of something else. Song Shuhang secretly shot a look at the spacesuit in Venerable White's hand. The matter Senior White was talking about shouldn't require getting hold of a spacesuit, right? Since we found him, let's leave. It would be embarrassing to stay in this place any further. Venerable White said via secret sound transmission. After all, they had bumped into someone else's space station, creating a huge hole within it. Then, Venerable White activated a sword art. The helicopter-style flying sword came over with a whiz and steadily stopped in front of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang dragged Instructor Lee Jr. along and entered the helicopter. Afterward, he used a rope to firmly bind Lee Jr. to the seat. This time, he wouldn't let him float away. Next, he sat in the back seat and asked, "Senior White, do you want to delete the contents of the surveillance system?" Sound couldn't spread in space, but Senior White could understand Shuhang's words through mental energy. On the other hand, he could directly deliver his voice in Shuhang's mind via secret sound transmission. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to communicate in space for these two. Song Shuhang and Venerable White were protected by a magic art and couldn't be discovered by surveillance cameras, but the same couldn't be said for Instructor Lee Jr. The process of him floating closer to the space station and getting dragged inside by the other 2 astronauts should have been recorded. Just now, I went and deleted 1 hour worth of video records from the space station. However, I have no idea at what intervals they communicate with Earth. If they maintain a connection at all times, that footage might have been already sent to Earth. Actually, even if the footage has reached Earth, it doesn't really matter. Senior White said with a smile, "When I knocked out those guys in the service module, I also erased their memories. They won't remember anything that happened in the last 1 or 2 hours. Therefore, they won't remember meeting Instructor Lee Jr. when they wake up. At that point, even if the surveillance video has reached the people on Earth, the astronauts will have no recollection of it. It will be ultimately classified as space's strange events. Therefore, let them rack their brains and come up with whatever they want. After all, there were already many similar mysteries regarding space. For example, a few years ago, the picture of a human silhouette captured on Mars was very hot. There were some other rumors too, such as astronauts seeing something similar to alien spaceships passing by or the moon being an artificial satellite. Many of these rumors were coming together with pictures and videos as proof. But so what? How many people on Earth were believing them? After a while, they would be treated as jokes. Maybe the members of some country wouldn't be satisfied and would invest money to reach the heart of the matter, but they were doomed not to find any valuable information. Alright. Let's search for a place to have fun. Right, you can put on this spacesuit. With that, you'll finally be able to feel like an astronaut. After saying these words, Senior White delivered the spacesuit to Song Shuhang. I'll finally be able to feel like an astronaut? Song Shuhang took the spacesuit. Right now, he felt both touched and guilty. He was touched because Senior White still remembered his dream of being an astronaut. And he was guilty because this dream was actually a lie. Well, it wasn't a complete lie either. Deep down in his heart, he had always wanted to wear a spacesuit and take a stroll in space. This time, he'd just take advantage of the opportunity. "Thank you, Senior," Song Shuhang said gratefully. "You're welcome." Senior White narrowed his eyes. It seemed he was in a good mood. Song Shuhang wore the spacesuit. Even if it was cumbersome, it was still very comfortable. Senior White rode his flying sword, shuttling back and forth in space. More than 30 minutes later, they finally found an asteroid of a suitable size. They parked the helicopter on the asteroid, and Song Shuhang, who was wearing a spacesuit, tightly held onto the asteroid with one hand, displaying various poses. In the meantime, Senior White took many pictures. Then, he exchanged positions with Senior White. Senior White sat with his legs crossed and a hand supporting his chin. Song Shuhang also took many photos. Unknowingly, they spent an hour on this small asteroid. At last, Senior White narrowed his eyes in a smile and said, "Did you have fun?" "Yes, it was very enjoyable," Song Shuhang said with a smile. "That's good. Then, let us return." Senior White faintly smiled and squinted his eyes. Without him noticing, he had already been with Shuhang for quite some time. In the meantime, he had grasped most of the modern world knowledge too. After instructing Shuhang about a few cultivation-related problems, he was planning to take his leave. Nothing lasts forever. This trip to space was to compensate Shuhang for the trouble he had caused during the past few days. "Fine, let's go." Song Shuhang stretched himself. Once he was engrossed in it, he had stopped worrying about this and that. This trip to space had been quite a good experience in the end. After getting inside the helicopter, Venerable White covered it with a protective barrier. Afterward, the helicopter-style disposable flying sword took off as sword chi erupted from it, finally heading toward Earth. When the sword chi erupted, the asteroid they had been standing on was split into two pieces. One of the pieces kept floating in space, but the other one strayed off from its orbit and slowly started to go toward the Earth. Perhaps it would be attracted by the gravitational field of the Earth one day and change into a meteor. China, True Monarch Yellow Mountain's immortal cave. Fairy Lychee was smiling as before as she said, "Then, Senior, let us meet again." True Monarch Yellow Mountain in the back also had a bright smile as he waved his hand, "Be careful on your way home." "Ha ha ha." Fairy Lychee smiled shyly. Then, she rode her flying sword and quickly disappeared from True Monarch Yellow Mountain's line of sight. Once Fairy Lychee was gone, True Monarch Yellow Mountain's bright smile twisted, "Daodu. You're dead. Let's see who is going to save you once I get my hands on you." Just as he was clenching his teeth in anger, his mobile phone rang. He looked at the phone and discovered that it was Caselli from the Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center. Why would she call him? Was it because little friend Shuhang and Senior White caused some problems? True Monarch Yellow Mountain answered the phone. "Miss Caselli, do you need something?" "Mr. Huang Wenzhong." Caselli had a sobbing voice, "I need to report you something. It's about Mr. Song Shuhang and Mr. Song Bai. What kind of disaster did they give rise to? Did they destroy some of your aircraft?" "Don't worry about that. No matter how much damage they caused, I'll compensate for it later," said True Monarch Yellow Mountain with the air of a nouveau riche. "And no, it's not about that," Caselli said somewhat worried. "More than 3 hours ago, our flight instructor Li Jr. took Mr. Song Bai for a test flight, but we lost contact with the helicopter midway. Even up till now, there was no reply from their part. I'm starting to get worried. Maybe they had some problems with the flight? Should we widen the area we've been scouring?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain's corner of the mouth twitched. "They haven't returned after 3 hours, and they even lost contact with them? Did little friend Shuhang's fears come true and Venerable White sent the aircraft into space? It can't possibly be this bad. After all, it was only a helicopter." It's unlikely that it will end up in space, unless Venerable White magically changed it. Cough, cough. You don't need to worry about them. I'll try to get in contact with them in a while, and even if something were to happen, I won't hold you responsible. Leave everything to me. True Monarch Yellow Mountain assured. After True Monarch's words, Caselli felt a little more at ease. Ah, yes. Mr. Huang Wenzhong, there is another matter that I need to report. Caselli said, stuttering. Another matter? Except the calamity known as Song Shuhang and Venerable White, what else could have afflicted the training center? It happened 10 minutes ago. One of the aircraft of the training center suddenly took off without our flight instructor in it. Caselli stopped after speaking these words. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had a bad premonition after hearing her words. Maybe you won't believe what I'm about to say, and actually, I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. However, I still feel that I should tell you. The one piloting the aircraft wasn't a person but a pekingese. Mr. Huang Wenzhong, you must believe me. We've got no intention of purposely ruining the aircraft and ask you for money, but this pekingese is still smoothly flying the aircraft as we speak. We can even make a video to prove that we're not lying. Caselli felt like crying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that a pekingese could fly a helicopter? Moreover, even doing so smoothly? True Monarch Yellow Mountain clenched his teeth. Daodu. I'll peel off your fur. In the sky, Daodu was very satisfied as he was using his paws to fly the helicopter in circles. He was getting better with every circle. Ha ha ha. I bet Yellow Mountain would be stunned. He didn't want me to drive a car, so I decided to directly fly a plane. Ha ha ha. Daodu said self-satisfied. The dog fur he had given to Song Shuhang was the main body, and that Daodu that had shed the dog fur was the clone. Daodu, who was in the form of dog fur, had quietly listened to the theoretical lesson while in Song Shuhang's pocket. Afterward, he had carefully watched Song Shuhang in the flight simulator room. He had also learned many things while Li Jr. was teaching Song Shuhang. He waited until Song Shuhang changed into his spacesuit and left. Next, he seized the first opportunity he got and boarded a helicopter. Then, all the above described things happened. After clenching his teeth in anger, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said in a deep tone, "Keep a close watch on that pekingese, and don't let him board any other aircraft. Once he's done flying, do everything in your power to keep him in place. Don't let him run. As for the other matters, I'll send someone to deal with them. Hopefully, Daodu won't cause too much trouble this time." True Monarch Yellow Mountain wasn't afraid that the men of the training center would make a video and put it online. After all, even if they were to put online the video of a pekingese flying a helicopter, people would think that it was either made via a computer or that it was the advertisement of a movie shooting. But even if it were to start a commotion, True Monarch Yellow Mountain had means to deal with it. After all, it wasn't the first time that Daodu was causing problems. Daodu had caused trouble countless times, and it was always True Monarch Yellow Mountain that was cleaning up his mess behind the scenes. He was already an expert in this field. After hearing his words, Caselli heaved a sigh of relief and began to take action according to True Monarch Yellow Mountain's orders. After hanging up, he then called Song Shuhang. Immediately, the warm voice of the system lady transmitted from the phone, "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unreachable. Please try again later." The number is unreachable? Are they really in space? Without little friend Shuhang and Senior White there, who will take Daodu down from the helicopter? He always had a specialized squad at hand to take care of the mess left behind by Daodu, but they were too far from his current position. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was getting worried. After 20 minutes, Venerable White returned to Earth with the helicopter-style flying sword. Even if space is beautiful and makes one feel happy, only on Earth can I truly be at ease. Song Shuhang thought to himself. "Senior, Where are we? Song Shuhang asked thoughtlessly. By looking down, he could faintly see skyscrapers and many lights. Moreover, it was night time. However, when he and Senior White had left, it was still early morning. I don't know either. I casually entered the atmosphere without looking where I was going. We'll discover where we are once we descend to the ground. Venerable White replied. After a while, the two of them descended to a certain height. Song Shuhang quickly saw a very eye-catching structure. It was the big statue of a goddess wearing ancient Greek clothes. The goddess was wearing a crown with 7 pointed ends, holding a torch in her right hand and a book in the left one. Under her feet were broken cuffs and chains. The Statue of Liberty? Song Shuhang suddenly broke in cold sweat. How did we end up in the United States? Venerable White stabilized the helicopter and seized up the statue of the goddess. Oh, this is the Statue of Liberty that is very famous on the net. So ugly. Ugly? It's not. I think that the statue of this goddess is quite fine. Song Shuhang held his chin. He was no expert in appreciating art, but he wouldn't call the statue before his eyes ugly. As soon as he finished his sentence, he shot a look at Venerable White. Wait a moment. Is Venerable White using himself as a reference when determining if something is ugly or beautiful? If that's the case, the Statue of Liberty is indeed ugly. After making this guess, Song Shuhang immediately probed out, Senior White, do you think I'm handsome? Senior White was taken aback, but soon after, he laughed. Shuhang, you think that my aesthetic standards are very high? There is no such thing. There is not much difference with that of an average person, maybe it's just a little higher. From my point of view, you're passable, certainly not ugly. Only not ugly? Recently, I felt as if I have become quite handsome. Song Shuhang said while holding his chin. Venerable White. Ha ha ha. However, we're still in the United States. It's better if we return home. If we go in that direction, we'll be able to reach China. Song Shuhang pointed to the east and laughed. I see. Let's go then. Senior White activated his sword art once again. The helicopter-style flying sword took off once more. On the way back, Song Shuhang had nothing to do. Therefore, he took the phone and tried to see if there was signal. With a phone credit of 10 million renminbi, even if abroad rates were applied, it was nothing but pocket change. At this point, Song Shuhang sent several pictures to the 9 provinces number 1 group. In the first batch of pictures, Senior White was fixing the hole in the space station. In these pictures, Venerable White was earnestly connecting pipes and wires. He seemed very engaged. Title: Senior White earnestly repairing the hole in a space station. After sending these pictures, Song Shuhang had yet to refresh the page when comments of several seniors started to pop up. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, little friend Song Shuhang, did you really go to space? No wonder I couldn't get in touch with you guys just now. Northern River's loose Cultivator also quickly replied, on the other hand, I'm wondering why little friend Shuhang and Senior White went into space to repair a space station. What exactly happened? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman explained, haha. If I'm not mistaken, Senior White and little friend Song Shuhang had flight lessons together today. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, he took flight lessons with Senior White? This is madness. Who else besides Senior White can send an ordinary aircraft into space? Little friend Shuhang, I suggest you to get a life insurance. It will be useful. Scholar Drunken Moon, I see. They went into space while they were taking piloting lessons. Anyway, brother Thrice Reckless, the one who is mad is not little friend Song Shuhang but you. Maybe you're unaware of it, but Senior White is also in the group now. LUL. Medicine Master, LUL. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, LUL. Su Clan 7, LUL. LUL your sister. Thrice reckless Mad Saber got mad. Senior White is in the group. Did he already read my comment? F***CK, how do you delete comments again? Stop laughing and tell me. Dharma King Creation, I have no idea how to do it, but I can teach you of a way. Go search on the internet. LUL. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, I know how to delete messages, but I won't tell you. LUL. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, you bastards. Pray not to meet me again. Otherwise, I'll make sure to give you a taste of my 72 swift saber strikes. Northern River's loose cultivator, I think we've neglected something important. After looking at the picture again, I'm wondering about something else. Where did that huge hole come from? You're right. Where did that huge hole come from? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman also attached a perplexed emoji. Medicine Master, stressed by a mountain of books, same question. At this time, another ID suddenly popped out. Venerable White, I got distracted and bumped into the space station with the helicopter, but it's all fixed now. Ha ha ha. Senior White is incredible. Thrice reckless Mad Saber immediately started to flatter. He had just finished deleting that message from before with great difficulty, and as soon as he saw Senior White, he thought of saying sweet words to him. Thrice reckless, I saw your message, Venerable White continued, the one you deleted. Thrice reckless Mad Saber. True Monarch Yellow Mountain reappeared and changed the topic of conversation, cough. Venerable White, little friend Shuhang, where are you now? I need your help with a small matter. Stressed by a mountain of books, we're in the United States. We're on our way back to China right now. Senior Yellow Mountain, what did you need? True Monarch Yellow Mountain heaved a sigh, if possible, would like you and Senior White to hurry back a little bit faster. Venerable White, what happened? Daodu boarded an aircraft. Even if it was only a short sentence of 4 words, everyone in the group could feel True Monarch Yellow Mountain's deep depression. Impossible. Daodu stayed back home and should be looking after the house. Song Shuhang subconsciously said. But right at this moment, he thought of something. He put a hand in his pocket. Originally, Daodu's dog fur should have been there, but now, there was nothing inside. Daodu. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Daodu must have used some magic arts to follow you. Anyway, he caused you a great inconvenience. Once you have caught him, feel free to hit, scold, and lecture him as much as you like. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said bitterly. Hit, scold, and lecture him as much as I want. The problem is, will I even be able to hit him? I understand. Senior White and I will rush back as fast as possible. Song Shuhang replied. After closing the chat, Song Shuhang looked at Venerable White. Senior White laughed, then, sit tight. Heavenly Peng's flying technique, the wings of the Heavenly Peng appeared on both sides of the fuselage. Just as the wings flapped, the helicopter reached a supersonic speed, quickly heading toward China. On another side, inside the space station. The spacecraft Soyuz had smoothly docked at the space station. Its objective was to bring back to Earth the 2 astronauts named Aguero and Anthony. Where are Aguero and Anthony? Why aren't they replying? Let's enter and look. They shouldn't be still doing experiments, right? The last time I called Anthony, he remembered that he had to finish an experiment. Then, he closed himself in the laboratory, refusing to come out. After a short moment. Found them. Heavens, they are both unconscious. What happened? Damn, just what happened in this space station? Let's take a quick look at the surveillance system. Someone deleted all the video records. Several hours worth of records are missing. What's the matter? Oh my God. There is also a huge hole in the space station, oh. But it seems that someone repaired it? Let's leave it for later. Let's send Aguero and Anthony back to Earth first. Once they wake up, we can ask them what happened. Everything inside the space station was a mess. Chapter 223. Anthony is taking a long time to take off his helmet. When Venerable White used the Heavenly Pangs flying technique, the speed of the helicopter changed as fast as lightning. It would take them a little more than 1 hour to reach China. The quality of the material of the helicopter was limiting its speed. If Senior White were to use his meteor sword, the speed would have been several times faster. On the way back, Shuhang took out his mobile phone and started to search on the internet for news regarding space stations. After all, they had just bumped a hole in one of them. Many news popped out when he typed "space station" on Baidu. Latest news: the spacecraft Soyuz has successfully entered the orbit of the International Space Station and is preparing to dock. Soon, the 2 astronauts on board will be able to return home. This news was posted 6 hours ago. Latest news: the spacecraft Soyuz has taken off. The numbers of astronauts that will stay on the International Space Station this time will be 5. They'll replace the 2 astronauts that are currently on board, and they'll perform at least 70 experiments up there. This news was posted 1 day ago. There was no mistake. He could tell that it was exactly the space station he and Senior White had created a hole in. And it seemed that the spacecraft Soyuz had entered the orbit of the space station 6 hours ago, therefore, they should already be on board and met the astronauts, right? Shuhang broke in cold sweat while thinking of this. Luckily, they had been quick to leave. Otherwise, they might have ended up meeting the people from the spacecraft. 1.5 hours later, Shuhang and Senior White arrived in China, near the Jiangnan area. Should we directly go to the training center? Venerable White asked. Shuhang thought a bit and said, Senior White, we should look for a good place to land first. Then, we need to create the scene of a helicopter crash and set Instructor Li Jr. free. The helicopter was completely ruined, and if they were to go back to the training center like this, the people there would get a scare. It was better not to give more problems to True Monarch Yellow Mountain. You have a point. Venerable White nodded. Then, he found a desolate place and stopped the helicopter there. Shuhang took Instructor Li Jr. and got off. Venerable White deleted all the formations he had engraved on the fuselage of the helicopter. Next, he created a hole with his foot near the helicopter, throwing the fuselage inside. It was fine to choose a random place to arrange the scene of the accident. True Monarch Yellow Mountain would send someone later to work on the details. Shuhang put Instructor Li Jr. on the ground. Then, he was preparing to take off his helmet and spacesuit as he said, Senior White, can we let Instructor Li Jr. wake up already? Sure. Senior White agreed and was preparing to cancel the technique he had used. Shuhang was preparing to take off Instructor Li Jr.'s helmet when he noticed something. He remembered that the helmet was transparent in the front, but now, there was a black layer there, hiding Instructor Li Jr.'s face. He slowly removed the helmet. Next, Shuhang's eyes widened, and his whole person froze on the spot. Senior, wait a moment. Shuhang called out. He prevented Senior White from releasing the hypnotizing magic art. At the same time, he immediately put the helmet where it was and took a deep breath. What happened? Senior White asked curiously. Shuhang rubbed his eyes. Let me rub my eyes a little. Maybe I'm having hallucinations because I'm tired. Senior White was puzzled. Shuhang stretched his hands out and removed the helmet once more. Once the helmet was removed, the face of the man beneath was revealed. This person was in his 40s and had a good complexion. Maybe because he had overworked himself, his hair had grown white ahead of time. We got scammed. Who the hell is this? Shuhang really felt like flipping over a table. What happened to Instructor Li Jr.? This is clearly the spacesuit I gave him. There is even China's flag on it. But why is this foreigner wearing it? So, what about Instructor Li Jr.? Venerable White was also curious and asked. I don't know where he is either. Shuhang wanted to cry but had no tears. However, I think I grabbed the wrong person. Instructor Li Jr. might as well be still in the space station. Venerable White. This is the same spacesuit I gave to Instructor Li Jr. But for some unknown reasons, this foreigner decided to wear it. Moreover, he even covered his face with that black layer, making it even more difficult to tell them apart. Shuhang said. This small mistake was bound to cause further trouble. Don't panic. Venerable White said. After thinking a bit, he added, should I build a disposable flying sword 004 and send him back to the space station? As soon as Senior White said this, a certain scene appeared in Shuhang's head. Senior White created his disposable flying sword 004 and set the space station as the destination. Then, he activated the sword art and sent this unknown foreigner flying into the sky. And then, that space station they had bumped into suddenly exploded with a mushroom cloud, and the cause of the explosion was the impact with the disposable flying sword. After thinking of this fearful scene, Shuhang shook his head. Senior, it's better if we find a way to deliver him to the space station personally. Moreover, Instructor Li Jr. is also still up there. We don't have just to send this guy over there, we also have to take Instructor Li Jr. back. Shuhang said. You're also correct. Venerable White nodded. In this case, let's go catch Daoist first. Later, we'll make another trip to space. Shuhang heaved a sigh. Now, he could only hope that the astronauts of the Soyuz spacecraft would be slower than them, letting him and Senior White swap Li Jr. for this foreigner before their arrival. Since Instructor Li Jr. was still up there waiting for them, Senior White and Shuhang didn't directly return to the training center. Instead, they rode a flying sword and went to look for Daoist. At this time, Daoist was casually flying around with the helicopter. Waha! How could a mere helicopter baffle me? Let alone a helicopter, one day I'll get my paws on a space shuttle too. Yellow Mountain can't stop me. Daoist said cheerfully. From time to time, his paws would fiddle with the instruments in the helicopter. He seemed very skilled. He was flying and flying, but then his smiling face froze. Senior White, who was riding a flying sword, appeared right in front of the helicopter. He had a calm smile on his face. And behind him, there was Shuhang, who was carrying a man wrapped in a spacesuit. His face wore a fiendish grin as he said, Daoist. Daoist made a hollow laugh, aha. Shuhang, you've come back. Welcome back. Aha. Let's go back home. Shuhang said. No, I don't want to go back. I want to keep flying this helicopter, and I want to try another model too. Daoist objected. He had waited a long time to find the right opportunity to board an aircraft. How could he give up so easily? Senior, we don't have too much time. Let's just kidnap Daoist. Shuhang suggested. Senior White faintly smiled and said to Daoist, be a good dog. Fly this helicopter back, and then we'll go home. I'm sorry, I'll immediately fly it back. Daoist still wanted to refuse, but as he saw Senior White's smile getting brighter and brighter, he decided to compromise. His sixth sense as a monster beast was telling him that he would end up in a tragic state if he kept annoying Senior White. He might even send him to the moon with his disposable flying sword 004. Therefore, Daoist flew the helicopter back to the Jiangshui Civil Aviation Training Center with a face full of tears. Inside the training center, Caselli, who was trying to determine the position of the helicopter stolen by Daoist through the radar, felt like a cat on hot bricks. At this moment, the voice of a man echoed in her headsets, Caselli, good news. The helicopter taken by the pekingese has returned. This was the instructor that Caselli had entrusted with looking for the helicopter stolen by Daudu. He was monitoring the helicopter from the outside with his car. That's great. Keep a close watch, nothing must go wrong. Caselli relaxed a bit. The other instructors also heaved a sigh of relief. One of them casually turned the TV on to lighten the atmosphere. They had many TV channels here at the training center. Not only did they have access to Chinese channels, but also many aviation-type foreign channels. With that, the instructors could broaden their knowledge in their free time. This instructor had selected a foreign aviation channel. At this time, a pretty hostess with golden hair and blue eyes was covering some aviation news. According to the latest reports, the spacecraft Soyuz has successfully picked up the 2 astronauts on the International Space Station and is right now on its way back to Earth. 10 minutes ago, the spacecraft left the blackout zone and activated its sun shield. It will land shortly. Let's welcome the 2 astronauts that have come back from space, Aguero and Anthony. Afterward, the camera switched to the place where the astronauts were about to land. In the last 3 years, aerospace technology had developed quite a bit, reaching a very high level. Therefore, astronauts were able to land more quickly and safely. Previously, astronauts needed around 1 day to properly land when returning from space, but now they needed around 2 hours. Moreover, it was unlikely for them to face any danger in the landing process. At the landing zone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Barbara, the journalist on the site. The spacecraft Soyuz has just successfully landed. The bodies of the 2 astronauts are in good condition, and with the help of the staff, they are now sitting on chairs, ready to give us an interview. Therefore, we're about to interview from close up the 2 heroes that have just returned from space. The first one is Mr. Aguero. Aguero took off his spacesuit and waved at the crowd. Venerable White's hypnotizing technique had expired not long after he had boarded the spacecraft leading him toward Earth. Even if he had lost part of his memory, it didn't stop Aguero from accepting the cheers he was receiving. After all, it was an honor to be greeted like this. And here is our other hero, Anthony. A warm applause echoed once more. Perhaps they were his fans or his relatives, but there were some people loudly shouting Anthony's name in the crowd. However, Mr. Anthony had yet to take off the helmet of his spacesuit. When examining closely, you could see that Mr. Anthony's body was trembling. Was Mr. Anthony excited? My name is Li Shihua, I am a young aviation academy flying instructor. My marital status is single. I have good relations with people. Within the aviation academy, everyone cordially calls me Li Jr. I have always loved the blue skies since I was young. When I was a child, I wished I could be a small bird, because if I were a small bird, would be able to fly freely in the sky with no constraints. I yearned for the sky just like that, and the more mysterious and vast space above it. Thereafter, I started to strive hard for my goals. After I grew older, I became a flying instructor at an aviation academy. I learned how to fly and frequently flew in the skies. I had fulfilled my childhood dreams. After that, I had a new dream, that is, if the opportunity arises, I want to operate supersonic aircraft, to charge in the sky at top speed without any obstructions. Due to the fact that the helicopter I'm using to teach students is too slow, even though I had fulfilled my blue sky dream, I had no opportunities to fly freely in the sky. Moreover, ultimately, speed is every man's passion. Think about it, when the aircraft surpasses the speed of sound, it rumbles and begins supersonic flight. Just based on the fact that it's faster than the speed of sound, it feels awesome. Of course, this wish was fundamentally impossible to fulfill. After all, I am just an ordinary private aircraft instructor. It is impossible for me to have an opportunity to fly a supersonic aircraft. Actually, deep down in my heart, I have a more preposterous dream. I want to enter space and personally touch an asteroid with my own hands. I want to see how a space station actually looks like, and I want to stand outside the atmospheric layer and use my own eyes to see what the sun looks like, as well as the stars and moon, not forgetting the earth. This dream is definitely much more absurd. However, suddenly one day, when I woke up from a nap, I found myself within a metal cabin, wearing a spacesuit, in the midst of descending to the ground. What is actually happening? Why am I wearing a spacesuit? I don't have no recollections of it at all. After the metal cabin successfully landed, my whole body felt weak and devoid of strength. Thereafter, there were two people who came to open the door and helped the other astronaut and me up, and seated us on our respective chairs. In front, there was a bunch of foreigners with blue eyes. They kept cheering in English, and then shouting a name, Anthony, Anthony, while facing us. In that case, welcoming the return of our hero, firstly, it's Mr. Aguero, said a pretty Caucasian lady. The audience around started cheering. The fellow wearing a spacesuit next to me took off his helmet, revealing his bald head. He smiled and raised his hands, reveling in the cheers of the audience. Can anybody tell me, just what exactly is going on here? Let me try to recall. I remember that due to the fact that we urgently needed a large sum of money recently, we accepted a risky mission at the Aviation Academy, that is to guide two complete newbies to operate aircraft in the sky. As for the two rich newbies, it is said that they had never even touched a plane before, but they already want to start flying in the sky. Accepting this mission was indeed putting our lives at risk. Thereafter, from what I remember, I met up with the two newbies. One of them was a university student with a bashful smile, and the other was a handsome and charming young man. And after that, I had no more recollection. Vaguely, it seemed as though a lot of things had happened, but I have no memory of them whatsoever, like I just woke up from slumber. But when I opened my eyes, it was this very scene right before my eyes. At this time, the beautiful Caucasian lady called out once again, the other hero is Anthony. 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 The surrounding audience started cheering again. Are they calling me? I am Anthony. This can't be right. I am Li Shihua, the flying instructor Li Shihua. The big problem is, my body is trembling. If I am Li Shihua, then where did Anthony go? If I am Anthony, then why do I have Li Shihua's memories? Everyone calm down. Anthony is perhaps still trying to get used to the Earth's gravitational force. It's okay, can the staff please help him remove his helmet, requested the bald-headed Aguero next to him. Don't remove my helmet. I cried out in my heart. However, my body is too weak, I'm unable to move. The two staff smiled and went up to me and helped me undo the connector connecting the spacesuit and the helmet before removing it. In the next moment, everyone at the site quietened down. Pin drop silence. The bald man Aguero opened his mouth. What happened? The person whose helmet was removed wasn't Anthony but another young Asian man. What was happening? What about his fellow partner Anthony? Where did Anthony go? What exactly happened at the space station? Why didn't he have a single memory of it? The audience at the sides rubbed their eyes. Oh God, who'd be able to tell them where did this young Asian man come from? What about Mr. Anthony? This pin drop silence lasted for a very long time. After a long time, there was still not a reaction from a single soul. Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center. Splat, a flying instructor who was in the midst of drinking water spat out his water before choking on it, and continued coughing. He reached out his hand and pointed at the zoomed-in face of an Asian man on the television screen. Lee Jr. It's Lee Jr., right? I did not recognize the wrong person, it definitely is Lee Jr. That hairstyle of his was done at the hair salon 2 days ago with me, said this flying instructor. Truth to be told, nobody needed his reminder, for the flying instructors around who knew Lee Jr. were already shocked. Their mouths were wide open, enough to fit a fist in them. What happened? Why did Lee Jr. appear within the Soyuz spacecraft that returned from the space station? And became a hero who had returned from space? Returned from space? A few hours ago, Lee Jr. was just accompanying two nouveau riches to fly a helicopter. What space are you talking about? Could that be Lee Jr.'s distant relative? Previously, they introduced him as Anthony or something. Impossible. If Lee Jr. had such a relative, how would I not know? I am his prospective future brother-in-law. I am very familiar with the relatives he has in his family. It is definitely Lee Jr. himself. You see the black mole under his left ear. Even if he were a twin, they wouldn't have the exact same mole, right? A huge commotion began in Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center. Everyone started having a discussion at the same time. Caselli also looked at the television screen. What she was thinking was much deeper than these instructors. She thought of a fella named Song Shuhang. Before he entered the helicopter, he insisted on wearing the spacesuit. Such an odd act, Caselli couldn't help but to think a lot about it. In the sky, the helicopter operated by Daodu quietly descended and the workers rushed over to provide support. Daodu openly jumped out of the aircraft and the workers beside did not stop him. Miss Caselli instructed them before not to hurt this pekingese, and just to be careful and not allow it to come in contact with other aircraft. Song Shuhang stood on Senior White's flying sword. Both of them were invisible. Song Shuhang's gaze shifted to the scene broadcasted on the television in the Jiangshui Civil Aviation Training Center. And he saw Instructor Lee Jr.'s stiff face filling the entire television screen. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ultimately, Senior White and he were one step behind. Instructor Lee Jr. had already been brought back to Earth. Venerable White pointed at Instructor Lee Jr. on the screen and asked, "What should we do? Save him? What can we even do? We can only leave him there for the time being." Song Shuhang secretly let out a sigh. He fished out his phone and dialed True Monarch Yellow Mountain's number. Very soon, True Monarch Yellow Mountain picked up the phone. Song Shuhang said, "True Monarch, Daodu is already here." True Monarch Yellow Mountain sighed deeply and said, "That's good, keep an eye on him, don't let him stir up any trouble. As for the other stuff, I will send someone to settle it. It won't have any consequences, so you don't have to worry. Also, the helicopter that we broke apart previously was tossed in the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Shall I send the coordinates to you on a map?" Song Shuhang asked. "No problem, later when the staff settles Daodu's issue, they will also settle the helicopter problem while they are at it." True Monarch Yellow Mountain answered readily. Based on True Monarch Yellow Mountain's capabilities, a few minutes was good enough to settle the problems. "And one last thing," Song Shuhang said embarrassingly, "today, didn't America send the Soyuz to the space station to fetch 2 astronauts back? The space station that both of you crashed into, right? Since you've already crashed into it, it's no big deal. Nobody in the chat group invested in that space station, you can rest assured." True Monarch Yellow Mountain laughed. "Cough, this isn't the problem I'm about to tell you. Honestly, because of various kinds of reasons, we accidentally left the flying instructor Lee Jr., who was in charge of teaching us, behind on the space station, and brought an astronaut named Anthony, who was originally in the space station, back with us. Right now, it is being broadcasted live on television. Instructor Lee Jr. was mistaken as an astronaut and got brought to America. He is being interviewed at the moment." Song Shuhang forced a laugh. True Monarch Yellow Mountain on the end of the line rubbed his face with all his might. Wasn't every single one of them too good at getting into trouble? Not only did he stir trouble all the way to the space station, he also stirred trouble all the way back on Earth, on the other side, in America. For some reason, recently, he kept having a nagging feeling that his fellow Daoist friends' abilities to stir trouble were topping one another. His head hurt, and liver too. What about that Instructor Lee Jr. now? True Monarch Yellow Mountain sighed. The live broadcast showed that he is still sitting on the chair, looking as though he's about to cry. "Oh, seems like someone is coming over to pick him up. It's hard to tell whether it's FBI or CIA, I couldn't see clearly." Shuhang said weakly. You guys wait, I'll get people to come pick you guys up. Right now, the guy called Anthony is still with you, right? I will contact a friend and get Instructor Lee Jr. in exchange. But, perhaps it's gonna take a few days. Sorry to cause you such inconvenience, said Shuhang apologetically. It was also hard on you. True Monarch Yellow Mountain encouraged Shuhang. Shuhang looked at the television screen. Hopefully Instructor Lee Jr. returns home safely after being taken away. It was said that American's taste was very unique, and Instructor Lee Jr. was quite good-looking, which bode ill for his chastity. The white-haired Anthony slowly regained consciousness. He felt that he was in a rather turbulent place. He had felt the same when he had sat on the tractor a long, long time ago. That extremely uncomfortable feeling of being continuously shaken. God damn it. Can't you just let me sleep in peace? Anthony slowly opened his eyes. It was bright. Very bright actually. Super bright. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that everything around was an expanse of brightness. Moreover, this white light seemed to come from all directions, with no dead angles. It was the same as those shadowless lamps used when performing surgeries. You couldn't see a single shadow. He had the feeling of being on a ship. But if it was a ship, why could he see clouds right next to it? At this time, a warm voice echoed near his ear, "Child, you're finally awake." Child? I'm in my 40s and soon to be 50 years old, and you're calling me child? Anthony's corner of the mouth twitched. Then, he turned his head and tried to look at the owner of the warm voice. When he saw the owner of the voice, he was scared shitless. It was a completely white and flawless human figure that was emitting white light from every pore. On its back were 3 pairs of wings that were slowly flapping, making it look even more sacred and inviolable. An angel? Anthony's mouth was wide open. Why am I seeing an angel? Did I die? No way. I couldn't have died in such an unreasonable way. Excuse me, where am I? Anthony asked with a sobbing voice. He wasn't that old yet, and he had still a lot of experiments to do. He also had many dreams yet to realize. If possible, he didn't want to die yet. Don't worry, child. There is no need to be scared. We're on paradise. The 6-winged angel had a smiling face and a gentle voice that made one's heart warm. However, even that smiling face was unable to dispel Anthony's despair. Paradise, then, I'm really dead? His eyes rolled over, and he fainted again. Senior White Crane, stop scaring him like that. What would we do if he were to be frightened to death by you? Remember that we have to exchange him for Instructor Lee Jr. At this time, a man in black clothes quietly appeared on the angel's side, a smile on his face. What nonsense are you babbling about? I didn't try to scare him. Moreover, Paradise is the name of the boat. I wasn't lying. The angel had a gentle voice as before. Soon after, its body flashed, and all the holy light that was filling the surrounding area stopped. Its true form was finally revealed. It was a huge white crane with 3 wings on both sides. This was its real form. The angel from before was something it had used magic to change into. It was very good transformation, almost identical to the angels in Western legends. It was unknown if it was due to its human form, but it had quite a bit of status amongst the Westerns. This person was True Monarch White Crane, Yellow Mountain's good friend. Instructor Lee Jr. was taken away by the FBI or a similar organization. With True Monarch White Crane's help, it shouldn't be too difficult to exchange him for Anthony. Actually, True Monarch Yellow Mountain could have easily sent someone to seize back Instructor Lee Jr. directly, but that would have caused further unnecessary trouble. Alright, all the things mentioned above were only excuses. The truth was that True Monarch White Crane once owned a big favor to Senior White, a kind of life-changing favor. Therefore, whenever Senior White needed help, White Crane was the first one to volunteer to help him. However, there was also another problem. White Crane wasn't willing to, or it would be better to say that it did not dare to, see Senior White face to face. It was said that after receiving that great favor from Venerable White, it stayed by his side and acted as his faithful servant for more than 2 months. But one day, it ******* up and proposed to Senior White. There is no need to explain what happened next. That was True Monarch White Crane's most happy and most painful memory. But even up till now, it did not dare to see Venerable White. However, it still wished to help him if possible, even if it was an insignificant matter. As long as it could help, it wanted to help. Therefore, True Monarch Yellow Mountain left the duty to rescue Instructor Lee Jr. to it with a clear conscience. Instructor Lee Jr. was now in the hands of the FBI or another American organization because of Senior White. Therefore, helping and taking him back was like helping Venerable White. Not only would True Monarch White Crane do its utmost to complete the duty, but it would also owe a favor to True Monarch Yellow Mountain for allowing it to help Senior White. Only a fool would refuse someone that would help you with a matter and also owe you a favor at the same time. Anyway, Senior White has come out of secluded meditation, right? Who is in charge of introducing him to the modern world this time? True Monarch White Crane asked the man in black clothes. This man in black clothes was True Monarch Yellow Mountain's subordinate. This man was known in the world of cultivators as Heaven-Shrouding Hook Zhou Li. His job was to deal with all the mess left behind by Daodu. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had an entire squad of people like him. Oh, Venerable White came out of secluded meditation quite some time ago. But, it seems that a rookie is in charge of taking care of him. Heaven-Shrouding Hook Zhou Li said. A rookie? Did those guys in the group become smarter and decided not to meet Senior White? A bunch of people with no control over their emotions. True Monarch White Crane snorted in contempt. Zhou Li. You're the least qualified person to complain about the willpower of the people inside the group. At least, none of them went as far you did, proposing shamelessly to him. I bet that this new guy has already submitted to Senior White's infinite charm, am I right? True Monarch White Crane asked. It believed that no matter if it were a man or a woman, a human or a beast, all would be captivated by Senior White's incredible charm. Zhou Li thought a bit and replied, how should I explain it? According to what I've heard from True Monarch Yellow Mountain's mouth, this rookie was affected by Senior White's charm, but they're still normal friends. What? They're still normal friends? Is this rookie a man or a woman? A human or beast? True Monarch White Crane quickly asked. A male, human. Zhou Li replied. A male? Is that rookie gay? He was unexpectedly able to resist Senior White's charm. True Monarch White Crane said astonished. Zhou Li, Senior White Crane, what kind of logic is that? It is exactly because little friend Shuhang's sexual orientation is normal that he is able to resist Venerable White's charm. On the other hand, True Monarch White Crane couldn't be considered gay either. It belonged to a very special race that had inherited the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. Their race was born from eggs. When they were born, there was no distinction between sexes. Only once they had found their true love and concluded a special engagement would their sex change in accordance to that of their beloved one. Generally speaking, they were a classy race with little to no moral integrity. Before they were married, they wooed both boys and girls. You could say they had complete freedom to love. TSK. It seems I'll have to go and meet this rookie face to face once I'm done retrieving Lee Jr. True Monarch White Crane's 2 wings stretched and arrived behind its head. It seemed it was deeply pondering something. I must thoroughly teach this rookie and let him understand how incredible Senior White's charm is. In this world, no one is allowed not to love Senior White. Every creature that is not loving Senior White is a mistake. I must personally educate this newbie with a distorted view of the world. True Monarch White Crane's both eyes were ablaze with flames. On another side, Jiangnan area. A little more than 1 hour before, Song Shuhang and Venerable White grabbed Daodu and waited in the space above the Jiangshui Civil Aviation Training Center for quite a long time. At last, that specialized, in cleaning up messes, personnel sent by True Monarch Yellow Mountain made its appearance. Song Shuhang left Anthony to these specialists and told them the place of the helicopter crash. Then, all the matters of a Pekingese flying an aircraft, the helicopter crash incident, and the matter of Instructor Li Jr. becoming an astronaut were left in the hands of these specialists. After everything was settled, Song Shuhang, Senior White, and Daodu returned home together. After returning home, Song Shuhang called Guogua. It was rather embarrassing. He told the small monk to stay home and look after the house, but he and Senior White rushed into space. After all that going back and forth, they didn't even prepare lunch for the small monk. Little Guogua shouldn't have starved, right? Song Shuhang called 2 times, but there was no response. Weird, there's no response. Is he sleeping? Song Shuhang asked confused. Then, he searched throughout the entire building once, but there were no traces of the small monk. Where did that rascal run to? Song Shuhang clenched his teeth. Shuhang, look at this. At this time, Senior White pointed toward the dining table on the 3rd floor. Above the table was a novel that Shuhang had rented from the library and had yet to return. Song Shuhang moved closer and discovered there were 2 rows of big characters written on the cover. First row, Elder Brother Shuhang, I'm going out to make money. Don't worry about me. Second row, P.S. Previously, I searched on the internet for a bit and discovered that to have your hemorrhoids surgically removed, you need to pay between 300 and 500 RMB. If you stay in the hospital for a few days, it's even more expensive. When I left the temple, I brought with me only 1,032 renminbi and 60 cents, and I still need quite a bit for the surgery. Therefore, I'm going out to make some money. I'll be back soon, Elder Brother Shuhang. Song Shuhang clenched his fists and said, Bastard. You're purposely trying to anger me, aren't you? I told you to behave and stay at home, but you actually ran away. Do my words count for nothing? And that P.S. P.S. your sister. Hemorrhoids or not, wait till I catch you. I'll spank you till you shit all over the place. Daoist shrank his head in fear. It seemed that Song Shuhang was rather angry today. The sun was setting and the color of the sky fading. In a small mountain village in the outskirts of the Jiangnan area, Cao Delian was sitting at the entrance of his old house, smoking quietly. After finishing the cigarette, he smoked another, and then another one. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. He returned inside the room and opened a closet, revealing a lot of small Buddha statues and idols. All the gods that are known and unknown. After completing this deal, I'll retire for good. Therefore, I ask you to watch over me, and let me smoothly complete my last deal. After I turn over a new leaf, I'll coat your bodies with gold. Cao Delian lit up some incense and respectfully placed some fruits as offerings. Then, he carefully closed the closet and deeply exhaled. Today will be the last deal. Afterward, I'll turn over a new leaf and go live in another city and change my identity. Cao Delian thought to himself. He slightly straightened his clothes up and turned around, preparing to leave this old house and look for a target for the last deal. When he turned around, he discovered that a small monk had appeared in front of his gate. This small monk seemed to be around 8 years old. He had a round face and looked rather lovable. It made one want to pinch and twist his round cheeks ruthlessly. Moreover, he had a very serious expression. This made him look even more lovable. If I were to sell this child, I'm sure many people would go mad to buy him, right? Cao Delian's occupational disease kicked in as he thought this. As he was thinking, the small monk joined his palms together and greeted him, "Hello, Benefactor. Is Benefactor Cao at home?" This small monk knows my name?" Cao Delian was confused. However, he kept his cool and returned the greetings, "Hello, little master. I'm precisely Cao Delian." "That's good then." The small monk heaved a sigh of relief. This small monk needs Benefactor Cao's help with a matter. "Right, can we go inside to talk?" Cao Delian was temporarily at a loss. However, he still nodded and let the small monk enter the house. Cao Delian asked cautiously, "Why is little master looking for me? Did someone send you here to relay a message?" "No," the small monk made another greeting gesture, "I looked for you because I needed your help. I asked about you everywhere and was finally able to find your address." He asked everywhere about me? Cao Delian was confused. He asked, "Why was little master looking for me?" "I'll explain then. I've heard that you buy and sell children here. Is that true?" The small monk revealed an innocent smile and said, "I came here to ask this. Benefactor Cao, do you really buy children?" After saying these words, the small monk slightly blushed. "If you really buy children, what do you think of me? Although I'm already 6 years old, I'm still quite lovable, am I not? If you're interested, what about buying me for about 5,000 renminbi?" Cao Delian was dumbfounded and had no idea WTF was going on. What's going on? Is this a trap? Or is this kid just making fun of me? After seeing Cao Delian's dumbfounded expression, the small monk thought that the price was inappropriate. Is it too much? 4,000 renminbi is also fine, but I can't go below that. I need to undergo a surgery to remove hemorrhoids, and I need at least 5,000 renminbi for that. Right now, I only have around 1,000 renminbi on me. Cao Delian was still in a state of dumbfoundedness. Is 4,000 renminbi still too high? But I can't lower it any further. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford the surgery. The small monk frowned. He needed 4,000 renminbi for his hemorrhoids operation and decided to sell himself? What kind of reasoning is that? After a long time, Cao Delian finally asked, "Little master, stop joking. Where are your family members?" The small monk thought for a bit and replied, "In a very far-away place. Even by air, it would take you 4 to 5 hours. So, it takes 4 to 5 hours via plane? That is indeed very far." Cao Delian felt that his stomach had started to ache. "Then, how did you exactly come here?" "I secretly ran away from the temple. After flying for 4 to 5 hours in the sky, I finally reached the Jiangnan area. There, I met an acquaintance and spent the night in his house. However, I decided to run away to make some money." The small monk replied honestly since Buddhist monks weren't supposed to tell lies. After hearing all this, Cao Delian's eyes lit up. His stomach ache disappeared, and his heartbeat sped up a little. Is this small monk a gift from God to allow me to conclude that one last deal? Will I make a big profit this time? This small monk seemed to have a good background. His skin was soft and fair, and he would grow handsome. Moreover, he was only 6 this year. Although his brain had some problems, he could be properly taught if given some time. After thinking a bit, Cao Delian asked, "Where is that acquaintance you talked about?" The small monk replied, "I don't know. He left with another senior, and they didn't come back for the whole day. Therefore, I came out alone." "Benefactor Cao, why are you asking all these questions? Can you tell me if you're willing to buy me for 4,000 renminbi or not? If you aren't interested, I'll go to another place and ask there. This is really an opportunity bestowed by the heavens." Cao Delian clenched his fists excited. He thought of many ways to proceed. As long as he could successfully sell this small monk, he might even be able to live the latter half of his life without worrying about food. These were the gains of having prayed to those idols day and night. He had already decided to kidnap and sell this small monk. Cao Delian was a careful man. After getting out of the house, he carefully looked around. There was no one lying in ambush. It seemed it wasn't a trap. This small monk had mental problems and had really come here to sell himself. His luck was too good. He had now decided to bring the small monk to another city in the southeast area and sell him there for a high price. At the time, even if the acquaintance of small monk were to discover that there was something wrong, he would be already gone without a trace. After thinking all this, Cao Delian returned inside the house and asked, "Do you really want to sell yourself?" "Yes. I urgently need money to treat my hemorrhoids." The small monk nodded. "All right. If you want to treat your hemorrhoids, then so be it." "Good. Come with me then," Cao Delian said to the small monk. Then, he casually packed a few things and arrived in front of his old car. Next, he gently said to the small monk, "Get on the car. Uncle is going to bring you to a nearby city." "Benefactor Cao, does that mean that you've decided to buy me?" A smile appeared on the monk's face. "Yes. Now follow me and get in the car," Cao Delian replied. At the same time, he opened the back door and hinted the small monk to get on it. However, the small monk didn't directly get in the car. He stretched his palm and said, "You have to pay first. Since you've decided to buy me, you need to pay up first. Afterward, I'll get into the car." As expected, this small monk has mental problems. Seeing the small monk's resolute face, Cao Delian clenched his teeth and took out his wallet as he nodded. Then, he gave him 4,000 renminbi and said, "Here are your 4,000 renminbi. When I get to the next city and knock out this small monk, wouldn't that money return to me anyway?" The small monk carefully checked and then took the money, satisfied. "Thanks, Benefactor Cao. I'm sold to you now. How about going to treat my hemorrhoids first?" "Holy shit, this guy is really a retard." Cao Delian ridiculed in his heart, but he still replied, "We'll go to another place to perform the surgery. The medical treatment there is better. Minimally invasive treatment and painless abortion, ugh. I mean, you won't feel any pain when they operate. And there won't be any relapses after the treatment." The small monk seemed to have somewhat understood and nodded, "I see. Then, we'll do as you say and go that place." Afterward, he cutely crawled up in the back seat of the car. Cao Delian was excited and quickly started his old car. He pressed on the accelerator and the car dashed forward. Oh man! One must have faith. Burning that incense for those idols wasn't for nothing. Waha! In Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Shuhang asked, "Daodu, can you find the small monk?" Daodu squatted down and spat out his tongue, trying to act cute. Then, he crooked his head and said, "Of course, woof. I can easily find him with my sense of smell." Shuhang tried to please him and gave him some chicken-flavored dog food, then, "Help me find and bring back the small monk." Daodu took the dog food with his front paws and quickly ate it. Afterward, he crooked his head again and said, "What do I gain?" Woof. If you wanted Daodu to help you, you either had to give him something good in return or ask him when he was in a good mood. Shuhang thought and said, "I can teach you to drive a car. I'll look for a place where there is no one and let you drive there for a while." Daodu gave him a supercilious look and spat out his tongue. Next, he started rolling on the ground. It seemed that Shuhang's terms weren't enough to satisfy him. Shuhang clenched his teeth and said, "Once you're good enough, we can engrave the invisible and anti-reconnaissance formations on a car and drive it at fast speed. It's up to you where to go." When he heard these words, Daodu got up and said, "Sure, leave it to me. Woof, I'll quickly find the small monk and tell you his whereabouts." Woof. With that, Daoist stopped rolling on the ground and directly flew out of the window, a satisfied expression on his face. Once Daoist was gone, Shuhang wished he could slap himself several times. Just now, he had spoken too much and actually told Daoist he would go with him on a high-speed trip. Was he tired of living? After a few days, he was planning to visit the hospital and get a quick-effect heart-helping pill. He felt that it was becoming difficult for his heart to bear all these responsibilities. Shuhang, do you have free time? Senior White, who was checking up materials on the computer, turned his head and asked. I'm free. Shuhang replied. After his evening practice, he was basically free. Then, I'll teach you how to refine qi and blood pills in the evening. After all, I said I would teach you once you had collected all the materials. Senior White said. After hearing Senior White's words, Shuhang was in high spirits and said, Please wait, Senior, I will go retrieve the herbs for refining the qi and blood pill. After waiting for him to retrieve the herbs, he and Venerable White went to Medicine Master's pill refining room. Inside the room, there were a few herbs that have not been used by Medicine Master, fuel required for refining pills, and a furnace for the pills. The pill furnace was divided into two, lying on the ground. From what he remembered, the last time when they were eating on the rooftop, Venerable White disassembled the pill furnace, and the lower half portion was for penniless thief sex candy to use for cooking. Afterwards, he didn't assemble them back together and just tossed them in the pill refining room. I will reassemble them immediately. Venerable White smiled bashfully and hurried in front to piece them together. This model of the pill refining furnace was originally a separable one, hence there was no need to worry about Senior White ruining the pill furnace. Oh right, Shuhang, do you know the fire controlling art? Asked Venerable White. I don't. Shuhang shook his head. Initially Medicine Master said that after he had completed the foundation establishment, he would teach him the fire-controlling art as well as how to use the pill furnace before teaching him a few methods to refine liquefied medicine. Once Shuhang learned how to make some liquefied medicine, Medicine Master would show him the way to gain mortal money. But after Senior Medicine Master went to help his good friend with his illness, he had not returned ever since, and hence, he had no time to teach Shuhang the fire-controlling art. I heard the people within the chat group mention it before. Weren't you helping Medicine Master perfect the new version of the body-tempering liquid? And yet you don't know the fire-controlling art? Senior White was puzzled. Shuhang laughed embarrassingly and said, Senior White, you didn't know? I did not use the pill furnace to refine the body-tempering liquid. That is to say, ever since he met Venerable White till now, he had never refined the body-tempering liquid in front of him before. Venerable White said out of curiosity, then, in that case, how did you refine the body-tempering liquid? Shuhang pointed at the hot pot and electric furnace in the corner of the pill refining room and said, I just used that set of equipment to refine it, hee. Aren't those for cooking? There was a look of curiosity in Venerable White's eyes and he said, interesting. After we had finished refining the qi and blood pill, if we still have time, you should show me how you refined the body-tempering liquid using the electric furnace once. No problem. However, it's rather inconvenient if you haven't grasped the fire-controlling art. The fire-controlling art and the lightning palm are different. It isn't as easy to grasp that technique, Venerable White said, furrowing his brows. Senior, we have a fire-controlling magical treasure here. Shuhang took out the rechargeable, 3 stars fire-controlling fan from his pocket. Fire-controlling magical treasure? I've never seen such a thing before. Senior White reached his hand out, took Shuhang's fire-controlling magical treasure and started scrutinizing it. How do you use it? Shuhang pointed at the fan and did a brief introduction for Venerable White. It's very convenient. When you press the red button, you can control the increase in intensity of the flame. You can increase it 6 times in total. The blue button, on the other hand, is for lowering the temperature. The button in the middle is the power switch. At the same time, you can see the reserve energy of the 3 stars fire controlling fan according to the shade of the color, whether it's dark or light. Reserve energy, this thing doesn't need to use a spirit stone as a power source? Senior White asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang said, it doesn't use spirit stones, it uses electricity. It can be recharged. It is said that Senior Medicine Master researched and developed it with someone. Because spirit stone was an energy source that cannot be regenerated, they decided to research a method to use electricity to replace spirit stones. I see, let me give it a try. Senior White chuckled and pointed at the lower portion of the pill furnace. There was some black substance in the lower portion of the furnace. It wasn't coal, but something unknown. In any case, it was a form of fuel used by Medicine Master to refine pills. A flame appeared in the air above Senior White's finger and lit up that piece of black substance. Thereafter, he opened the 3 stars fire controlling fan, pressed the red button and lightly fanned. Immediately, the size of the flame got a lot bigger. The more he fanned, the fiercer the flame became. After continuing this for 6 consecutive times, the color of the flame underneath the pill furnace became closer to white gold, reaching to a temperature of approximately 1400 degrees Celsius. Thereafter, Senior White pressed the blue button and waved 6 times again. The color of the flame rapidly decreased and quickly went back to an ordinary dark red color. Very convenient, so Medicine Master had already been putting in a lot of effort in order to successfully combine Cultivator's items with modern technology. Indeed, Senior Medicine Master was rather avant-garde. Yeah, just that this magical treasure still requires recharging, that feels kinda backward. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Senior White, let's refine the chi and blood pill, shall we? When Song Shuhang looked at Venerable White, his whole body stiffened. All he saw was Senior White disassembling the 3 stars fire controlling fan. God knew when he even started. During the time span of 1 sentence, the 3 stars fire controlling fan had already been disassembled by Senior White into several sections. I see, this is the idea of a genius. The magical treasure and technology were perfectly combined. I really gotta compliment little Medicine Master, mumbled Senior White. Thereafter, he seemed to have heard Song Shuhang's yell and blankly raised his head to look at Song Shuhang. Ha ha ha. I disassembled it out of habit. Venerable White said, wearing an innocent look on his face. Song Shuhang silently looked at the 3 stars fire controlling fan that had been disassembled into separate components. Fear not, I will assemble it back to its former glory. Things like that are different from pure electrical appliances. With magical composition, putting this back together can be done in a couple of minutes. There's definitely no problem at all, said Senior White with a face full of confidence. A minute later, Senior White happily showed a completely assembled 3 stars fire controlling fan to Song Shuhang and said, how does it look? It's been fully restored. I told you before, there's definitely no problem at all. You're awesome, Senior. Song Shuhang sucked up to him a little. Why don't you try to test if it still functions well? Of course. Senior White pressed the red button and lightly fanned facing the pill refining furnace. As he fanned, the color of the flame rose and became pink. After fanning 6 times consecutively, the flame eventually became white gold. What? Could it be that an item that was fixed by Senior White actually works and did not fail? Nicely done, Senior. Song Shuhang gave him a thumbs up. From the looks of it, if electrical appliances have magic elements, Senior White would be able to fix it perfectly. Ha ha ha, of course. Senior White pressed the blue button once again and fanned while facing the pill furnace in a bid to bring down the temperature of the flame. He fanned once. The flame was still as fierce. The white gold flame was rather dazzling. Senior White pressed the blue button once again and fanned with all his might. The flame was still swaying elegantly. The white gold flame was indeed very beautiful. Senior White fanned as hard as he could, the flame did not change a single bit. Senior White scratched his head in embarrassment. I seem to have broken the function to weaken the flame. Song Shuhang. It's okay, I will definitely fix this fan. If it can't be fixed, I will wait for Little Medicine Master to return and get him to fix it. Also, I will teach you the fire controlling art, it's much more useful compared to the fire controlling magical treasure. The flames will get bigger and smaller according to your will with just a thought. As Senior White spoke, both his hands performed a magical seal. The flame beneath the pill furnace immediately weakened, and eventually returned to the usual dark red. Senior White was pleased with himself and said, "How was it? Don't you think fire controlling art is more practical? Magic treasures are after all mere worldly possessions." "You're right, Senior," Song Shuhang replied. Even though the fire-controlling magic treasure was good, the fire-controlling formula was more appealing to him. Comparing them was akin to comparing a handgun and fireball technique. "Then, let me teach you the fire-controlling art." Senior White's eyes lit up. Time flew quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already in the wee hours of the night. Human trafficker Cao Delian finally arrived at his destination, Wenzhou City, no less than 400 kilometers away from the area of Jiangnan. Mwahaha! After reaching here, even if the small monk's friends have all sorts of means and ways, they can forget about finding him and taking him back. Cao Delian was very pleased with himself. It didn't matter why this small monk would sell himself to him in the first place. After that, he just gotta sell him off and receive a huge sum of money, then he would completely stop human trafficking for good. As the car continued moving, from the rearview mirror, Cao Delian noticed the small monk's palms were put together. He seemed to be chanting scriptures, or he might be simply sleeping. Benefactor Cao, have we arrived?" The small monk Guogua opened his eyes and looked at Cao Delian. "We're about to arrive, he he he." Cao Delian made a weird laugh. Then, he wound up the windows in the car and set the air conditioner to internal circulation. Finally, he switched on the air conditioner. Warm air blew from the air conditioner, but it was not just warm air, there was also some special gas with only a faint strange smell to it. That was the result of Cao Delian modifying the air conditioner. What was released was a form of sleeping gas. He got an acquaintance to help him with the gas, it was extremely effective. When the gas got released, Cao Delian secretly used his cuff to cover his nose. He had already experimented before, even for a fully grown man, it would only require 10 seconds or so for him to pass out. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10. Cao Delian chanted in his heart, at the same time turning his head to look at the small monk. The small monk's head was drooping, with both palms put together. He seemed as though he had fallen asleep. Done. Cao Delian thought to himself. He still used his cuff to cover his nose. There was a secret compartment in his cuff, containing an antidote that counteracted the sleeping gas. Approximately 5 minutes later, Cao Delian drove to an underground parking lot with not a single soul in sight, and parked the car. Thereafter, he secretly switched off the air conditioner and opened the windows. "It's going very smoothly," Cao Delian mumbled to himself. After those 5 minutes, the small monk was already sleeping like a log. "Oh right, I should retrieve the money from the small monk's body, it's 4,000 renminbi after all." He went next to the small monk and put his hand into the small monk's pocket. Previously, he saw the small monk putting some money into that pocket. Pat! At this time, a young and tender hand reached out and hit Cao Delian's hand. "Benefactor Cao, what are you doing?" The small monk opened his bright eyes. Cao Delian got a huge shock. F***ck, what's happening? Why is the small monk still awake? Could it be that there's a problem with my sleeping gas? At this time, Cao Delian's first thought was to switch on the air conditioner again and smell to see if the gas had already expired. Luckily, the little rationality he had left prevented Cao Delian from doing something disastrous. He did not switch on the air conditioner again to smell the sleeping gas. Thereafter, he looked at the small monk's puzzled face, and forced a laugh saying, "Ha, I thought you were sleeping, so I wanted to carry you out of the car." That being said, the small monk's hand was pretty strong. Earlier after he smacked Cao Delian's wrist, the stinging pain was still there. "I see." The small monk nodded his head, and smiled brightly. "Thank you, Benefactor Cao," but small monk was just chanting scriptures, not sleeping. In the temple, this is the hour to chant scriptures after dinner. Even though I've left the temple, I will not fall behind my sutras homework. Hee hee, hee hee. Cao Delian forced a continuous laugh. Seeing how awake the small monk was, he was incessantly depressed. Damn it, the sleeping gas actually did not work? Forget it, if it didn't work, then so be it. This small monk is only a 6 or 7-year-old child. Kids at that age usually love sleeping when night comes. I shall wait till he falls asleep at night before secretly taking those 4,000 renminbi back. Cao Delian thought to himself. Benefactor Cao, we have arrived at our destination, right? The small monk turned his head and looked at his surroundings, and suddenly thought of something and touched his own butt before excitedly asking, Benefactor Cao, are we going to the hospital now? You said that when we have arrived at our destination, you'd find a good hospital for me to do the hemorrhoid surgery and treat it so there would not be any pain or relapse, right? There's no rush, you can treat your hemorrhoids anytime. But firstly, come with uncle to a good place. It's already late, let's rest for the night. Cao Delian wore a harmless smile on his face. His smile was able to make one feel warm and that they would be able to rely on him. In order to practice that perfect smile, Cao Delian went through quite a bit of hardships. But Benefactor Cao, you said it before, once we arrive at our destination, you'd find me a good hospital immediately to do my hemorrhoid surgery. The small monk furrowed his brows, his face became extremely stern. Damn it, is this little fella out of his mind? Hee hee, we have already arrived in Wenzhou City, I don't have to follow the small monk's wishes anymore. He was trafficking a child after all. Not only did he have to wear the perfect, comforting smile, sometimes he also needed to use vicious tactics as well. There's a phrase that goes, carrot and stick, it describes the situation perfectly. Hence, Cao Delian looked serious and made a fierce and scary face at him. Hemorrhoid, treating hemorrhoids my *SS. You better obediently listen to me, it's late now, we should find a place to rest for the night. If you don't listen to me, I will throw you into the huge river and feed you to sharks. The small monk continued to look stern and his eyes furrowed even more. After a moment, the small monk said in a deep voice, Benefactor Cao, you clearly said that when we arrive at our destination, you'd look for a hospital for me to treat my hemorrhoids. Did you lie to me? That wasn't considered lying, I was just coaxing you. Cao Delian laughed grimly while pulling up his sleeves. If this small monk still refused to listen, he was going to beat him up real hard. He was a brat, once he's been beaten once, he would listen. Cao Delian was very familiar with this line of work. Lying is a terrible conduct, Master once said that people who lie, need to be spanked. The last few words were said in a staccato manner, with his teeth clenched. After finishing his words, there was fear in his eyes, albeit faint, that was the psychological trauma he had as a result of constantly being beaten on his butt for 2 years. Damn it, acting up again? Get spanked? Not if I beat you to death first. Cao Delian flew into rage out of humiliation and reached out with his hands to grab the small monk. I will be the one who spanks you first. The small monk's face became even more stern and he stood still, not budging an inch, allowing Cao Delian to grab him by his clothes. After Cao Delian grabbed the small monk, he pulled at him, wanting to grab him up and beat him hard. However, When he used his strength to drag him, he felt as though what he was grabbing wasn't a child but a very heavy chunk of metal. The small monk's legs were as though they had taken root in the soil, they would not move a single muscle. What's happening? Cao Delian was in disbelief and once again used all his might to lift him. The little master still would not budge, like a mountain. Benefactor Cao, people who lie need to get spanked. The small monk said in a deep voice, like an angry Buddha. Thereafter, he reached out his with hands and pinned down the hand Cao Delian used to grab his clothes with instead. He didn't seem to use that much strength, but Cao Delian's entire body got flung like a windmill. Eventually, he fell hard onto the ground, on all fours and with his butt sticking out. What's happening? Earlier, just what exactly happened in that instant? Cao Delian got a huge scare. His brain was akin to a Ferrari with the engine of a tractor, completely jammed. But before he could even think anything, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his butt. Pat! The small monk reached out his palm, squatted next to him and fanned really hard at his butt. Your mom, that small monk's palm is practically not a human one. It was entirely just like an iron whip whipping him, causing a burning pain. The butt of a human being was a body part with more fat, but the slap to his butt with the small monk's palm was so hard that he felt the pain travel to his bones. Ah! Cao Delian let out an embarrassing and miserable cry. It was too painful, he instinctively cried out. You liar! You liar! The small monk reached out with his palm once again and attacked Cao Delian's butt continuously on both sides. Cao Delian cried continuously, his mucus and saliva were dripping down. He kept crawling and moving on the floor with all his might, wanting to dodge the small monk's devilish hands. However, after he crawled only one step, the small monk dragged him backwards by grabbing his legs, effortlessly bringing him back to the original position. Cao Delian's fingers created 5 obvious drag marks on the ground. Pat 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 pat. Do you still dare to tell lies? The small monk said angrily. I don't dare to do it again. Cao Delian's face was filled with tears, the extreme pain caused his mind to go blank. In any case, he dared not go against the words of the small monk. If they were in the ancient war times, fellas like Cao Delian would definitely spill all the information they know to the enemy once they get captured and tortured. Pat pat pat. The small monk continued to hit him and said angrily, So, are you going to bring me to the hospital to do my hemorrhoid surgery? I will bring you there immediately, I will bring you there immediately. Cao Delian begged loudly, Don't beat me anymore, if you beat me further, I will become disabled. I will bring you to the hospital immediately. The small monk stopped his hand movements, put his palms together and stood up. The angry look on his face started to dissipate and he smiled warmly instead as he said, Excellent, excellent. Benefactor Cao is willing to repent, there is nothing better than someone repenting for his mistakes. I hope that Benefactor Cao will remember this lesson, and from now on, never lie ever again. Yes, little master. I will definitely change, I will definitely change. I will never lie ever again in this life. Cao Delian said while crying. So, are we going to the hospital? I can feel my hemorrhoids becoming more and more painful, said the small monk sternly. We'll go, we'll go. I know that the number 6 hospital is nearby, they are very good at treating hemorrhoids. Cao Delian replied, at the same time, he became slightly more clear-headed. F***ck, what happened earlier? Where did this small monk, who looked at most 8 years old, get so much strength in his hands? Cao Delian, a fully grown adult, actually couldn't gather enough strength to defend himself. This martial art is off the charts. I have absolutely no strength to retaliate at all. This couldn't be the Shaolin Kung Fu from folklore, right? This begs the question, if this small monk is so formidable, why would he come to me to sell himself? That fella, he couldn't be setting me up, right? If he's really out to set me up, what should I do? Run away from his side? But I cannot give up right now. I brought the small monk all the way to Wenzhou City from the area of Jiangnan. All I have to do is look for a buyer and happily sell the small monk away. Furthermore, I already decided that this would be the last time, and after completing this transaction, I will stop doing this line of work entirely. Cao Delian rubbed his butt and slowly got up. At the same time, his mind started thinking really fast. Oh yeah, why do I have to fear the small monk's formidable martial arts skills? I just have to make sure not to come in conflict with him, and when I get a few sellers to take a look at him, I only have to hand him over to one of them. Since I can't handle the small monk, then I should just leave it to the seller to deal with him. It had to be said that the human heart was as such. In the face of benefits, it was easy to lose one's rationality. Just like a person dabbling in stocks, his rationality tells him that it's about time to withdraw, but when he sees the stocks rising continuously, he would still think, one last day, let me earn for one more day. Thereafter, he'd end up losing terribly. At last, Cao Delian brought the small monk to the No. 6 hospital. Because it was night time, they could only go to the emergency room. The business at the No. 6 hospital had always been good. Even if it was night time, there was still a long line of people waiting to register. At this time, the small monk and Cao Delian joined the back of the line that was slowly inching forward. One by one, the people in front completed their registration and paid their registration fee before looking for their respective doctors. When the small monk saw a patient pay some money after registering, his face suddenly turned pale. Registration requires money? He searched, how much does a hemorrhoid surgery cost, on the internet. According to his findings, it costed approximately 300 to 500 RMB, but he forgot to include the registration fee. Benefactor Cao, can you lend me some money? The small monk turned his head around and looked pitifully at Cao Delian. Cao Delian looked at small monk and secretly rubbed his own butt that was still in extreme pain. He then smiled brightly and said, no problem, it's just a registration fee, I can pay it on your behalf. Benefactor Cao, you're quite a good person. I am extremely grateful. The small monk's eyes showed that he was sincerely touched by his gesture. Cao Delian secretly swallowed his saliva. The line gradually moved forward and soon, it was the small monk's turn to register. Who's the patient? What treatment are you looking for? The nurse at the counter raised her head and asked. I'm the patient. I have hemorrhoids, I want to do the hemorrhoid surgery. The small monk raised his hand and replied. Oh, this little fella is really cute. The nurse smiled and looked at Cao Delian. Sir, are you his father? No, he's someone who bought me. The small monk replied on his behalf. The small monk also added, and he just spent 4,000 renminbi to buy me. Boom! The pen in the hand of the nurse froze. Then, she shot a frightening gaze at Cao Delian. Are you one of those bastards that sell children? Or are you a slave trader? She particularly hated slave traders because they would often kidnap and sell newborn babies in hospitals. When the young nurse finished her sentence, all the surrounding people fixed their gazes on Cao Delian. Some young and vigorous men revealed fiendish grins and started to warm up their fists. Cao Delian's face became white. A misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Cao Delian immediately waved his hand. He subconsciously thought of lying and saying that he was the monk's father. But just as he was about to speak, an intense pain transmitted from his buttocks. He broke in cold sweat and swallowed the words he was about to say. God damn it, if he were to lie, this brat would spank him in front of everyone, making him lose all face. The kid was just joking. Do you really think that a slave trader would bring a child to a hospital to treat his hemorrhoids? Cao Delian vigorously waved his hand and said. The young nurse was taken aback. That's also true. A slave trader wouldn't bring a child to a hospital and have the doctors check up on him. Especially if it was something like hemorrhoids that are not life-threatening. A bitter expression appeared on Cao Delian's face, a very bitter one. He, Cao Delian, was a slave trader that had been forced to bring this brat to the hospital and let him undergo a surgery. After paying the registration fee, Cao Delian grabbed the small monk and immediately went to see the doctor. He was unwilling to stay amongst this crowd more than necessary. After he was gone, the cute expression on the nurse's face disappeared. She coldly smiled and took the phone. She was planning to call the police. Just now, that small monk said that the man bought him for 4,000 renminbi. Even if that man wasn't a slave trader, he might still be a bastard that kidnaps and sells children. Whether that kid was joking or not, it's still better to report it to the police. The surrounding people immediately approved of the actions of the nurse. On another side, Cao Delian was bringing the small monk to see the doctor specialized in treating hemorrhoids. After walking a little, he stopped and said, "Little master, the doctor is right ahead. You can go and have him examine your hemorrhoids. He will make arrangements for your operation. My addiction kicked in, and I need to go out and smoke a little first." The small monk was confused. "Benefactor Cao, aren't you coming with me? I'll wait for you outside. After smoking, when the time of the surgery is decided, I'll look for you." Cao Delian said with a bitter smile. "I see. You don't have to worry, Benefactor Cao. I'm already 6, I can take care of myself. I'll come look for you as soon as the operation is completed." The small monk joined his palms together and saluted. Then, he excitedly ran towards the doctor with the registration ticket in his hand. When the small monk was gone, Cao Delian quickly turned around and escaped through the back door. He felt that there was something wrong with the gaze of the nurse from before. Maybe she already called the police. First, he would get out of here. He was planning to take his old car and stop outside the hospital. He would carefully observe the situation, and if the police were to come, he would immediately run away. If they didn't come, then he would wait for the small monk to finish his surgery before picking him up again. For the past few years, medical technology had become much better. If the hemorrhoids weren't too serious, an injection was enough to cure them. If it were serious, then you would need a small operation that would take 20 to 30 minutes. It was possible to make arrangements for the operation within 1 hour. It was rather convenient and quick. Therefore, he could afford to wait since it wasn't too much anyway. "I'm just 2F** king clever." Cao Delian praised himself. However, he hadn't noticed that there was a pekingese on the top of his head. The pekingese snorted with contempt. "This guy actually brought the small monk till Wenzhou City. You made me run a long way." Tsk. Daoist was in a bad mood. He was thinking how to punish Cao Delian. However, he decided to call Song Shuhang first and report to him that he had successfully found the small monk Guogua. Daoist pulled out an iPhone from his fur. He bought this online. As for the money, he obviously used True Monarch Yellow Mountain's credit card. As for being able to receive the merchandise despite being a pekingese, he had some tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, inside Medicine Master's multi-storied building, Senior White was still teaching Song Shuhang the fire-controlling art. Song Shuhang quickly made a hand seal and released his mental energy in qi and blood power from the heart and eye apertures, changing it into a burst of energy capable of controlling fire. "Rise!" Song Shuhang lightly shouted. The flame under furnace faintly moved and became slightly brighter. Song Shuhang asked excited, "Senior, did the flame become stronger?" It increased, about the size of the tip of a fingernail." Senior White bitterly laughed. Song Shuhang hanged his head in dejection. This fire-controlling art was hundreds of times more difficult to master than the lightning palm. "Senior, maybe I don't have talent for pill refining? Is this the reason I can't master this fire-controlling art?" Song Shuhang asked. "No, don't lose heart. The fire-controlling art is just very difficult to master. even more so for a first-stage cultivator like yourself. Even some people that have reached the third stage acquired Battle King realm can't properly use this technique. Senior White comforted him. After thinking a bit, he also added, when I learned the fire-controlling art, it also took me much longer than the lightning palm. Is that true? After hearing these words, Song Shuhang's confidence rose a little. Senior White nodded, quite satisfied. At the time, it took him only a glance to learn the lightning palm. However, he had to earnestly look at the fire-controlling art and then simulate its function inside his mind once before properly learning it. It had indeed taken him much longer. Song Shuhang kept practicing for 2 more rounds. Maybe it was thanks to Senior White's encouragement, but this time, the flames suddenly increased by 1/2. Success! Song Shuhang said excitedly. Then, he sat on the ground. He had consumed a lot of mental energy and qi and blood. Even the stockpile of qi and blood from the ghost spirit was depleted. After resting a bit, eat some qi and blood pills. We'll start practicing again in a while. Once you've grasped the fire-controlling art, I'll teach you how to refine qi and blood pills. Senior White said with a smile. Sure, I think I'll be able to learn this technique in 2 to 3 days at most. Song Shuhang said with confidence. Senior White nodded and received the 3 stars fire-controlling fan. I'll take this fan and try to have it repaired. All right. Shuhang replied. But at this time, the phone in his pocket rang. He looked at the phone and saw an unfamiliar number from the Jiangnan area. Who is calling me this late at night? Song Shuhang thought to himself. He answered the phone. Woof. Shuhang, I found the small monk Guogua. Daodu's voice transmitted from the other side. So, it was Daodu's number. Wait, since when does Daodu have a phone? Right, you can buy a phone online, but what about the SIM card? Don't you need to show your ID to get one? Wait, I'm getting distracted. Did Daodu just say that he found the small monk? Where is that brat now? Song Shuhang evilly smiled. As soon as he got a hold of that brat, he would spank him till making him shit all over the place. He ran very far. He's in Wenzhou City right now, trying to have his hemorrhoids treated in a hospital. Daodu said with a laugh. Wenzhou City? How the hell did he go that far? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. So, what now? Do you want me to help you catch him? I'm in a good mood right now. As long as you're willing to accompany me to pilot a plane, I'll help you catch this small monk. Daodu proposed his terms on the phone. No need. You just need to keep an eye on him. I was planning to go to Wenzhou City anyway. Song Shuhang replied. You were planning to go to Wenzhou City? Daodu was confused. Of course. It has been summer vacation for quite some time, I need to go home. Song Shuhang said with a smile. His parents lived in Wenzhou City. Since it was summer vacation, it was also time to make a trip back home. After all, he hadn't seen Papa Song and Mama Song for an entire semester. In addition, he had prepared some spirit green tea to give to his parents and help them get better. Right, I should give some to Zhao Yaya too. And if there were time, he would go to see his grandparents and the distant relatives that lived in other cities. After recalling this, Song Shuhang turned his head and said to Senior White, Senior, do you want to come with me to Wenzhou City? We have some famous snacks, and there is more variety compared to Jiangnan College Town's Luo Xin Street area. Moreover, those snacks are delicious. Are there bayberries there? Senior White suddenly asked. Ah, yes. Although they are not a local specialty, we still have a lot of bayberries. Song Shuhang replied, Senior, aren't you tired of them after eating all those bayberries for the past few days? All right. We'll go after Instructor Li Jr. returns. Senior White said, beaming with joy. In an unknown location in China. A person was riding a flying sword and strolling about in the sky. Recently, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist was very free. It had been 3 days since he had come out of True Monarch Yellow Mountain's 5 Fingers Mountain sealing technique, but Yellow Mountain had yet to look for him to catch him again. Aha, is that stupid Yellow Mountain still unaware that I got out of the seal? Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist said, self-satisfied. For the past few days, he had had so much fun. After being sealed for 200 years, he had discovered that the outside world had become incredible. In these 3 days, he had tasted hundreds of different types of food and played a lot of games. Moreover, he had also posted many selfies on his personal blog in the chat. As always, his pictures were the object of admiration of hundreds of people inside the group. It's a wonderful feeling. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist sighed with emotion. The only problem was that he was feeling a sense of impending crisis lately. However, he didn't know about the origin of this crisis. The small monk underwent his surgery without problems. His hemorrhoids weren't as serious as he had thought. The doctor just needed to give him 2 injections in the place where the hemorrhoids were and insert a treating device inside the small monk's butt afterward. Then, he operated the device and started the treatment. It took less than 20 minutes to complete the treatment. They didn't even have to use the minimally invasive surgery. There was no operation and he didn't bleed either. After 20 minutes, the hemorrhoids of the small monk were almost completely cured. But at this time, the small monk was still maintaining a posture with his legs apart, waiting for the effect medicine to be over. All right. Come again tomorrow and the day after for another treatment. We'll keep the treatment going for 2 days. After the 3rd day, your hemorrhoids should be completely gone. The doctor was an auntie with a kind face. After seeing the small monk's chubby face, her maternal instinct had kicked in. 3 times in total, the small monk was surprised. After a while, he asked cautiously, "Can I ask how much does it cost?" The auntie narrowed her eyes into a smile and said, 400 renminbi for each time, 1200 in total. The small monk heaved a sigh of relief, and a happy expression appeared on his face. This treatment was cheaper than what he had thought. After taking off her gloves, the auntie pinched the small monk's cheeks. "Keep the posture and don't move. It will be over after 5 minutes. Thank you, Benefactor." The small monk joined his palms together and said earnestly. "PFF," the auntie laughed and squeezed the small monk's buttock. Afterward, she continued with her treatment. After 5 minutes, the small monk came out of the operating room. He stretched out his hand and felt his butt. "It's really much better. It doesn't hurt anymore." As long as this problem with hemorrhoids was solved, no matter in which place his master would throw him to cultivate, he wouldn't feel any fear. He had only taken a few steps when 3 police officers led by the nurse approached the small monk. "The kid is still here." The nurse pointed at the small monk and said, "I was talking about this small monk. He might have been kidnapped and sold." The 3 police officers stopped and seized up the small monk. The small monk blinked and joined his palms together. Afterward, he greeted the police officers and the young nurse. "Hello, benefactors. Were you looking for me?" "Hello, little master." An old police officer arrived at Guogua's side and squatted down. He tried to be as gentle as possible as to avoid scaring the kid. "Earlier, you said that an uncle bought you for 4,000 renminbi, right?" "Yes, that's correct." The small monk nodded. The old police officer continued to ask, "Do you know the name of that uncle? Where is he now?" "That benefactor's name is Delian, and his surname is Cao. Before I got into the operating room, he said he needed to go out for a smoke." The small monk replied in details. "Cao Delian. Does this name ring a bell?" The old police officer turned around and asked the other 2. The police officer on the left shook his head. The one on the right took out a device that resembled a mobile phone and started to look up something. Inside that device were stored all the criminal records of the police station. The material was even more detailed in regards to those criminals that were still on the loose. However, Cao Delian's name wasn't present amongst the records. "Captain, I didn't find anything about Cao Delian." The police officer on the right also shook his head. "Little master, do you know about that Cao Delian's occupation? Do you know where he is right now?" the old police officer asked once again to the small monk. "Of course I know. He is a human trafficker." The small monk replied honestly. "Are you sure?" "Little master, this isn't a joking matter," the old police officer said firmly. "Yes, I'm sure of it. I needed to go through many channels to find him. In the area of Jiangnan, he is a very famous slave trader." The small monk sighed with emotion. "That's why he bought me for 4,000 renminbi." "Little master, can you bring us to this Cao Delian?" the old police officer asked in grave tone. "This kid is still small after all. Only after seeing that guy in person can we determine if he's a slave trader or not. Unless something unexpected happened, he should be waiting for me outside the hospital." The small monk nodded and said, "Just follow me. By the way, why are you looking for Benefactor Cao? Do you have business with him?" "We're looking for him because we have to ask him something." The old police officer's corner of the mouth twitched. The police officers felt that this little master had some problems, and in more than one aspect. At this time, a fist-sized Daodu was hovering over their heads. He was invisible, and none of them could see him. If Daodu wanted to hide, the small monk had no chance of finding him by relying on his strength. This is getting more and more interesting. So, the police officers are now going to meet that Cao Delian? I think it would be very interesting to let them meet face to face. Daodu muttered. Just as he was thinking how to punish that Cao Delian, he had found a good opportunity. Therefore, Daodu made his move. He quietly flew over to those three police officers' side and swept them with his tail, concealing them. In the next instant, the forms of the three police officers were hidden. The three police officers could still see each other, and the small monk could also see them. But if anyone else were to pass by, they would only see the small monk Guogua and none of the police officers. Cao Delian was sitting in his old car, waiting for the small monk Guogua to come out of the hospital. Just now, he had been continuously paying attention to the front door of the hospital, and he didn't see any police officer enter the place. Of course, a hospital had several entrances. So, it was possible that a police officer could have entered from somewhere else. Therefore, he had to keep a close watch. If there was someone else with the small monk when he came out, or if someone was sneakily following him, he would start his car and immediately run away. Given the time, the small operation should be over, right? Cao Delian looked at the watch and muttered. Just as he was muttering, he saw that the small monk had come out. After all, that bald head was just too dazzling in the middle of the night. The light of the street lamps was getting reflected after hitting Guogua's bald head. Cao Delian didn't immediately call him. He shrank in the car and cautiously looked all around the small monk. There wasn't even a living soul around. It seemed that the nurse hadn't reported him to the police. He had been worrying too much. However, it was always good to be on guard. Therefore, he didn't regret it. After confirming that there was no one else around, Cao Delian stretched his hand and used the horn, signaling his position to the small monk. There you are, the small monk noticed him. Afterward, he ran toward him with a smiling face. After arriving there, he opened the door of the car. Benefactor Cao, so you were really waiting outside the hospital? The small monk said with a smile. He. I waited for you quite a long time. Cao Delian threw the butt of the cigarette away and said, Is the operation done? If yes, we should get going. Yes, it's done. However, I have to come again tomorrow and the day after. The treatment will continue for 3 days, only then it would be thoroughly healed. the small monk said with a smile. Cao Delian immediately became stiff. F***ck, would I have to repeat this process for the next days to sell this small monk? Right, Benefactor Cao. These 3 benefactors behind me wanted to have a talk with you. The small monk pointed at the 3 police officers behind him. Who? Cao Delian looked around cautiously. But after looking behind the small monk for a while, he didn't see anyone. I'm talking about these 3 benefactors that are standing right in front of you. The small monk pointed toward the place where the 3 police officers were standing. Cao Delian was scared. What the hell was going on? He couldn't see anyone. Daodu, who was lying on the car, was very happy. He gently moved his paw, and then, a key suddenly appeared within it. It was the key of Cao Delian's old car. Next, he gently swept his tail, removing the concealment he had placed on the bodies of the 3 police officers. And just like that, 3 police officers magically appeared in front of Cao Delian. Scary. This was really scary. The police. Cao Delian called out in alarm. He immediately went for the place where the key was supposed to be. He was planning to start the car and run for his life. But when his hand got there, he discovered that the key was gone. The 3 police officers were also confused. They had been standing in front of Cao Delian for a while, but he hadn't noticed them at all. Afterward, he started to call out in alarm as though he had seen some ghost. But given his reaction when he saw them, they concluded that there was something fishy with this Cao Delian. If you didn't have a guilty conscience, you wouldn't be afraid if someone were to knock on your door in the middle of night. But seeing how he had reacted, he certainly had something to hide. The old police officer said in a grave tone, "Slave trader Cao Delian, you're under arrest. Follow us to the police station." After receiving that huge scare, Cao Delian tried to calm himself down. He threw all caution to the wind and risked everything. "Police officers, aren't you making a mistake here? I'm just your average man. How did I exactly turn into a slave trader? You can't slander a good man without evidence." After saying these words, Cao Delian couldn't help but praise his quick-witted mind. He didn't have previous offenses. Even if the police officers were to drag him to the police station, as long as he vehemently rejected the charges, what could the police do to him? At this time, the small monk said somewhat confused, Benefactor Cao, you aren't a slave trader? It doesn't make sense. Didn't you buy me? I was just playing with you at the time. Cao Delian said with a serious face. But you still brought me from the Jiangnan area to Wenzhou City. The small monk Guogua said. Cao Delian froze. At this time, his brain was operating at full speed, trying to find an explanation to this statement. If he couldn't think something up, he was done for. Moreover, before I came to you and asked you to buy me, I thoroughly looked at your info. For example, I obtained information about the children you sold from a man named Triple Blade Kill. After finishing his sentence, the small monk took a thick exhibit out of his clothes. You shouldn't look down on me. If I wasn't sure that you were a slave trader, why would I go to your place and ask you to buy me? The small monk said proudly. At this time, Cao Delian and the 3 police officers were all dumbfounded. And this Cao Delian was the key to solve this case. They couldn't let him escape no matter what. The 2 police officers in the back surrounded him like ferocious animals. Damn it! Cao Delian pushed the door of the car open and quickly ran away. As soon as the small monk took out the exhibit, he had already decided to run away. He didn't expect that after doing this job for all his life, he would fail and get busted right at the last deal. But, he wouldn't get caught so easily. Although his body wasn't too strong, he was still a slave trader. Therefore, he had already made preparations if he had to flee from the police one day. And to avoid getting caught by the police, he had spent a long period of time mastering parkour. Yep, Cao Delian was an incredible tracer, and he had even put many incredible videos online under the name Masked Stranger. As soon as they saw Cao Delian dash ahead, the two police officers were dumbfounded. They saw him accelerate and stretch his hands toward the car ahead. Afterward, he used the car as a support and beautifully turned his body midair, leaping over it. Then, he kept running forward, aiming at the 3 meters tall platform ahead. Cao Delian kept accelerating. He relied on inertia to step on the wall and used the intersection between the walls to climb on the platform like a monkey. At this time, the two police officers had just bypassed the car. F***ck, the two police officers angrily cursed. They too trained quite often, however, they weren't part of the armed police. If they were to run in a straight line, maybe they weren't inferior to Cao Delian. But the opposite party was as agile as a monkey, and they had no hopes of catching him in this environment. At this time, the small monk blinked. He turned his head and said to the old police officer, Benefactors, do you want to catch Benefactor Cao? We won't be able to catch him. The old police officer heaved a sigh. After seeing Cao Delian's quick movements, he knew that it was impossible to capture him. The best they could do was to put him on the wanted list. Oh. Do you need me to help? The small monk Guogua joined his palms together and asked. The old police officer looked at the small monk, somewhat confused. After having my hemorrhoids cured, I was planning to forcibly drag Benefactor Cao to a Buddhist temple deep in the mountains and have his head shaved. Afterward, I was planning to have him live there in seclusion and not let him leave the temple until he had repented for all the sins he had committed. But now, I think that leaving him to you guys wouldn't be a bad idea either. The small monk said earnestly. In the next instant, the old police officer saw the small monk jump. Then, his two short legs started to lightly step on the ground, giving the onlookers an illusory feeling. After a breath, the small monk had already left behind the two police officers. When facing that 3 meters tall platform, the small monk also stepped on the wall and used the intersection of the walls as support to get on the platform. What the hell? The two police officers called out in alarm once again. Cao Delian being a tracer was already out of their expectations. However, this small monk surprised them even more. One had to remember that the small monk only looked around 7 to 8 years old, but that platform was 3 meters high. This had already surpassed the field of parkour. Was this Chinese Kung Fu? Boss? The two young police officers turned their heads and looked at their leader. What do we do now? The old police officer scratched his head and said, let's wait. On the car, Daoist shrank his tail. Wait, what did that small monk just say? He wanted to bring that guy deep in the mountains and have him live his entire life as a monk? Where did this kid learn this stuff? He's only 6 years old, and his heart is already this black. After thinking a while, he concluded that cultivators like stupid Yellow Mountain were the best. Human beings tended to ignore the wrongdoings of those close to them. On the other hand, he could always impartially see the wrongdoings of others. Actually, dogs weren't any different. Daodu had unexpectedly forgotten about True Monarch Yellow Mountain creating hundreds of accounts to fool around with Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist. Around 2 minutes later, the small monk leapt down from the 3 meters tall platform while dragging a person along. The cigarette in the old police officer's mouth immediately fell on the ground. The one the small monk was dragging along was the slave trader Cao Delian, martial arts master. These words appeared in the mind of the old police officer like an announcement and wouldn't go away no matter what. As promised, I'll leave him to you guys. The small monk Guogua casually threw Cao Delian in front of the 3 police officers. The 3 police officers looked at the fainted Cao Delian, who still had a panic-stricken expression, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The old police officer was the first one to regain his senses. Arrest this guy and bring him to the police station. The 2 young police officers went ahead and handcuffed Cao Delian. Little master, what is your honorable name? the old police officer went to Guogua's side and asked with the tone of someone that was trying to curry favors. "My name is Guogua, and I don't have a Dharma name yet. The abbot said that I'm not old enough to have one." The small monk joined his palms together and replied honestly, his face solemn. The old police officer kept asking, "Little master, in which temple did you train?" This question made the small monk frown. He was in a dilemma now. The abbot told him that he couldn't casually leak information about the faraway wandering temple to strangers. However, Buddhist monks weren't supposed to lie either. How should he reply then? At this time, Daodu, who was still sitting on top of the car, coldly snorted. Then, an oppressive voice directly echoed in the old police officer's mind, "There are some questions that you shouldn't ask." Woof. The old police officer was taken aback. He looked around, but he couldn't see anyone. However, he immediately came to his senses and said apologetically to the small monk, "I'm sorry, little master. I was rude. Just now, was it the senior of this small monk that warned me?" However, what did that final woof mean? Or maybe it wasn't a woof, but just a strange way to finish the sentence. The old police officer said goodbye to the small monk and left with his colleagues and Cao Delian. Actually, he really wanted to stay here and chat with this small monk. Even if he could only pick up random bits of the monk's knowledge, it was all good. That was Chinese Kung Fu. Real Chinese Kung Fu. Unfortunately, a senior was watching over the small monk. Therefore, he had no way to fulfill his wish. Now that he thought of it, it was only natural. If such a small child left the temple, it was a given that an elder would follow him and protect him, right? The small monk Guogua looked confused at the departing old police officer. He touched his bald and dazzling head. "I'm not sure why he apologized, but I had just thought of an answer with great difficulty," said the small monk Guogua with regret. It took him quite a while to think of this answer. "I'm sorry, but the abbot forbade me from telling the name of the temple to others." He felt that it was an excellent reply. Unfortunately, the old police officer suddenly apologized and took his leave. He didn't even have time to say these words. Cough, woof. At this time, Daodu gently barked, revealing his presence. Ah, the small monk turned his head and looked toward the car. Then, he saw a pekingese lying on the roof of the car with one paw propping up his head and the other holding a bunch of keys. He was lying down exactly like a human being. This pose was pretty cool. "Daodu," the small monk happily called out after seeing Daodu. But soon after, he lowered his head with shame. He asked cautiously, "Daodu, how come you're here?" "Tisk, if I weren't here, how would Shuhang feel at ease?" Daodu whistled. The small monk joined his palms together and apologized, "I'm sorry for troubling you." "You don't have to apologize to me, but you better apologize to Shuhang when you meet him." Woof. After thinking a bit, Daodu took out a phone from his fur. "Come, I'll show you something interesting." The small monk tilted his head and looked at the phone, somewhat dubious. Daodu showed him a short video that he had secretly recorded. On the screen, Song Shuhang was holding a fist, towering with rage. "Bastard. You're purposely trying to anger me, aren't you? I told you to behave and stay at home, but you actually ran away. Do my words count for nothing? And that P.S. your sister. Hemorrhoids or not, wait till I catch you. I'll spank you till you shit all over the place. I'll spank you till you shit all over the place. Shit all over the place. The place." The small monk Guogua stood there like an idiot. Then, he carefully touched his butt, and his solemn expression changed into a sour one. "Tsk, do you want to look at it again?" Daodu pressed with his paw on the screen, and the video started once again. "I'll spank you till you shit all over the place. I'll spank you till you shit all over the place." The small monk wanted to cry. "Tisk, I'll tell you another piece of news. Wenzhou City is Song Shuhang's native place, and he's planning to come here in 2 days. Daodu was really enjoying looking at the small monk's panic-stricken face. Guogua's whole body was stiff. "Daodu, what should I do?" Guogua asked in a sobbing tone. "You should have thought twice before running away. Because running away from home is an awful thing. Do you know how much your family would be worried?" Daodu was sincerely scolding the small monk. At this time, he had forgotten that he himself was known as the monster dog that kept running away from home all year round. "I'm sorry." The small monk's eyes were wet. Daodu patted his shoulders. "Cheer up. There is still some time left before Song Shuhang comes to Wenzhou City. In the meantime, you should think of how to apologize to him and make his anger subside." The small monk made an effort to nod. "First, let's search for a hotel to settle down." Daodu leapt down the car. "Come, get into the car." "The car? But, I don't know how to drive." The small monk was dumbfounded. "Leave that to me," Daodu said heroically. He had already decided to give it a try, and now, he finally had the chance. He even had the key in his paws. Wouldn't he deeply wrong himself if he were to let this opportunity go? "Daodu, you actually know to drive?" The small monk opened his eyes wide and sighed with emotion. "HPMH. I even know how to fly an aircraft. How can a car stop me? Today, I boarded a helicopter and flew in the sky for a while," Daodu said self-satisfied. Immediately, the small monk looked at Daodu with admiration. His trust in Daodu increased even more, and he got in the back seat of the car without hesitation. Daodu laughed and slightly increased the size of his body, allowing his hind legs to reach the pedals while in a sitting position. Then, he looked at the instrument panel and buttons. Although it was old, the car had an automatic transmission. Tisk, it's unexpectedly a car with an automatic transmission. It requires no skills at all to drive, Daodu said with disdain. Experts should use cars with a manual transmission. Just like in those movies where you would accelerate, change the gear, drift, change the gear, and accelerate again. It was just too cool. If the car had an automatic transmission, then so be it. He might as well enjoy himself. After sighing with emotion, Daodu inserted the key and started the car. As expected, driving with the body of a pekingese isn't too comfortable. This seat isn't made for dogs after all. TSK, due to his body structure, whenever he was grabbing the steering wheel with his paws, his hind legs would stick upward, making it difficult to reach the pedals. Moreover, there was that additional sense of shame. From this viewpoint, he could constantly see his little Daodu through the gaps in the steering wheel, making his dog face become red with shame. Of course, he could endure all this if he wanted to. After all, he was the monster dog Daodu. His will wasn't so weak. Then, just like this, Daodu pressed on the accelerator. The engine of the car roared, but the car didn't move forward. What's happening? Oh. I forgot to put the right gear. Daodu stretched his right paw and put the car into driving mode. Then, he pressed on the accelerator once again. The engine of the car still roared, but it didn't move forward as before. Just what's happening? Daodu looked around and made a hollow laugh. I forgot that the handbrake was still on. Then, he stretched his paw and released the handbrake. A layer of sweat started to form on the forehead of the small monk sitting in the back seat. Even if he was 6 and a little slow-witted, he could clearly see that Daodu had no idea how to drive a car. Speaking of which, Daodu didn't say that he knew how to drive a car. He only said that he piloted an aircraft and that a car couldn't possibly stop him. I was too naive. I've been fooled by Daodu's words. What should I do now? What if we get into a car accident? The small monk was very worried. He had only 5,000 renminbi with him. Would that be enough to compensate for the damage? What if it's not enough? Should I sell myself again? While the small monk was letting his imagination run wild, Daoist released the handbrake and pressed on the accelerator once again. The car finally moved forward. Woof. So goddamn easy. As long as I'm serious, there is nothing that can stop me. Guogua, sit tight. I'm gonna accelerate. Daoist said self-satisfied. In the back seat, the heartbeat of the small monk couldn't help but speed up, on the other side of the globe, in the United States. In a strictly guarded prison, Instructor Lee Jr. was being hung up and beaten. Tell us, where did you hide Anthony? A fierce-looking tall black man roared. I don't know. I really don't know. Instructor Lee Jr. replied in a sobbing voice. He continued with his stuttering English, don't beat me, if I knew something, I would have already told you. I really don't know anything. TSK, this guy's mouth is really tight. The black guy clenched his teeth. They had used various types of torture, but they weren't able to open this Asian guy's mouth. Instructor Lee Jr. body and mind were both broken. Tight your *SS. I really don't know anything. The white officer standing near the black guy smiled evilly. Well, it doesn't matter. Leave him to me. I'll lock him inside the jail I manage, and I guarantee that he'll spill everything. I think the guys in that prison will surely like his fair and smooth skin, right? He. After hearing these words, Instructor Lee Jr. mustered his strength and howled, no. I really don't know anything. I don't even know who the hell this Anthony is, I'm just an ordinary flight instructor. From the words of the white police officer, he had understood that his chastity was at stake if were to be thrown inside that prison. He didn't want to go there no matter what. The fierce-looking black man ruthlessly struck with the whip and said in Chinese, you don't know? Like hell you don't know. If it wasn't you who took away Anthony, why would you appear on the spacecraft? I don't know. I don't have any memory of it. Just the day before yesterday, I was teaching some students how to fly a helicopter. You can go to China to check, I never went to space. Instructor Lee Jr. howled. It seems you're one of those types that don't lose heart till they reach the Yellow River. Then, throw him in that jail, the black man sneered and continued to speak in Mandarin, I want to see if his *SS is as tight as his mouth. The white police officer also evilly smiled, don't worry. I'm sure both of them will loosen up. Instructor Lee Jr.'s face immediately became white. Should I bite my tongue and commit suicide to save my chastity? But how much of my tongue should I bite? Do I need to bite it till the root? And will I still die if it's not completely severed? What should I do? Can someone save me? At this time, the door of the interrogation room opened. The man that entered the room was wearing a loose Chinese-style gown and had a warm smile. Holy light seemed to cover his face. Whenever someone was looking at him, all their evil thoughts would instantly disappear. And behind this man with a bright face was a Western man with gray hair. Anthony, the fierce-looking black man called out in alarm after seeing the Western man. Yes, it's me. Anthony gently nodded. He felt that he had had a terrible nightmare, but after waking up, he didn't remember anything about it. Instead, he was now inside a prison. Then, the man with a bright face passed some files to the two police officers. These files probably contained information about his identity. After reading these files, the fierce-looking black man's expression changed into one of respect. He handed the files back. Release this Asian man. He really knows nothing about this matter. The man with a bright face said with a smile. The black man didn't hesitate and released Instructor Lee Jr. Instructor Lee Jr.'s whole body was soft, he weakly sat on the ground. Did someone save me? Child, you suffered many hardships. The man with a bright face went forward and gave Instructor Lee Jr. a light hug. You are. Instructor Lee Jr. felt that he had been treated unjustly. His tears erupted like a volcano and just wouldn't stop. He tightly hugged the man with a bright face and bitterly cried. He was truly heartbroken. The man with a bright face gently patted on his back, knocking him out. Then, he nodded at the two police officers and took Instructor Li Jr. away. The next day, July 10th. Early morning. After getting up, Shuhang fed the ghost spirit a soul bead. He had recovered these soul beads from Altar Master's base with Senior Brother Three Realms' help. These soul beads were completely useless to normal cultivators, only ghost cultivators could make use of them. However, they were also a very good tonic for the ghost spirit in Shuhang's heart aperture. Next, Shuhang practiced as usual. Recently, he felt that his third aperture, the nose aperture, was almost full of qi and blood. It had only been a month since he had contracted the ghost spirit and opened his eye aperture. If an ordinary cultivator were to rely on practice alone, they would need around 3 years to open the nose aperture. But Shuhang had had many fortuitous encounters lately. Not only had he found a batch of qi and blood pills, he had also contracted a ghost spirit and found a bamboo shoot to clear his nose and enhance his sense of smell while accompanying Senior White for a drive. Moreover, he also had the ancient bronze ring to continuously condense the spiritual qi of the world and strengthen his body. In addition, he had practiced every day without slacking off. Other than using cheats, he was also diligent. And now, he was unknowingly on the verge of opening his nose aperture. He stretched himself and went downstairs. Unexpectedly, Senior White hadn't gotten up today. Shuhang went to his room and knocked. However, there was no reply. The door was on the latch. Shuhang opened the door and shot a look inside. Senior White was sitting cross-legged on the bed. A cloud of spiritual qi was revolving on top of his head. He was in the middle of practice. Venerable White was known as a cultivation madman. Recently, he hadn't practiced that much because there were too many modern things that had piqued his interest. Shuhang didn't want to disturb him. He cautiously closed the door and left. After going downstairs, he boiled some noodles and turned the TV on to see if anything interesting was going on. He casually switched channels till he arrived at the Wenzhou channel. The channel was broadcasting news related to Wenzhou City. The host was a man with a straight face. He was using standard Mandarin to describe the contents of the news. A car accident happened last night at 11 p.m. on Fenghuang Street. A Dongfeng one was rushing on the street at more than 100 km per hour. At last, it crashed into a villa on the street and even bumped into a Ferrari parked in the courtyard. According to the description of the owner of the house, a huge Pekingese was driving the car when the accident happened. The police guessed that the driver was wearing an animal mask. This behavior is extremely wicked. The police said that they'd look further into this accident and find the ones responsible. PFFF. Shuhang spurted out the noodles he was eating. Some of them even came out of his nose. You couldn't blame these police officers for drawing such a conclusion. If they were to say that the driver was a husky, then you might even believe it. After all, given their size and temperament, it might not be impossible for them to board a car and start it. After all, humans used huskies for a similar job. They were used to pull sleds. There was some vague relation to cars. But if they were to say that it was a Pekingese, leaving other things aside, where would you find such a big Pekingese? Then, the logical explanation would be that it was someone wearing a Pekingese mask racing on the streets. That was the only explanation that made sense. Shuhang tried not to choke on the noodles. What criminal wearing a Pekingese mask? After hearing the words, Pekingese, racing, and car accident, even if he were to use his A*S instead of his brain, he would still be able to link this accident to Daodu. He was 100% sure that this was Daodu's doing. He even bumped into a Ferrari. Shuhang started to sweat. Then, he took the phone and started to search on the internet for the price of a Ferrari. After looking it up, he discovered that the starting price was 3 million renminbi, and this was the price without counting taxes and whatnot. Going ahead, there were Ferraris that cost 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, insert random number, million. There were many different types, and the price was continuously increasing. You didn't have to fear if there was an expensive car, you only had to worry if you had enough money or not. Song Shuhang felt his pocket. He even thought that the 4 million renminbi he had gathered from Altar Master over those 2 expeditions was quite a bit of money. But now, it seemed that that money was barely enough to buy the cheapest Ferrari. I'm getting distracted. I should contact Daoist first and ask him what happened. If this was really Daoist's doing, he would have to contact the owner of the villa and find a way to compensate him. Daoist damaged a Ferrari. He didn't know about the model, but even with his 4 million renminbi, he might be unable to cover the cost. Wait. Daoist caused this problem, why should I suffer the consequences? Didn't True Monarch Yellow Mountain had an entire squad of people whose job was to clean up Daoist's messes? If this was really Daoist's doing, he just needed to notify True Monarch Yellow Mountain. He would take care of the rest. Thinking of this, Song Shuhang calmed down a bit. Then, he unlocked the phone and went to the contact list, selecting Daoist's number. When Daoist called him yesterday, he saved his number. After ringing for about 10 times, the phone was picked. Woof, Shuhang. Why are you calling so early in the morning, ruining this poor dog's beautiful dream? Woof, be on the watch, I'll bite you when I'm back. Daoist's gloomy voice spread from the phone. While speaking, he even yawned. It seemed that he was very exhausted. Daoist, tell me the truth. Did you drive a car yesterday? Also, did you crash into someone's house and destroy their Ferrari? Song Shuhang said in a grave tone. Woof, how do you know? Did you place a camera in my fur? Shuhang, you're violating my privacy by peeping like this. Daoist said with indignation. Peeping your *SS. Do you think that everyone is like you, with no moral integrity? Song Shuhang said angrily, everything you did is on the TV, okay? It's even on the TV? That's quite embarrassing. Daoist made a hollow laugh. Where are you now? Song Shuhang clenched his teeth in anger. Inside a hotel in Wenzhou City. It took me a while to find this hotel and settle down the small monk. Nowadays, very few hotels allow you to stay over without an ID. Daoist muttered. The small monk is also there? Alright, but you better not cause any more trouble. If you cause a ruckus again, you better forget about seeing me again. Song Shuhang said vexedly. Daoist was strangely silent for a while. Then, he cautiously said, Shuhang, the sentence, you better forget about seeing me again, makes me feel very uneasy. You didn't fall in love with me, right? I already told you the previous time that I'm a male pekingese, and if you wanted to engage in a human-monster relationship, I wasn't a suitable target. If you're really into it, I can still introduce you that cute cat younger sister. Ugh. Song Shuhang spat out a mouthful of blood and hung up. Then, he scrolled on the screen, he wanted to give a call to True Monarch Yellow Mountain. But right at this time, someone rang the bell. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked outside, it was an acquaintance. The person that had come was wearing a black suit and had a serious face. This person was none other than Heaven-Shrouding Hook Zhou Li. He was the cultivator that True Monarch Yellow Mountain had sent over to process the trouble created by Daoist last time. It seemed that he was carrying a person on his shoulders. He came at the right time. I won't need to call to True Monarch Yellow Mountain now. Song Shuhang said happily. Then, he went downstairs and quickly opened the door. After opening the door, Song Shuhang warmly welcomed him, Senior Brother Zhou, you came at the right time. Zhou Li was baffled. However, he was a professional in the field, he quickly understood the situation. After seeing Song Shuhang's manner, he thought of a possibility. Zhou Li revealed a bitter smile and asked, "Did Daodu cause trouble?" "Yes, but it's not as serious as the last time," Song Shuhang said, somewhat embarrassed. "Brother Shuhang." Zhou Li heaved a sigh. He patted Song Shuhang's shoulders and said, "I too would like to go on a vacation and rest sometimes." Ahaha. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. "Therefore, I hope you could be more strict with Daodu. Even if it's only 1 week worth of vacation, I'm fine with it. I don't mind going on a date once in a while." Zhou Li sighed with emotion, his tone very sad. He was planning to go on a date with a fairy maiden? Senior brother Zhou really has it hard. I'll try my best, I'll try my best. Song Shuhang felt sorry now. "Good luck, brother Shuhang. I believe in you. You can do it." Zhou Li heaved a long sigh and said, "Well, what did Daodu do this time?" Daodu caused some problems in Wenzhou City. He drove a car and crashed into a villa, destroying the Ferrari of the owner. Song Shuhang coughed. Zhou Li stayed silent for a while. Then, he curiously asked, "That's all?" "Yes, that's all," Song Shuhang replied. Zhou Li heaved a sigh of relief. "Luckily, we only need to compensate him with money. Settling this problem will be pretty fast." Afterward, he put the person he was carrying on his shoulders down, and trusting him to Song Shuhang, "Little friend Shuhang, I'll leave him to you. This is Instructor Li Jr. that you left behind in space. We finally recovered him from the United States." "Instructor Li Jr.?" Song Shuhang quickly supported him. He was feeling very guilty now. If he hadn't taken the wrong person with him, Instructor Li Jr. wouldn't have ended up in America, going through all the trouble. Hopefully, they didn't cause him too many problems. Song Shuhang was about to check his state when he discovered that there were no signs of mistreatment on his body. Except for his somewhat pale face, he seemed perfectly fine. It seemed that they didn't torture him. However, he was still worried and asked, "Did he go through much trouble in the United States?" "Luckily, we got there in time, and he didn't suffer too much. But if we were even one step too late, I don't know what might have happened. It's likely that both his body and mind would have received a good banging." Zhou Li laughed and continued, "Moreover, we have already healed the wounds on his body and gave him some spiritual medicines. Right now, his body is even stronger than before. You could say that he somewhat benefited from this misfortune." Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. "It's all good then. But there is still a small problem," Zhou Li said, somewhat embarrassed. "What problem?" "It's about his memory. We decided to delete the memories related to his trip to the United States because keeping those memories was only another form of suffering for him. With these memories gone, he would be able to keep living happily. Maybe it was because his memories were deleted too many times recently, but we couldn't cleanly delete everything. However, we didn't dare to try deleting his memory again. There was a high chance of him turning into an idiot by doing so. Therefore, I decided to directly bring him here and let Senior White deal with it," Zhou Li said with a smile. "Alright, I understand." Song Shuhang nodded. "Then, I'll let Senior White take care of his memories." "Right, do you want to come in and sit?" No. I must leave and go to Wenzhou City to handle the disaster caused by Daodu. I'll come in the next time if I have time." "I'll go now, see you." Zhou Li laughed. Afterward, he turned around and quickly left. When he was leaving, he turned around and said via secret sound transmission, "Shuhang, the hypnotizing technique used on Instructor Li Jr. will expire in around 20 minutes. Keep an eye on him." After finishing his sentence, he raised his legs and quickly ran away. "I don't understand. What is he scared of?" Song Shuhang scratched his head. He took Instructor Li Jr. and returned upstairs. Once Senior White is done cultivating, I'll ask him to deal with Instructor Lee Jr.'s memories. Then, we'll be able to send him back to the training center. It's better not to let his family members worry more than necessary. Shuhang put Instructor Lee Jr. on the sofa. There were still 20 minutes left before he would regain consciousness. Hopefully, Senior White would be done practicing by the time. Shuhang also sat on the sofa and closed his eyes, starting to quietly practice the true self-meditation scripture to strengthen his mental energy. He felt that his nose aperture was about to open. Therefore, he couldn't fall behind in regards to mental energy. After practicing for about 17 to 18 minutes, Shuhang suddenly felt strange. He could hear the sound of someone taking a walk. Did Instructor Lee Jr. wake ahead of time? Shuhang opened his eyes. And then, he was dumbfounded. He saw a desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was nothing except sand and also no traces of life. He quickly raised his head and looked at the sky. There, he saw a vortex that resembled a black hole, rotating slowly. F***ck. Shuhang couldn't help but curse. How did I get here? Then, the sound I heard before. He quickly turned his head toward the place where the sound was coming from. He saw that a man and a horse were approaching him from a faraway place. The horse was completely white and didn't have a single spot of a different color. It was an excellent steed. The man was a youngster with green clothes, and he was very good looking. Just like the last time, after noticing Shuhang, the young man in green clothes riding the white horse said happily, Little White, Little White. I finally found you." Having experienced this scene the previous time, Shuhang made a fist and welcomed him, "Bring it on. It's been a while since I've seen you." Of course, these words did not affect the young man. Unless you said the keyword, rest, the young man would keep repeating the same fixed lines. However, Shuhang wasn't planning to rest just yet. He wanted to fight with the young man in green clothes and see how much he had progressed since the last time. The last time he had been here, he only knew the basic Buddhist fist technique. However, this time, he had grasped the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork and the immovable body of the Buddha supplementary body tempering technique. In regards to Daoist techniques, he had learned the lightning palm. Even if his realm was almost the same as back then, his fighting prowess was on another level. "Little White, where did you run off to? I thought you lost your way." The young man in green clothes stood in front of Shuhang, grinning radiantly. He was like those NPCs in games, acting according to a fixed pattern, even the lines he was saying were the same. "Enough chit-chat. What do you want to train in this time?" Shuhang said heroically. In the meantime, he secretly used the power of qi and blood to draw the character on the palm of his hand. With that, he could use the lightning palm at any time. "Little White, shall we train some hand-to-hand combat techniques?" The young man in green clothes didn't throw him any weapon. Instead, he assumed a martial stance. Shuhang laughed. "That's exactly what I was hoping for. Look at my power, basic fist number 3. He didn't wait for the young man to attack, he decided to make the first move to gain an advantage. He used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk and sharply increased his speed. After approaching the young man, he released the basic fist number 3. This fist was like a violent storm that pounded toward the young man. He had learned his lesson after being beaten for nearly an hour last time. The young man was skilled in every field, and his stance was flawless. He used a finger technique that resembled the 9 swords of Dugu, and against that technique, Shuhang's basic Buddhist fist technique had previously suffered a complete loss. Under these circumstances, he could only use speed to overcome skills. Shuhang's cultivation had slightly increased from last time. In addition, he had the help of the ghost spirit and that extra speed from the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. Therefore, this storm-like fist was even faster than last time and the angle it was hitting from even trickier. Hee hee. Little White, bring it on, the young man smiled. Then, just like last time, he easily evaded Song Shuhang's barrage of fists like a loach. Although these fists were quick, none of them could touch his body. After 70 fists, Song Shuhang's barrage came to an end. At this time, the young man raised his finger and said, "Hee hee, Little White. Take my move." As before, this finger attack reminded Song Shuhang of the 9 swords of Dugu. It directly aimed at the places where his fist technique was weak. He wasn't able to ward it off because he attacked precisely when his fist had lost all its momentum, being in its weakest state. Last time, it was exactly this godly finger that made Song Shuhang wish he could die, making his whole body ache. But this time, he was already prepared, he had been saving up the lightning palm just for this moment. The finger of the young man aimed at Song Shuhang's shoulder. Song Shuhang's shoulder immediately became numb and aching as though it had received an electric shock. But thanks to the immovable body of the Buddha, he could withstand this kind of pain. Taking advantage of the fact that young man was in the middle of his attack, Song Shuhang made his move and lightly shouted, "Lightning palm." The character in the middle of his palm shone and turned into a ball of lightning. Along with the movement of Song Shuhang's shoulder, the lightning palm went toward the young man. The young man, as if he had thought that Song Shuhang wouldn't use Daoist techniques, didn't dodge. The lightning palm made a crackling sound and hit the young man directly. The strength of this technique was enough to create a hole of the size of a basketball in a hard rock. However, the strength of this young man was unknown. Therefore, it was unknown how much damage he would suffer from the hit. Song Shuhang wasn't worried that the young man would die. This place was only an illusory reality created while Senior White was cultivating. Even if the young man were to die, a brand new young man in green clothes would spawn after a while. Bang! After being hit by the lightning palm, the young man was sent flying and rolled several times on the sand. Lightning was entwining his body while sending out crackling sounds. The electricity completely paralyzed him, and his body was continuously twitching. Ha ha ha! Idiot, I can use the lightning palm now. Song Shuhang laughed self-satisfied, he had finally released some of his anger. The last time, the young man had tortured him in various ways in this same desert. Now, the lightning palm let him breathe a mouthful of fresh air. It was a good feeling. Just when Song Shuhang was loudly laughing, the young man rolled on the ground twice and got up. He patted his green clothes and said to Song Shuhang, "Little White, you're so shameless. You unexpectedly used a Daoist technique." Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. What the hell? Even after being hit by the lightning palm, there isn't even a scratch on his body? In that case, I'll also be impolite, the young man said a brand new line. It seemed that Song Shuhang using the lightning palm had changed the plot, just like when he said the word rest last time. However, it seemed that the plot wasn't changing for the better this time. Song Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Don't be like this. Wouldn't it be better if we both stayed polite? Moreover, I'm feeling a little tired. How about resting a bit? However, the word rest didn't have any effect on the young man this time. Hee hee. Look at my magical technique. Invincible 9 manifestations of the dragon god, ferocious thunder and lightning. The young man joined his palms together and chanted a long series of words. Is he trying to intimidate me? Just when he thought this, Song Shuhang heard the sound of a muffled thunder coming from the sky. Soon after, a rain of lightning came down from it, aiming at Shuhang. You heard correctly, it was a rain of lightning. The lightning was as concentrated as raindrops. It was even scarier than the heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage acquired realm that 16 had faced. Song Shuhang looked at the sky, desperation filling his face. With this much lightning, he had nowhere to hide. Even if he used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk at full power, he could travel for 100 meters at best. But that thunderstorm was covering an area of at least 500 to 600 meters. It seems that I've brought a disaster upon myself, right? Shuhang wanted to cry but had no tears. Soon after, Shuhang yelled like a pig that was being slaughtered. It was quite painful. Shuhang felt his entire body being roasted by the lightning, even his consciousness had started to fade. Please, stop. If I'm hit again by the lightning, I'm going to die. However, I've got the feeling that I forgot something. As soon as he saw this desert, the first thought that crossed his mind was how he should make the young man pay for the beating last time. He didn't notice it before because he was too agitated, but now, he had the feeling that he had forgotten something. Right, where is Instructor Li Jr.? Instructor Li Jr. was still sleeping on the sofa. He wouldn't have also encountered the young man in green clothes, right? Instructor Li Jr. is just a mortal, won't he die after this treatment? Instructor Li Jr., don't die. Soon after, Shuhang felt the world fade to black. He had lost consciousness due to the lightning. Instructor Li Jr. slowly opened his eyes. What is this place? He looked at the desert in confusion. This is a desert. What happened? How did I end up in a desert? Let me recall what happened. It seemed that I urgently needed money and therefore decided to teach two rich rookies how to fly an aircraft. This morning, after signing a contract with the aviation school, my colleague and I waited for those two people to come over to learn how to pilot an aircraft. Then, he met those two people. One was a handsome man, the other was a university student with a friendly smile. As for what happened afterward, he didn't remember. It seemed that he could vaguely recall the faces of some Caucasians, but he didn't remember the exact details of what had happened. What happened? Why am I in a desert? Am I dreaming? Instructor Li Jr. rubbed his temples. Then, he stretched out a hand and inserted it in the sand, picking it up. He could feel the sand slipping away through the gaps in his fingers. The sand seemed real. Instructor Li Jr. pinched his tight. He felt pain. It wasn't a dream. He was really in a desert. Does that mean that I got into an accident while giving flight lessons to those two rookies? Did the aircraft crash here? But that's impossible. There are no deserts near the area of Jiangnan. Little White, you finally woke up. At this time, Instructor Li Jr. heard a melodious voice of a man. Instructor Li Jr. turned his head and discovered that there was a young man in green clothes not too far away from his position. The man was wearing an ancient robe, and he was riding a completely white horse. This young man is very handsome. Are they shooting the scene of a movie set in ancient times? However, who is this Little White? Was he referring to me? Little White, where did you run off to? I thought you lost your way. The young man said as he narrowed his eyes in a smile. Wait, little friend. Did you just call me Little White? Instructor Li Jr. pointed toward himself and said somewhat confused. Did you mistake me for someone else? My name is Li Shihua, I am a young flying instructor in an aviation academy. My marital status is single. I have good relations with people. At the aviation academy, everyone cordially calls me Li Jr. However, strange things happened in the past few days. First, they mistook me for Anthony, and now, they are mistaking me for Little White. Just who the hell is this Little White? Wait. Who the hell is Anthony? Today, Instructor Li Jr. discovered a frightening matter. There were many strange shards of memories in his head. Or maybe a big chunk of his memory was missing. As though he hadn't heard Instructor Li Jr.'s words, the young man took off a long sword from the horse and threw it at Instructor Li Jr. Little White, shall we train sword techniques? After saying these words, the young man took off another long sword from the horse. Instructor Li Jr. stared at the sword next to his feet. The sword was very bright and sharp. Additionally, under the light, the sharp edge of the sword was able to reflect a ray of light that was piercing to the eyes. Judging solely from its appearance, one could tell that it was an exceptional treasure sword that was so sharp it could easily slice a falling strand of hair. If it pierced into a human body, it probably would claim one's life, right? Instructor Lee Jr. was worried to death. If they were filming, it didn't warrant them to use a real weapon, right? Even though some perverted production teams did use real weaponry to create a sense of reality, at least theirs weren't sharpened to that extent. Hence, Instructor Lee Jr. ran his mouth and said, "Hold on a second, little friend, are you misunderstanding something? I am not Little White. Furthermore, I am not an actor. If this is a filming set, all I did was just accidentally stumbling onto it, and unknowingly became a walk-on. However, unless you hit the young man's G-spot, ugh. I mean, weak spot with a particular keyword, he would keep going on with his fixed lines and not change the storyline. Little White, look at the sword." The young man in the green robe raised his sword and his body moved in front of Instructor Lee Jr. in a flash, after which his hand shook and the sword light transformed from 1 to 3 rays. 3 sword flowers were seen aiming at Instructor Lee Jr.'s shoulder, abdomen, and thighs. Instructor Lee Jr. was only an ordinary human, he had absolutely no means of avoiding the quick sword of the young man in green robe. He was just like a wooden figurine and took a direct blow from the young man's sword. Thereafter, fresh blood splattered from his shoulder, abdomen, and thighs. Pain. Then, Instructor Lee Jr. fell to the ground like an average hoodlum and cried in pain, "What is this all about? What feud do I have with him? What kind of grievance? What made him confront me and stab me with a sword immediately after?" Luckily, the young man in the green robe was only acting as Little White's sword training partner, and did not make any lethal attack. He was only using the sharp end of the sword and lightly pierced it into his muscles, mildly tearing his skin. The young man kept his sword and looked at Instructor Lee Jr.'s body that was lying on the ground with a baffled expression and said, Little White, why didn't you dodge?" "Dodge my **SS, I couldn't even see the sword clearly." Sobs. Instructor Lee Jr. cried out of injustice. Although it was said that a man does not shed his tears easily, today, for reasons that even Instructor Lee Jr. himself did not know, he suddenly felt sad and that he had been treated extremely unfairly. Hence, he started crying out loud. Perhaps it was the effect of him losing that part of his memories? He might have felt that during the period where he lost his memories, he seemed to have undergone an extremely unfair treatment. Hence, coupled with the fact that he got stabbed by a stranger for no apparent reason, he got so upset that he could no longer repress his emotions. Instructor Lee Jr. really wanted to stop crying because he felt that he himself crying so hard as a man in front of a little boy was very embarrassing. However, the more he wanted to control the sound of his cries, the louder it got. Soon, tears blurred his vision and he couldn't open his eyes. Seeing him cry to such an extent, the young man stiffened. Thereafter, he hurriedly rushed to Instructor Lee Jr.'s side and asked out of concern, Little White, what happened to you?" As he was speaking, the young man reached out his finger once again and pointed lightly at all 3 bleeding wounds. The bleeding stopped, just like that. "I am not Little White, I am not." Instructor Lee Jr. choked with sobs, "I am Li Shihua, Flying Instructor Li Shihua." "Little White, you don't want to do sword training." The young man in the green robe actually went forward along the plot and entered the next phase. "Then today, I shall teach you something different, and after that, tomorrow, let's try something different. Didn't you tell me you wanted to learn fist techniques the last time? Why don't I teach you fist techniques?" asked the young man in a green robe. This plot seemed to be the same one Song Shuhang experienced, and the young man in the green robe taught Song Shuhang the basics of sword techniques within the real illusion. "I wanna go home," replied Instructor Lee Jr. However, the young man ignored him entirely, and instead reached out his hands and lightly pulling Instructor Lee Jr. up from the ground. "Look carefully, Little White. This is the basic fist technique. After finishing his sentence, the young man performed a set of fist motions for Instructor Lee Jr. to cultivators. This was a very ordinary staple basic fist technique. It was the type of body-tempering fist technique that Medicine Master wanted to teach Song Shuhang from the start. However, after Medicine Master accepted the poisonous dragon plant, he switched to teaching Song Shuhang the basic Buddhist fist technique instead. After completing the first demonstration, the young man turned his head around, looked at Instructor Lee Jr., and asked, "Have you memorized the steps?" Instructor Lee Jr. was dumbfounded. "What, memorize what exactly? It isn't a gymnastics broadcast, how can I learn by just seeing it only once?" Even if it was a gymnastics broadcast, one needs to watch it several times and then follow the steps a couple more times before being able to learn it. "If you've memorized it, let's practice fist techniques, okay?" The young man smiled brightly. Instructor Lee Jr. complained, "What, I did not memorize a single bit." However, after finishing his sentence, the young man pounced in front of him like a ferocious tiger going down a mountain, and threw a punch at his head. Instructor Lee Jr. could only feel his vision go black, and fainted immediately as he fell onto the floor, losing consciousness. However, even though he had fainted onto the floor, the young man did not have the intention to let him off. His fists were akin to raindrops falling, mercilessly attacking his body. It was similar to the fate suffered by branch leader Jing Mo's substitute body. Fortunately, the young man decided to change to practice fist techniques, if it were a sword instead. Instructor Lee Jr.'s body would have been pierced so many times it'd end up looking like a beehive by now. Instructor Lee Jr., who was in the midst of being unconscious, couldn't help but groan continuously in pain. His entire body was in so much pain that it curled up like a mantis shrimp. So much pain and suffering, is this hell? It was not known how much time had passed when Song Shuhang regained consciousness. Ouch! After he woke up, he felt his entire body stinging in pain. "Shuhang, you've woken up." Next to him, Senior White was pressing his body with his fingers, and pure spiritual energy entered Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang's pain and wounds healed quickly under the work of the spiritual energy. Senior White finally finished cultivating. His eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. "Shuhang, when I was cultivating, what happened? How come you look like you got struck by lightning? When I found you, your body was charred black." Senior White furrowed his brows as he asked. Nothing happened at all. It's just that I thought of something suddenly and inserted my finger into the power source and got electrocuted." Song Shuhang told a white lie. "Oh really?" Senior White was skeptical and asked, "What happened to Instructor Lee Jr. on the other side? When I found him earlier, his entire body was seriously injured, he got beaten up by someone really badly, he looked like he was gonna die anytime. Luckily, I found him in time and gave him a session of treatment first." Song Shuhang sighed, so Instructor Lee Jr. ultimately did not avoid that calamity? Thereafter, Song Shuhang wept and said, "Sigh, this is because Instructor Lee Jr. just got saved by True Monarch Yellow Mountain's underling from America. Speaking of which, he is rather pitiful, he must have been mistreated in the States, right? This is my fault, I grabbed the wrong person, causing Instructor Lee Jr. to undergo so much suffering." Senior White nodded his head doubtfully. "Oh yeah, Senior White, when True Monarch's underling sent Instructor Lee Jr. over, he said that there were some problems that occurred when his memories got erased, his memories of his time spent in the States were not fully erased. Hence, they would like to ask for your help to erase his memories one more time in order to avoid leaving any traces," said Song Shuhang after recalling Senior Brother Zhou Li's words. Senior White nodded his head, "Let me try. In actual fact, I'm not good at erasing memories. Furthermore, repetitively erasing a person's memories within a short period time dealt a great amount of inevitable damage to that particular person's brain." As he was speaking, Venerable White walked next to Instructor Lee Jr. and pressed his head with his hand. The memory deletion technique was activated once again and redeleted Instructor Li Jr.'s memory of July 9th, the moment he met the two newbie students. Done. However, as the previous memory deletion was not complete, it might leave some fragments of memories behind. But, there should not be any problems. Senior White replied as he clapped his hands. Will he suddenly remember the content of these fragments of memories out of the blue one day? Song Shuhang asked out of concern. He was worried that Instructor Li Jr. might suddenly recall his memories of being mistreated in America and grieve a lot to the extent he wished he was dead. As long as there is no trigger, he should not think of it. Senior White also had no confidence, because he did not specialize in erasing memories. Forget it, hopefully he can live the rest of his life happily from now on. Song Shuhang thought to himself. In the past few days, to Instructor Li Jr., the traumatic experience he went through was extremely terrible. Morning, 9:23 a.m. Senior White was riding on his flying sword, bringing Song Shuhang, Instructor Li Jr., as well as some suitcases along with him and flew to the underground parking lot in the area of Jiangnan. A few days ago, True Monarch Yellow Mountain's agent called and said that all the cars had already arrived, awaiting Song Shuhang to go over to inspect them in his free time. Today, Song Shuhang was preparing to return to Wenzhou City with Senior White and hence made a call to the agent to arrange for him to go over and complete the inspection before signing the contract. There were 31 cars in total in this batch, just like the previous time, all kinds of brands, all kinds of prices, and all kinds of models. Just like the last time, all the cars in there were registered under Song Shuhang's name. Song Shuhang's name was also used for the roadworthiness certificate. Song Shuhang's eyes scanned the entire parking lot. There were more luxury cars in the second batch. There was also quite a number of sports cars. Wait a minute, there seems to be a couple of strange things in the midst. Song Shuhang stared at the three conspicuous vehicles that were out of place amongst the luxury cars. They were huge and had a coarse and wild appearance, a tractor, a small-sized excavator, and a bulldozer. These three vehicles were also sent to us by Mr. Huang Wenzhong, asked Song Shuhang in embarrassment. Yes, they were all ordered by Mr. Huang Wenzhong. The agent wiped the sweat on his forehead. Truth be told, when he saw the tractor, the excavator, and the bulldozer on the contract, he was completely dumbfounded too. All right, thanks for the trouble. Song Shuhang sighed and finally signed his name on the contract. The agent raised his brows in delight. This batch was worth millions of RMB. After True Monarch Yellow Mountain's agent had left, Song Shuhang stretched his body and said, Senior White, let's choose a car to drive to Wenzhou City. And, we also have to send Instructor Li Jr. back to the aviation school first. We are driving there? All right. Senior White beamed brightly and said, then I'm gonna choose. Yeah, Wenzhou City isn't far, just a few hundred kilometers away. Hence, driving there ourselves is more convenient. Song Shuhang replied, pick something that has big space, we have quite a lot of suitcases. Song Shuhang had a large box in his hands. It contained 1,000,000 RMB in cash, medicine pills, treasured saber broken tyrant, soul beads, spirit green tea, etc. Yup, actually I had already chosen a car the minute I saw it. Let's drive that one. I feel that that vehicle is just to my liking. Venerable White happily pointed to a domineering, huge vehicle. Song Shuhang looked up and his mouth opened wide, not making a single sound. Where's the best place to learn how to operate an excavator? In Shandong, China, look for, whatever. Senior White, this is an excavator. It's not a vehicle for transportation purposes, it is a construction vehicle used to excavate the ground. If you're really interested in this vehicle, we can operate it after we return from Wenzhou City, heading toward the back of a mountain to try it out. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Senior White just came out of secluded meditation not too long ago. Even though he had grasped a lot of knowledge on the modern era from the internet, the information on the net was rather messy. There was a lot of information that Senior White had not had the time to fully comprehend. Ooh, then what is the one next to it? Is it also another construction vehicle? Senior White pointed to another vehicle with the same domineering air and might. Yes, it is also another construction vehicle. That is a bulldozer. It is used to clear the land, construct roads, and the like. If Senior wants to, you can wait for us to return and take it out to play. Shuhang sighed. Thereafter, before waiting for Senior White to point his finger, he took the initiative to introduce the third vehicle, the tractor. Damn, it's a hand-guided type. Ahem, this is used to transport things. In the past it was mainly used for transporting crops in villages, I guess? Shuhang was not very sure, even though it was said to be used for farming purposes. When he was younger, he saw that similar hand-guided tractors were also used to transport sand, cement, etc., creating a loud rumbling sound that came through the door of his house, and flashily leaving behind a trail of black smoke. Speaking of which, how did True Monarch Yellow Mountain get an antique like this? And it is freaking brand new? Don't tell me he got the factory workers to work overtime to assemble it? This thing was one of those models that required you to hand crank the engine of the tractor to operate it. If he remembered correctly, it was not allowed to be used on most of the roads now. Perhaps only in some secluded areas, you could still see people using such hand-guided tractors. After Shuhang scrutinized it, he realized that there was a barrel of diesel fuel behind the tractor. Was it reserve fuel? One could only say that True Monarch Yellow Mountain really prepared everything meticulously. Used for transporting things? Next to the driver's seat in front, it seems like it's possible to squeeze another person in. Both of us can operate it. Let's just use this one. Senior White said excitedly. With one look he had already scrutinized the three vehicles that were more domineering than the rest. The first two were construction vehicles and this one could transport things as well as people, hence there wasn't a problem. No can do, Senior. This vehicle is not allowed on the road. Shuhang called out, let's change to another vehicle. No, I have already chosen it. Even if it's not allowed on the road, it's fine. We can engrave an invisibility formation on it, and remove it when we get to your house. As Senior White spoke, he had already seated himself inside the tractor. He curiously held onto the steering wheel of the tractor. When comparing it to a steering wheel of a car, this type of steering wheel had quite the charm. Since it had piqued his curiosity, he decided to choose it. Senior, never mind. Let's change to another one. This one isn't very fast. At most it can only go at a speed of over 30 kilometers per hour. Shuhang said worriedly. Even if you drove a lady's car, at least it could shelter you from the wind and rain. This old model of hand-guided tractor didn't even have anything in front to shelter you from the wind and rain, it was entirely bare. No worries, I can increase its speed. I have experience now, it definitely wouldn't ruin the vehicle. At most we can engrave the formation to reduce the resistance of the air and the weight. It doesn't matter, let's just use this vehicle. Venerable White was adamant on choosing it. Shuhang racked his brains. His eyes lit up and he said, Senior White, our driver's license doesn't permit us to use this type of vehicle, we can only drive smaller cars. Senior White looked at his driver's license and looked, it isn't true. My driver's license permits me to drive all kinds of vehicles, doesn't it? Shuhang stretched his head and looked, he saw that there was DE printed on the license. Which was to say, he could drive all vehicles below the DE category, which meant all of them. True Monarch Yellow Mountain really attentively prepared everything. Additionally, we are going to be in the invisibility mode in any case, not having a driver's license doesn't matter. Venerable White laughed heartily, he was very pleased with himself. Shuhang was left speechless. Ultimately, Shuhang couldn't change Senior White's decision. Venerable White was especially in love with this one and only hand-guided tractor vehicle. You could see right now that, even before operating the hand-guided tractor, Venerable White was already currently seated within, with both hands grabbing onto the steering wheel and turning left and right with his entire body swaying rhythmically. There was no hope. Speaking of which, was he really going to drive this thing all the way back to Wenzhou City? Just imagining the scene made Shuhang feel sore. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't give Senior White the chance to choose. I would have just picked a car myself and drive back and all would have been good. Forget it, it has already come to this. Since I can't fight it, I just have to accept it. Song Shuhang put the suitcases at the back of the hand-guided tractor, and also put Instructor Li Jr. at the back as well. Both he and Venerable White sat at the front of the hand-guided tractor and casually tossed the over 30 vehicle licenses given to him by True Monarch Yellow Mountain's agent into the small compartment next to the seat. Let's head out. Senior White was in high spirits. However, a moment later, Senior White pressed some buttons on the hand-guided tractor for a while and asked, "Shuhang, how do I start it?" Song Shuhang sighed and took out the handle. He went to the front of tractor, then pressed onto the lowering lever, plugging in the handle. Thereafter, Song Shuhang stooped down with his butt sticking out, grabbed the handle tightly and turned it with all his strength. When he was little, he used to see other people activate the tractor, hence he had some impression of it. Sigh, there was no need to say more. He was just thinking of his current pose in his mind. It had to be such a beautiful sight, one that people dared not look directly at. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tractor quickly got activated and black smoke started coming out. Wait a minute. Did I just do something stupid? If the tractor couldn't start, I could have just chosen another car, right? Why did I have to use so much strength to start up this tractor? Song Shuhang wanted to cry but had no tears. You still have to do that? Interesting. Next time, let me turn it. Senior White laughed heartily. Hee hee. Song Shuhang forced a laugh, and then pulled out the handle. Go, let's head out. Senior White called out. Earlier, when he was playing alone with the steering wheel, he had already understood the method to operate it. After Song Shuhang had gotten into the vehicle, Senior White started the tractor and charged out of the underground garage, leaving behind a trail of black smoke. Interesting, even though the speed is kinda slow, the feeling of driving it is great. Venerable White remarked. Of course it had the feeling, it was the hand-guided type, and the front of the vehicle was so heavy too. If we're taking the tractor, then so be it. As long as Senior White is happy. After driving out of the underground garage, Song Shuhang pressed the remote control to the door of the garage, and the main door descended. With a snap of Senior White's fingers, the defensive formation that was already set up long ago on the side of the car garage got activated. After all the cars had been delivered and assembled, the safeguarding responsibilities of the garage fell upon Song Shuhang and Senior White. This was what True Monarch Yellow Mountain's agent mentioned at the start. Just like that, Venerable White operated the tractor, carrying Song Shuhang and Instructor Li Jr. while energetically heading towards the Aviation Academy. After exiting the garage, it was the main street. 9 to 10 a.m. was the time period when there were the most people on the road. It was not known if it was his misperception, but Song Shuhang kept feeling that Venerable White and him became the center of attention of people's vision. Countless of eyes were fixated on his body. How offensive. Wenzhou City, Beijing Street. This was Song Shuhang's hometown. Today was Wednesday. Papa Song specially took a day off from work and was idle at home. The main reason was that a guest was coming over today, and he was an important one. Hence, Papa Song took a day off and waited at home for the guest to arrive. Old Lou's still not here? Mama Song carried cayenne pepper diced chicken out from the kitchen and placed it on the table. The table was filled with 7 dishes, yet Mama Song was still trying hard to increase the quantity. That old thing, he doesn't dare come over to my place for the whole year, and now suddenly wants to bring his son here. he's definitely up to no good. Papa Song pushed up his glasses with a dissatisfied face. Thereafter, with a face full of disapproval, he said, I can guess his motive of coming here even with my toes. I heard a few years ago that after his son dropped out of school, he went to do his own business to earn his keep. Now, he's definitely going to bring his son here to brag and show off his achievements. Just watch, I can bet with you. Once he enters the door, he's definitely going to show his son off. In order to do that, the first thing he would bring up is definitely his business, luxury car, and a grand mansion etc. It would not be far from that. PFFF. Mama Song couldn't help but laugh. Didn't this start with you? Mama Song still remembered that last year, Song Shuhang studied as hard as he could and got into a well-known school, Jiangnan's University. Thereafter, Papa Song frequently brought Song Shuhang to Old Lu's house. Once he entered Old Lu's house, he started talking about his son's results, how great they were, getting him a place in Jiangnan's University, and compared him to Old Lu's dropout son. Papa Song looked so pleased and proud that he deserved a beating. After that, Mama Song couldn't watch it any longer and was determined not to let Papa Song drag Song Shuhang to Old Lu's house. Only then did Papa Song's bragging ended. Ever since then, Old Lu, who couldn't find one thing to brag about, spent almost 1 year feeling depressed at home. He couldn't find an opportunity to brag in front of Papa Song. He must have been very miserable. Speaking of which, Old Lu and Papa Song have been longtime frenemies. Ever since they were little boys until adulthood, they had always been comparing all kinds of things. From height, academics and careers to daughter-in-laws or sons, whenever either party had something that was better than the other party's, they would happily run over to brag, using each other's pain as a source of happiness. Sigh, just thinking about how Old Lu's son would be driving some luxury car over in a while makes my liver ache. Papa Song said depressingly. Along the way, Song Shuhang felt that the gazes of the surrounding people were concentrated on them, and that was probably true. No matter who it was, after seeing the tractor and the driver, they felt the urge to fix their gaze upon them. The one driving the tractor was Venerable White. He resembled an immortal that had come out of a painting, incredibly handsome. When people saw him, they felt that he was the incarnation of the words beautiful, pretty, and handsome. No, even these words weren't enough to describe him. This man that seemed to have come out of a painting had now an excited face. His hands were placed on the steering wheel, and his body was swaying along the tractor. He seemed very happy. Song Shuhang, who had the delicate and childish look of a student, was shrinking next to Venerable White. This tractor had just one seat in the front, the seat of the driver. Therefore, Shuhang could only shrink in a corner, looking distressed and lovable. The tractor made a rumbling sound and started to move as the black smoke rose upwards. This whole scene felt wrong on so many levels. Senior White, can we use a magical technique to become invisible? Song Shuhang turned his head and said to the happy Venerable White. He couldn't endure those gazes anymore. When those people were looking at him, it felt as though 1,000 arrows were aiming at him. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Oh, I forgot to use the invisible formation. Venerable White laughed, somewhat embarrassed. Then, he made a turn and stopped on a deserted street. After making sure that no one was looking at them, Venerable White took a sheet of A4 paper out of his pocket and stuck it on the seat of the tractor. He only needed to activate the formation on the sheet of paper, and the tractor would become invisible. Song Shuhang's face twitched. Did Venerable White prepare it beforehand? Song Shuhang's guess wasn't wrong. Venerable White had already prepared this formation. Right now, he had several sheets of A4 paper with formations engraved on them. All of them were one-use goods. There was a lot of cars in the garage, therefore, he needed to plan things properly. Otherwise, wouldn't it be troublesome to draw formations every time he was about to drive a new car? This paper has an invisible formation on it. Once we're nearing your house, you just need to tear it off to make the tractor visible. Venerable White explained. I would prefer to keep the tractor invisible even after arriving at the main gate. Shuhang thought to himself. Next, Venerable White took out 4 more sheets of A4 paper with formations on them. On this sheet is a formation to decrease the weight of the vehicle. This one is to decrease the air resistance. This one is to increase the speed by 3 times, and the last one is to strengthen the vehicle. With these 4 formations, this tractor can reach the speed of 150 km per hour. Moreover, it won't take too much damage due to the excessive speed. Shuhang quietly pasted the 4 A4 paper sheets on the tractor. Senior White snapped his fingers, and all formations activated. Then, he happily drove the hand-guided tractor toward Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tractor was happily running on the road. Soon, its speed would exceed 100 km per hour. Along the way, Senior White used his godly driving skills to overtake one car after another. The speed was also continuously increasing, and whenever there was a long queue of cars ahead of them, he would pat on the tractor and shout, "Leaping technique." The tractor would soar into the sky like a war horse and leap over all the obstacles, continuing its happy journey. This driving style went against common sense. In a silver car behind the invisible tractor. Husband, did you also hear the noise of a tractor just now? The young woman driving the car said, somewhat confused. The husband, who was sitting in the shotgun seat, pointed ahead and called out in alarm, "Oh my God, what's that thing?" They could see a mass of black smoke coming out of thin air, and from the space below the black smoke came the rumbling noise of a tractor. That mass of black smoke was dashing forward at a very high speed. Even on this jammed round, it had surpassed 100 km per hour. Is this a ghost car? The young woman shivered. For example, the driver of a tractor might have died on this road a long time ago. And since he still had some resentment toward this world, he took his tractor and went for a stroll on this road. The husband faintly sighed. He decided not to let his wife read those strange novels or watch movies for a while. A similar scene played inside many other cars. Almost all the drivers on the road heard the rumbling noise of a tractor and saw the black smoke it was releasing. Some people could even smell the exhausts of the tractor's engine. Venerable White only made the tractor invisible. He didn't use a formation to make its sound and smell disappear. He did it because he felt that driving a completely invisible tractor was very uninteresting. It was like wearing beautiful clothes in the middle of the night. It was better to have audience, and having the audience exclaim in surprise would give even more motivation to the driver. But Shuhang was completely unaware of this. He still thought that the tractor invisible, noiseless, and untraceable. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tractor quickly arrived at Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center. When they were about to arrive, Shuhang called Caselli, saying that they would bring Instructor Li Jr. back today. However, he had no plans to attend flight lessons today since he had to make a trip back home. Once he had returned to Jiangnan College Town, he would once again come to the training center to take lessons. Caselli naturally agreed. Many instructors of the training center were curious about Li Jr. suddenly coming out of the spacecraft that had returned from space. They wanted to know what had happened after he had brought those 2 rookies for a ride in the sky. When they were near the aviation school, Shuhang put away those A4 paper sheets that had formations engraved on them. The tractor lost its invisibility while speeding toward the training center. "Hello, Miss Caselli. We're here." Shuhang gave her another call. Very soon, Caselli came to receive them. As soon as she came out, she was dumbfounded. She absent-mindedly looked at the hand-guided tractor before her eyes and Venerable White who was driving the tractor and had a "I'm super happy right now" face, as well as toward Shuhang who was shrinking into a corner. Caselli blinked several times and took a deep breath. To make it short, at this moment, she thought that the average man couldn't comprehend the logic of these ultra-rich guys. She had now a brand new concept of the sentence, unique ways to have fun. When the average man was walking, these rich people were already riding bicycles. When the average man was riding a bicycle, these rich people were already driving cars. When the average man was driving a car, these rich people were already flying aircraft. And when the average man was flying an aircraft, these rich people were already driving tractors. They wanted to experience things that were out of the ordinary and uncommon. Rich men had their own unique way of thinking. Mr. Song Shuhang went through great trouble. Anyway, where is Instructor Li Jr.? Caselli revealed a very professional smile. He's in the rear. Mr. Li Jr. fell asleep not too long ago. Song Shuhang leapt down from the tractor and went toward the rear, picking up Instructor Li Jr. Two tall men came from behind Caselli and received Li Jr. from Song Shuhang's hands. Is Instructor Li Jr. all right? Caselli asked curiously. She was very curious as to how Li Jr. had ended up in the spacecraft that was returning from space, and what he had exactly gone through for the past few days. He's fine. He has a strong body. Song Shuhang smiled. Once he returned from the United States, senior brother Zhou treated him with special medicines. Not only were his wounds healed, but his body had also become stronger. And today, Venerable White used his spiritual power to heal him. Needless to say, he had benefited quite a bit from that too. Shuhang knew it because his body was also strengthened after Senior White's treatment. Since we've got other matters to deal with, we'll take our leave. Once he wakes up, you can ask Instructor Li Jr. himself about what happened. After we're back in the area of Jiangnan, we'll contact Miss Caselli and decide when to study piloting other models of aircraft. Song Shuhang said with a smile as he waved his hand. All right, no problem. Caselli also smiled. Once Instructor Li Jr. was awake, they could finally ask him what happened. Song Shuhang crawled into the tractor, and Venerable White made a beautiful turn. The tractor rumbled and set out toward Wenzhou City, Song Shuhang's native place. At this moment in Wenzhou City's Beijing Street, a brand new BMW 7 Series skillfully stopped in front of Song Shuhang's house's entrance. Soon after, a tall and big man with a bear-like build came out of the back seat. He was around 50 years old, but due to his strong body, he looked much younger. This person was a very old, and harmful, friend of Papa Song, Old Lu. Tian Yu, take out the gift I prepared for Old Song. Wah-ha, after coming out of the car, Old Lu stretched his legs and loudly laughed. At this time, Old Lu acted all pompous, all he lacked was the cocky strut. A young man who also had a strong bear-like build came out of the car. He was Old Lu's younger version. This person was Old Lu's son, Lu Tianyu. He already looked 30 years old. However, he was only 2 years older than Song Shuhang. At this time, Lu Tianyu had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want to accompany his father to Shuhang's house to show off, but he was unable to stop him. Lu Tianyu opened the trunk of the BMW and took out a small statue made of copper. This statue was wrapped in red cloth, and you couldn't make out its appearance. Come, quickly. I already can't wait to see Old Song's miserable appearance. I've already suppressed myself for a whole year. I can't wait any more. Old Lu loudly laughed. He went in the direction Song Shuhang's house, filled with fighting intent. Lu Tianyu heaved a deep sigh and used his hand to cover his face. He felt that his father was really making him lose face. After sighing, he looked in the mirror of the car and tried to fix his smile. At last, he was able to squeeze out a suitable smile. Then, he followed his father, trying to maintain his smiling face. Chapter 238 Studying Isn't Worth Bird's Poop. After sighing, he looked in the mirror of the car and tried to fix his smile. At last, he was able to squeeze out a suitable one. Then, He followed his father while holding the statue in his hands and trying to maintain his smiling face. They said that a smiling person was less likely to be hit. Hopefully, after seeing his bright smile, Uncle Song wouldn't chase after him with a broom even after receiving the statue. Old Lu arrived upstairs, and even before entering, he shouted, "Old Song, I've come." Waha! Papa Song pushed his glasses up. After hearing this laughter, he felt a faint pain transmit from his liver. Very soon, Old Lu opened the door and entered. Li Tianyu followed behind him. "Old Lu, I haven't seen you for a year. Did you finally remember the road to my house?" Papa Song tried to demoralize the opponent by mentioning the keyword "a year." "Wahaha. It's because I was too busy." Old Lu laughed. Papa Song frowned. He knew that Old Lu was going to boast about his son next. They were worthily decades old, harmful friends. Papa Song correctly guessed Old Lu's next move. Old Lu loudly laughed and turned around, saying, "Ha, Tianyu. Quickly come here and greet your Uncle Song." Lu Tianyu came forward, the statue still in his hands. He had an awfully stiff smile on his face as he said, "Hello, Uncle Song. Old Song, don't you feel that Tianyu has become taller than before? He's half a head taller than me now." Old Lu said self-satisfied. From childhood to maturity, he had never lost to Old Song when it came to height. Papa Song thought of his Shuhang. Although he wasn't short with his 175 centimeters, there was still a big gap when compared to Lu Tianyu, who was 190 centimeters tall. After sighing, Papa Song prepared himself. He knew that after boasting about his son, Old Lu was going to boast about his son's business. Old Lu acted as if he was at home. He took a chair and sat near Papa Song. "Old Song, do you remember that Tianyu dropped out of school 3 years ago? The business he painstakingly managed for these past years has finally seen some success. You know about the trade in precious wood, right? A few years ago, Tianyu invested some money into that business. At the time, no one was keeping an eye on it, but now, it's becoming more and more flourishing. Tianyu was really far-sighted. Just last year, he made a net profit of more than 10 million renminbi. He's young and promising, and he seems much better compared to you, Old Lu." Papa Song quietly mocked Old Lu. Now that he is done boasting about his son's business, he should start to boast about his son's expensive car, right? Old Lu acted just as Papa Song had predicted. He patted Papa Song's shoulder and said self-satisfied, "My son is indeed better than me, and that's how things should be. Now, Old Song, did you see that car parked downstairs? It's a BMW 7 Series. However, it's not such a good car after all, and its price was only around 2 million renminbi. Unfortunately, Tianyu doesn't like these low-grade cars too much. Therefore, he is planning to exchange it for a better car in 2 years. Be it a Maserati or a Ferrari, he can afford them all." Lu Tianyu wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He had already lost too much face. He could only bitterly smile when Papa Song was praising him. A luxury car. *T. Once Shuhang has graduated, he must quickly make some money. At the time, what BMW 7 Series, I will directly make him buy a Ferrari. And if he can't make that much money, I'll whip him to death. Ah, forget it. After all, it's not so easy to earn such money. Come, Old Song. Leaving other things aside, let's look at what I brought along this time. I prepared this statue just for you. I've heard that you really like collecting this stuff. Therefore, I spent a great deal of time to have this statue carved. The original caused quite the commotion on the internet. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to obtain the original and could only make someone carve an almost identical copy. Old Lu had a regretful look on his face. He waved his hand and hinted his son to give the gift to Papa Song. Lu Tianyu's face was twitching, and he tried his best to maintain his bright smile as he handed the statue over. Papa Song pushed up his glasses and received the statue. Damn it, if it's something from old Lu, it's probably not a good thing. It's quite heavy. Is it made of copper? Papa Song took the cloth covering the statue off, revealing the exquisite figure below. It was the statue of a slender scholarly girl in a sitting position. Her head was slightly raised, and she had an open book on her knee. On the palm of her hand was a dove of peace with its wings spread, ready to fly. This statue was quite good, and the creative concept wasn't bad either. The scholarly girl seemed lifelike. Papa Song was confused. Had this stupid old Lu turned over a new leaf to deliver him such a gift? Ha ha ha. It's quite good, isn't it? I think that this statue is really beautiful. Old Lu had an exaggerated smile on his face, did you notice? The scholarly girl is reading a book and also holding a bird. At the time, this statue was very famous on the net and was known by the nickname of "Studying Isn't Worth Bird's Poop." After preparing for more than a year, I was finally able to deliver this gift to you. It was a naked and direct retaliation. This was old Lu's revenge against Papa Song. Last year, Papa Song brought Shuhang to old Lu's house and did the same, shamelessly boasted, "Even if your Shuhang is studying, what has he achieved? My son dropped out of school and still made a fortune. Studying isn't worth bird's poop." These were old Lu's thoughts right now. Ahaha, good, good, good. Papa Song clenched his teeth in anger and said the word "good" 3 times. "I'll accept this gift. And I'll properly treasure it." Papa Song had decided to keep this statue. If Song Shuhang had good prospects in the future, he would use it to pound old Lu's head. If Shuhang ended up miserable, he would use it to pound Shuhang's head. At this time, Mama Song, who was in the kitchen, secretly shook her head. She felt that Papa Song and old Lu were 2 incurable geezers. Unless they made the other party mad, they wouldn't feel comfortable. Ahaha. Then, properly treasure it. This statue contains all my kind feelings. Old Lu was very satisfied. He was finally able to release the anger he had suppressed for a whole year. It wasn't easy, but after seeing old Song clench his teeth in anger and accept the gift, he felt a warm feeling spread all over his body. It was a magnificent feeling. You too, aren't you afraid that the children will make fun of you? Anyway, enough chit-chat. Little you, sit down and have a meal. Mama Song came out of the kitchen with some food. Then, she gave a bowl of rice to each person. Sister-in-law, do you have some wine? How about serving it first? Old Lu looked at the rice and smacked his lips. He was very happy right now. He wished he could have a good drink. Mama Song gave him a supercilious look. You can't drink with an empty stomach. Eat something first and drink afterward. Right, here we eat before drinking. Old Lu, given your build, you should eat at least 3 bowls of rice before drinking. Papa Song said with a serious face. As you wish, old Song. If you want me to eat first, I'll eat first. But after having my fill, I'll make you drink till you lie on the ground. Old Lu took the bowl of rice and started to gulp it down. Lu Tianyu made a hollow laugh. He sat beside his father, and after apologizing to Mama Song, he started to eat. Right, old Song. How come Shuhang hasn't come back yet? Isn't it summer vacation? Old Lu asked after gulping down a mouthful of rice. The last time he called, he said that a friend had invited him to his house. Given the time, he should return soon. Papa Song casually replied. He was sure that Shuhang would have a rough time if he were to come back right now. Old Lu had a foul mouth. If Shuhang were here, he would definitely taunt him in many different ways. Luckily, his friend had invited him over. It was a very good thing. Ahaha. If so, it's really regrettable. Old Lu ate another mouthful of rice and asked, speaking of which, Shuhang should also be old enough to get a car license, right? Is he already going to the driving school? I have no idea if he has started or not. Papa Song casually replied. If he hasn't started yet, I'll come over with the BMW 7 Series during summer vacation and teach him. After all, I was once an instructor at the driving school. Old Lu patted his chest. Papa Song's corner of the mouth twitched. Old Lu's boasting skills were shameless to the point of being unsightly. Screw it. One day, my Shuhang would also return driving a luxury car. At that point, see if I don't boast. Time flew by. In an instant, 2 hours already passed. Along the way, Song Shuhang filled up the tractor. Did True Monarch Yellow Mountain foresee that Venerable White would use the tractor to bring me home, and therefore prepared an extra tank of fuel? At first, Venerable White was happy to drive the tractor, but after driving for 2 hours, he was somewhat bored. Shuhang, how far is your home? Venerable White asked. We're almost there. At our current speed, we'll be there in a little more than an hour. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. Only Venerable White could drive a tractor as fast as a sports car. Still 1 hour left? Senior White heaved a sigh. However, his eyes suddenly lit up. Shuhang, how about taking my place and driving? But I don't know how to drive a tractor. Song Shuhang's corner of the mouth twitched. It doesn't matter. It's quite easy, I'll teach you. Venerable White waited till there was no one on the road and stopped. After stopping the tractor, he leapt down and stretched himself. Song Shuhang had no choice but to get hold of the steering wheel of the tractor. Venerable White took Shuhang's place and shrank into a small ball. Then, he taught Song Shuhang how to drive the tractor from the corner. Some things worked more or less the same way, and as long as you knew how to drive one, you'd know how to drive all of them. Therefore, Song Shuhang quickly learned how to operate the tractor. Rumble, 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 the tractor started to emit black smoke once again, happily setting out on the road. Somewhere in China, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist was sitting cross-legged on his sword orb that had now changed into a layer of light, freely floating in the sky. It's almost time to return to the penniless thief sect. That Yellow Mountain is really pathetic. He wasn't able to catch me in the end. For the past few days, I guarded day and night against a likely surprise attack, but he didn't even show his face. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist stood up and stretched himself. To guard against True Monarch Yellow Mountain, he hadn't made contact with any disciple of the penniless thief sect even after leaving the forbidden area where he was sealed so as to avoid leaving behind clues that would eventually lead to him. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist took out a map. After determining his current position, he muttered, "Slightly ahead of this place lies Wenzhou City. I've heard there are many different types of snacks and delicacies in Wenzhou City. I might as well go there and eat something. Afterward, I'll return to the penniless thief sect." Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist thought to himself. After being sealed for 200 years, he felt that this era was really wonderful. They had the internet, cinemas, theaters, and many other marvelous ways to have fun. Even the ruler of a country in ancient times didn't have such a wonderful life. Of course, you needed money to enjoy life to its fullest. The only problem was that the advancement of science and technology had severely polluted the environment. However, this wasn't really a problem for cultivators. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist had already condensed a golden core. Even if the earth were hundreds of times more polluted, it wouldn't cause him any problems. Therefore, no matter if we were talking about snacks bought on the streets, things fried in oil, or junk food, as long as they looked and tasted good, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist wouldn't hesitate to eat them. Things like viruses didn't really affect him. For example, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist had felt his belly ache after eating 50 kebabs, but his body had automatically reacted and neutralized the bacteria in his stomach. Speaking of which, what did kebab contain to make the belly of a 5th-stage cultivator ache? However, it tasted pretty good, and his mouth was watering just at the thought of it. If he had the opportunity, he wanted to taste it again. Let's go. Let's see what delicacies and amusing things they have in Wenzhou City. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist happily activated the sword light, heading toward Wenzhou City. Along the way, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist suddenly furrowed his brows. Weird. Why am I feeling an impending sense of crisis again? Moreover, this feeling of danger is getting heavier and heavier. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist muttered to himself. Did I wake up on the wrong side today? Or did I bathe on the wrong side yesterday? He was already familiar with this sense of crisis. Ever since he had broken through the 5 fingers mountain ceiling technique, he felt a strange lingering feeling of danger. At first, he thought that it was True Monarch Yellow Mountain who had left behind a trap or something. Then, he tried many different ways to get rid of this sense of danger but to no avail. Yesterday, this impending sense of crisis suddenly disappeared. But now, he had the same feeling again. I have no idea what's happening, but even if it's death, stop hiding and come at me directly. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist muttered to himself. After a short moment, he clenched his teeth. My safety is more important. I'll cancel this trip to Wenzhou City and directly return to the Penniless Thief sect after passing through the city. After returning to the sect, he could rely on the Great Defensive Formation. At that point, he wouldn't have to be afraid of this bad omen. On the road to Wenzhou City. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The engine of the tractor was roaring as before. Shuhang had his hands on the steering wheel, and his whole body was shaking as the tractor was moving forward. At this time, he too was very happy. He discovered that driving a hand-guided tractor was quite satisfying if others couldn't see you. Just as Venerable White said, feeling the tractor shake while driving was a pretty good feeling. And the feeling was amplified if the tractor could reach 100 to 150 kilometers per hour. It was good to the point of becoming addictive. Hee. Senior White, will arrive at the destination in around half an hour. Afterward, we'll go toward Beijing Street, my house is there. Shuhang said to Venerable White. He was afraid that Senior White would get distracted if he was too bored. Therefore, he would often try to start a conversation. But this time, Venerable White didn't reply even after a while. Shuhang quickly turned his head and discovered that Senior White was curled up into a ball. Did he fall asleep? Did he consume too much spiritual energy when he healed Instructor Li Jr. and me this morning, therefore becoming tired? Or perhaps... Shuhang slowly decreased the speed of the tractor and stopped on the roadside. Then, he stretched out his hand and tried to shake Senior White. But, just like before, Venerable White didn't react, he wasn't breathing either. Given his current realm, Senior White didn't need to breathe. Shuhang thought a bit and took something out of his pocket. It was a 1,000-mile sound transmitter in the shape of a small flute. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had delivered him this flute when he had to look for the Senior White's closing place. With this gadget, he was able to contact Venerable White while the latter was in seclusion. Shuhang blew the small flute. Very soon, Senior White's gentle voice spread from the flute. Buzz, hello. Shuhang looked at Venerable White. After seeing that he didn't react at all, he had guessed what was happening. Buzz, hello. This is the place where White is closing up. I'll be out in 2 days, 6 hours and 30 minutes, please wait patiently. Venerable White's voice kept echoing from the flute. Senior White is closing up. Venerable White was known as a cultivation madman. Since he was sitting on the tractor and felt that he had free time, he decided to close up. And how long was he closing up this time? Yes, 2 days. In this fashion, Venerable White decided to meditate for the next 2 days just like that. Song Shuhang rubbed his forehead. Senior, you could have closed up for less time. How should I deal with this situation once I'm back home? If Senior White were closing up for only half a day, he could say this: my friend was very tired after the journey and fell asleep. He'll rest for a while. But now, Senior White was closing up for 2 days. How would he explain this situation to Papa Song and Mama Song? My friend really likes to sleep and will wake up in 2 days. You don't have to worry, okay? Worry my *SS. Who would sleep for 2 days? Maybe someone in a vegetative state. At the time, Papa Song would be so worried that he would immediately send Venerable White to the hospital. What should I do now? Should I look for a hotel near the house and let Senior White rest there? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. However, he immediately denied this possibility. What kind of joke was that, putting Senior White in a hotel? If Senior White were to unconsciously launch his real illusion while cultivating, all the people inside the hotel would be tortured to death by the young man with green clothes. And even if he were not to use the real illusion, given his charm and beauty, there was a high chance that a bunch of young masters would come with their men and try to take him away. Such a scene wasn't impossible, because something very similar had already happened. The last time Senior White was in seclusion, several young masters had mobilized their forces to steal him, almost killing each other during the fight. Forget it, I'll return home first. Then, I'll try to look for Daodu and the small monk. Later, I'll have Daodu arrange a protective barrier in the place where Senior White would stay. Song Shuhang rubbed his brows. As for how he would explain all this to Papa and Mama Song, he would take it one step at a time. Things would surely work out by themselves. He would have preferred to avoid introducing a vegetative Senior White. After heaving a deep sigh, Song Shuhang returned to the driver's seat and started the tractor. The engine of the tractor roared, and black smoke started to come out. Just as he was preparing to set out, Song Shuhang saw a beautiful shooting star streaking across the sky. Even if it was daytime, this shooting was really bright and dazzling. A shooting star? Song Shuhang closed his eyes and joined his palms together, quickly saying, I wish for 16 to get better, and also for Senior Northern River, Senior Thrice Reckless, and Senior Ancient Lake Temple to get their memories back. After saying these words, he secretly opened his eyes and looked at the shooting star. The shooting star was still streaking across the sky. It seemed that there was time for a few other wishes. I wish for this trip with Senior White to be safe and hope not to encounter any disaster. I also wish that Daodu and the small monk would stop causing trouble and behave. After this second round of wishes, he secretly opened his eyes again. The shooting star was still streaking across the sky. Moreover, it was even brighter. Let's go for the final wish. I wish for my road to cultivation to be successful and filled with a lot of luck. The previous Song Shuhang wouldn't have done something as stupid as making wishes in front of a shooting star, because he didn't believe in such things. Well, the current Shuhang didn't believe in these things either. However, after coming into contact with the world of cultivators, he discovered that luck was really a mysterious thing. That was because of Senior White, who had an abnormal luck. Although it was stupid to make these wishes, it still gave him a peace of mind. And with a better state of mind, he might have better luck. After making the last wish, Song Shuhang opened his eyes again and looked at the shooting star. Wait, am I having hallucinations, or is this shooting star getting brighter and brighter? And also, bigger? *CK, this shooting star is coming toward me. Song Shuhang felt that he was about to pee himself. Moreover, he recalled a memory that he had almost forgotten. That day, branch leader Jing Mo from the Limitless Demon sect was chasing him, and he had used the 10,000-mile flying escape technique to go to Venerable White's side, conveniently bringing Cold Flame Sword along. Afterward, he saw Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist break through the Five Fingers Mountain sealing technique with great difficulty. And right at that time, Venerable White and True Monarch Yellow Mountain started to talk about a strange extraterrestrial rock. If a cultivator of the first stage were to stand beside this rock, they could open their apertures more easily. Afterward, Senior White had thoughtlessly said, "Shuhang, if you get that strange rock." At the time, Shuhang had been scared to death. He feared that a meteor would suddenly fall from the sky and hit him. For the next few days, he had always been on alert. After a while, he thought that nothing would happen because Senior White had just spoken thoughtlessly. Therefore, it wasn't a Senior White's blessing. And since nothing happened for the next days, he had slowly started to forget about this matter. However, he hadn't expected that this calamity would still befall him. At this time, this meteor was coming toward his position. Shuhang heaved a sigh and carefully looked at the meteorite. He was trying to calculate where this meteor would fall. Since he had already noticed it, he might as well try to find a way to hide from it. It was a bad situation. Maybe he could squat beside Senior White? Even if he was closing up, perhaps the spiritual chi revolving around his body could ward the meteor off? That meteorite seemed to have locked onto Shuhang as though it had a GPS. It was getting closer and closer. Shuhang stared at the meteorite and tried to quickly calculate the place it was going to fall at. Then, he opened his eyes wide. "Am I seeing things?" Shuhang rubbed his eyes. He could swear that he saw a human figure just below the meteorite. Therefore, he carefully looked at the meteorite and injected the power of chi and blood in his eyes, allowing his sight to improve even further. He wasn't mistaken. There really was a person below the meteorite. Moreover, it was someone he knew. Shuhang was just thinking of him. It was the same Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist that True Monarch Yellow Mountain had sealed with the 5 fingers mountain sealing technique. At this time, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist was stuck to the meteorite that had just pounded him. The half of his face that was hit by the meteorite was swollen and full of blood, and he also had wounds all over his body. As though it wasn't enough, the flames that were covering the meteorite had engulfed him too. Right now, majority of his clothes had turned to ashes. Strange. According to what True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist should have already reached the 5th stage and condensed a golden core. Why isn't he just flying away from the meteorite instead of sticking to it? What is he trying to do? Shuhang thought to himself. Is it possible that this meteorite is a treasured object? Shuhang had misunderstood the situation. It wasn't that Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist didn't want to get away from the meteorite, he couldn't because he was unconscious. Daoist Priest Cloudy, who was a powerhouse of the 5th stage and had condensed a golden core, was knocked out by a mere meteorite? It was as ridiculous as a muscular black uncle getting knocked out by an ant falling from a nearby tree. Then, what exactly happened? Let's rewind time for about 10 minutes. Since his sense of crisis was getting heavier and heavier, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist decided to cancel his trip to Wenzhou City and directly flew over the city, heading toward the headquarters of the Penniless Thief sect. But, just as he was heading toward Wenzhou City, he noticed that a shadow appeared over his head, and a warm current was coming toward his direction. When he looked up, he was dumbfounded. 10 meters above his head was a big meteorite with a length of 5 meters and breadth of 7. This meteorite was engulfed in flames and was extremely fast. But the strange thing was, he hadn't felt the presence of this meteorite at all. It was as though it had appeared out of thin air, directly breaking through space. Normally speaking, someone that had reached the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm should have felt the presence of this meteorite even if it was tens of thousands of meters away. But, this meteorite had appeared out of nowhere, and he didn't notice it at all. Only when it was 10 meters away from his body did he notice its presence. Damn it. Did that stupid Yellow Mountain use a technique to plot against me? This was Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist's first thought. He concluded that he hadn't sensed this meteorite because someone had used a technique to confuse his senses. Stupid Yellow Mountain, you're looking down on me. I can destroy this small meteorite with just one sword. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist coldly snorted. While sealed, he had worked hard to cultivate. Even if he lacked medicine pills and other natural resources, he was still able to condense a golden core and become a fifth-stage spiritual emperor. Although he had spent more time than an average cultivator, he had a much better foundation compared to those that had relied on medicine pills to reach the fifth stage. He only needed a slash of his sword to destroy this insignificant meteorite. Sword. Daoist Cloudy Mist said in a grave tone. He trod on the void, and the sword orb under his feet flew up, changing into a huge 10-meter-long sword of chi that chopped toward the meteorite. Boom! The sword chi of the sword orb clashed against the meteorite. And the huge meteorite was immediately cut into pieces. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist smiled, satisfied. His smile still had yet to blossom fully when the dormant sword chi lying in the tail of the meteorite suddenly activated, slashing toward Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist. This sword chi was really terrifying. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist only saw a sword light flash through the sky. Afterward, there was no afterward. He immediately fainted. Before fainting, he had only one thought in mind: stupid Yellow Mountain, you sly bastard. When Cloudy Mist fainted, the sentient sword orb automatically flew back to his body, protecting him. Next, he was mercilessly pounded by the meteorite, falling from the sky. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, who had been mistaken for the culprit by Cloudy Mist, was now looking at the mirror dumbfounded. This mirror was linked to the seal he had left on Daoist Cloudy Mist's body. With that, he could check his every action and movement. True Monarch Yellow Mountain couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he looked at this meteorite that had appeared out of nowhere and knocked out Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist. He had an impression of a meteorite such as this that would appear out of nowhere and was completely soundless, very fast, and extremely lethal. It happened several hundreds of years ago. At the time, he was very young, and the duty to receive True Monarch White had fallen upon his shoulders. On the road, he was introducing to Senior White the new changes of that era, and just as they were walking, a meteorite had appeared out of nowhere and crashed beside him, almost crushing him to death. The meteorite that had almost killed him was also noiseless and had approached him like an assassin. Before one could even notice, they had entered the attack range of the meteorite. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Next, the screen of the mirror became black. The seal that True Monarch Yellow Mountain had left on Cloudy Mist's body was destroyed by the meteorite and the strange sword chi. This time, he had really lost his trace. Is Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist even alive? True Monarch Yellow Mountain muttered. He had spent so much effort to fool around with this guy and created all those accounts to flood the chat with him. If he were to die like this, he would be really disappointed. Boom! In the end, the meteorite fell 1 meter in front of Shuhang's body, creating a big hole in the ground. Bleck, while still in a stupor, Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of bad blood. Afterward, he fainted again. Shuhang looked at this pitiful member of the Penniless Thief sect and thought, did he faint? All the disciples of the Penniless Thief sect he had met were very pitiful. This Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist had decided to ridicule True Monarch Yellow Mountain after stealing some of his stuff. As a result, he was caught and sealed for 200 years. He broke through the seal with great difficulty only to be mercilessly battered by a meteorite. Luck is the most profound of mysteries. Now, I'm certain of its existence. Shuhang thought to himself. If we were to rank them, Venerable White would have an SSS level luck, while Daoist Priest Cloudy was only E level at most. Shuhang looked around and he noticed that there were hardly any vehicles on this road. The main road was passing through the wilderness. Therefore, there was undeveloped land on both sides and not a single living soul in sight. Shuhang arrived beside the meteorite. After Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist's attack, the size of the meteorite had been reduced to that of a small table. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist, who was still beneath it, would often send out a painful groan. The flames engulfing the meteorite had already died out. Shuhang stretched out his hand and gently touched the meteorite. Even if the flames had just died out, its surface was ice-cold and not hot in the least. Afterward, he grabbed the meteorite and released the power of chi and blood in his heart and eye apertures at full strength, lifting it. It's lighter than I thought. Shuhang muttered. He took the meteorite and went toward the tractor. This meteorite came from space. Whether it was a treasure or not, taking it with them wasn't a mistake. Speaking of which, it was a good thing that Senior White decided to drive till here with a tractor. If they were here with another vehicle, they wouldn't be able to take the meteorite away. This meteorite had the size of a small table, and its height was around 1 meter. After putting the meteorite on the tractor, Shuhang patted his hands. He felt as though Venerable White's aura was on the meteorite. Did I leave it on it when I picked it up? Shuhang scratched his head. Then, he turned around and picked up the fainted Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist, putting him on the tractor as well. Although Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist was a little foolish, he was still a casual acquaintance. If he could save him, it was better to do so. However, it was better to inform True Monarch Yellow Mountain that he was bringing him away. The sword orb in front of Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist's chest slightly shook. However, as though it had noticed that Shuhang had no bad intentions, it became quiet once again. After settling everything, Shuhang calmly returned to the driver's seat. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tractor started to emit black smoke and set out on the main road once again. Wenzhou City, Beijing Street, Shuhang's house. After getting heavily drunk, Papa Song and Old Lu started to boast shamelessly. They started to boast how incredible they were in their childhood, how they fought 1 versus 3 and 1 versus 4, and how amazing would be their sons and future daughter-in-law, etc. They were boasting so shamelessly that the nearby Lu Tianyu couldn't listen anymore. Mama Song prepared several dishes that went well with wine and said to Lu Tianyu, "Tianyu, don't bother with these 2 old fogies. You can go to the living room and have a rest. Leave these 2 to me." "Sure, Auntie," Tianyu said with a stiff smile. After putting the bowl and chopsticks in order, he went toward the living room. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the sofa. Accompanying his father to Shuhang's house was one of the biggest mistakes he had ever made. However, Papa Song and Old Lu had no self-awareness. They had red faces and spoke incoherently. At this time, Papa Song's phone rang. He stretched out his hand, and after a while, he was able to take the phone out of his pocket. He didn't even look who it was and answered, shouting, "Hello, who is it?" "Pa, it's me." Shuhang's voice spread from the phone, "Are you drunk?" "Oh, that shameless old Lu is a guest here today, and I decided to accompany him for a drink. Do you need something?" Papa Song loudly said. "I'm on my way home. I'll be there in a little more than 10 minutes. Shuhang said with a smile. "Oh? You're returning home then?" Papa Song rubbed his temples. "Did you really have to come back at this time? Couldn't you have come back at a slightly different time?" He cautiously looked at the nearby Old Lu. Papa Song felt his liver hurt.